And we should be live. Hello, everybody. I'm going to give everyone just a second to pile in and to change something real quick. For those of you that have seen my streams before, I generally broadcast on OBS, not StreamYard. So this is a little different for me, but I have a special guest tonight, and this was the best way to do it. So let me go back up here to the top. I know Zen Ginger was the first one in the chat. Thank you, Zen. Diego Petzotix, I appreciate you being here. Chewy LTD, always glad to see you, my friend. Alien World Aquatics, welcome, welcome. Griffin Fish Room, glad to have you. I'm going to probably mess this up. Keel Festin, welcome, glad to have you here. Bipolar Aquatics, good to see you. No More Lies, welcome. Turbo Fish, good to see you again. Codyson, always a pleasure. HC Aqua, welcome. And nope, not quite there yet. Recon 338, welcome. Jay Jr., thank you for showing up. Pam, always good to see you. Chattanooga Ed, my friend, welcome, welcome. Rack River Life, thank you. Yes, hashtag Piaba. Kaler's Aquatic, Bob, always glad to have you. Ambist Aquatics, Big J's, Fishkeeper, Anthony's Fishy Friends, Tara or Tara HM. Let me see. Dolly Vigil, welcome. And Chris with Multi-Tank Addiction. And I think I am caught up now. So I do not have a quote-unquote plan for the show tonight in terms of a subject. I do have a guest that I'm going to bring on. Before I do that, I want to say a huge thank you for the shout-outs. It was unexpected. Chris, Multi-Tank Addiction, thank you. Rack River Life, I really appreciate you. And D Down the Wormhole actually did a shout-out video on her channel today that I was not expecting. So thank you all very much. That means a lot to me. It's amazing how much love we have here in the Fish Fam. And it's a community that I'm glad I found, and I wish I'd found sooner. And I also just did the #1 thing that streamers will do and had it still in top chat when I switched over. But that is fixed. I don't think I missed anybody. If I missed anybody while it was in top chat, I apologize. If you say hello again, I will be happy to. No More Lies. I don't think I got you before. I think I got everyone, and I am caught up. Cody said, yes, thank you. Likes are always appreciated. If you don't like what you're seeing, hit the thumbs down and let me know what we can do to change that for you. And Scotty G, welcome. Glad to have you. So, without further ado, let's talk about our guest tonight. This individual was one of the very first people in the Fish Fam that I met when I started my channel a couple of months ago, and has been extremely supportive and is overall just a wonderful guy. So, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome my friend, Chattanooga Ed. Hey, Ed, how are you?
Great. How are you doing?
Doing well, thank you. Thank you for coming on tonight. I appreciate that, and I'm glad to have you here.
Happy to be here.
So, ladies and gentlemen, if you do not know Chattanooga Ed, he also does have a channel and creates content. Let me switch, I keep losing my chat. If one of you all doesn't care to grab Ed's link and throw it in there, he's got some good videos on there, and I know he's got a lot of good plans in the works for talking to him. I won't spoil any surprises. I'll let him divulge what he wants to. But I kind of in the spirit of all the shout outs I got, which I didn't know was going to happen at the time, I wanted to bring Ed on because I want to show this man some support. He's a great guy. He's got a great personality, and I think that you all should check out what he's doing. I think you will really like him. I want to grow him and get him up to the level that he should be at. So enough of me talking. Ed, for those of the audience that don't know you, do you want to tell us a little bit about yourself and the hobby?
Well, I got into fish when I was a little kid. My dad used to sell guppies and cory cats back in the 70s and the 80s to fish stores all around Missouri and Kansas. And I just got addicted to fish. I loved them so much just from that age. But, what he would do is he get store credit and just give it to me, and I would just go crazy. And I had the Noah's Ark fish tanks.
Nice.
I had one of everything. And
yes.
I used to put the fish tanks right next to the window, so the algae would just build up terrible. And, everything you're not supposed to do, I used to do. But it was a lot of fun.
Yeah, I think we all, when we started out, did the things that we definitely know better now. I used to, years ago, I used to rinse my filter media in the sink every single time I, cleaned my filter out. That was one of my beginner mistakes. So I see a tank behind you. Do you want to tell us a little bit about what you've got going on there?
Oh, well, this one, I used to live in Missouri, and I built my own house there. Had a bad accident. Ended up having to move to Tennessee. I love it here, though. I lived my whole life in Missouri, moved to Tennessee, and I can't believe how much nicer it is. Nothing personal to everybody back home. I'm going back later this month to say hi to my relatives. But I love it. But the people that bought my house didn't want my fish tank. It was built into the living room. So it was like behind the couch. And so I was like, well, I'll pay a guy to come and put sheetrock up, and I'll take the tank with me. So it's a 200-gallon, 4-foot tall. It's like a tall tank versus long. It goes 2 feet back. I'm doing Geophagus in there. I got from Dan Fish. They're amazing. They're just little bitty guys right now, but they're already eating out of my hand. Yeah, I love Dan's Fish. If you're going to buy fish, go to Dan's because he's amazing.
There you go. Absolutely.
Yeah. But, so there's also some longfin caras in there too, and they eat up my hands. They're
nice.
Pretty. Yep. So I just love these guys. They're so whoops. I don't know if you can kind of see them down here. Maybe
I see a little bit of movement. Yeah, absolutely.
Well, and then when I moved down here, the movers right there cracked my tank.
I don't know if you telling me. Yeah.
But it's about 4 inches across the top. And I had a couple of options. I could replace the whole thing. It's about a little low. I think it's 5/8 of an inch glass to get it perfectly cut. I just didn't know. So I ended up patching it myself. And
awesome.
it's holding great. So, I mean, it's not pretty, but it works.
Right. What did you end up using to patch it yourself?
Okay, well, I watched all the different YouTube, guys, and every single person that did it was mad and broke the tank afterwards. And I was like, that's not going to be me. So I took the windshield stuff when you have a crack in your windshield.
Yeah.
And I put that on there first. And you let the UV light hit it, and it hardens up real good.
Okay.
And then I siliconed it, and I also put some can you guys hear me fine?
I think so. I haven't seen anything in the chat about audio issues. I've been trying to keep an eye on it.
See, guys, earlier we did a test run, and the camera was closer, but I've got a cat in my lap, and I can't get as close as I'd like. But I don't know what I was saying. But so I siliconed it, put not PVC, a little piece of plexiglass over it, and the cat's moving the whole thing. Just a minute, I got to put it down. This is Nico.
There you go. It wouldn't be a Thursday live stream without a cat, right?
Yeah. So, sorry about that. But yeah, it's holding great. Super happy.
That's awesome. I think this is where we disclaimer that neither Fish Room Fever nor Chattanooga Ed are liable if you try that method and it does not work for you. I'm going to catch up to the chat real quick so we don't get 30 minutes behind. But I do have some more things I want to talk to you about.
I was one of the first people you met But Bob Kaler, I didn't say Tyler. I'm so good at messing it up. But he actually introduced us. Bob is amazing. And
Bob, go ahead.
Awesome.
Yeah, Bob is one of the pillars of our Fish Fam group, and I don't think Bob knows how much he means to me, because he was the very first person to welcome me in, and then, like you said, introduced us. So I have so much respect and appreciation for Bob at Kaler's Aquatics. If any of you all are somehow not connected with Bob, which I think we've got the same group as before, but please go check out his channel. Also, real quick, while I'm getting back to the top where I need to catch up from, mods, you all probably all already know this, but you have my permission to drop all the typical links for, the GoFundMe's, the calendars, Project Piaba, and all of those links are available on the website fishroomfever.com. I have nothing on there to sell yet. I have no products. I don't even have Amazon affiliate links on there. It's just a lot of information with Fish Fam links, Piaba links, and then it's got a live stream schedule. So I set that up strictly to try and be a helpful tool to the Fish Fam. So let me see what we've got here. Yeah, we're way behind on chat. I can't even get back to where we were before.
Yeah, sorry guys. I can't talk and read at the same time.
Yeah, well, and I didn't want to interrupt you, but this is my first time with the guests, so I'm trying to see what the correct pace is here to keep up. Normally, I'm pretty good with chat. Thank you, Alien World Aquatics. Yes, this is the next step in the journey. Fish House Fever is in the making, but I've got to make Fish Room Fever a thing first. Let's see, Recon 338. If I missed you before, welcome. Going down here, a lot of hellos. Lots of hellos. Get back where I was. Yes, Bob's got the link for the card exchange. I need to sign up for that. I think that's awesome. If you haven't, I suggest you check that out. We've got Rack saying hello to everybody. River Life, I appreciate you showing up and supporting. That means the world to me. I don't see how anybody in here wouldn't know who River Life is, but if you don't know his channel somehow, go check him out. Kent Nolan, go T-Stream, absolutely. I would put more color in mine, but I need to keep my job, and they're really strict on that. Tattoos are fine, but hair color is a no-no for whatever reason. Let's see, Recon 338 only had a channel a couple of months and almost 400 subs. Very good job. Thank you, Recon. I appreciate that. I'm pushing really hard. And I do have stickers ordered. They're supposed to be in on the 10th. So once I get those in, I'll probably start accepting, if you want some stickers mailed out to you, emails at fishroomfever@gmail.com so I can send out stickers to people. Yeah, Bob came to Bob did a video at my house back when I first got started, and I was honored that he would do that and put that on his channel. And Ed came along as well. So if you haven't seen that video, check it out. I think it turned out well. See, I'm probably going to miss something trying to catch up, but the chat keeps bouncing on me. All right.
Bob asked why my beard is red.
Yes, there you go. Sorry, go ahead.
I grew up in Kansas City, and then I was actually born in St. Louis. Then my cat, knock it off, buddy. Sorry, he's like forcing his way back up. Hang on. Oh, come on. Sorry about that, guys. Okay. I grew up in Kansas City, but I was born in St. Louis, and then I moved back to St. Louis. But the two cities are huge rivals. And I worked in an auto factory there with a lot of Rams fans. At that time, St. Louis had the Rams. And so I would dye my beard red every year for the Chiefs. And I just keep doing it. So every football season, I'm red. And I wish I had enough to.
Let's see. Bipolar Aquatics wants to know what part of Missouri that you just. Did we touch on that? I can't remember if we touched on that this stream or earlier when we were talking.
Well, Kansas City, Missouri, I was up the north part in Parkville, you know, where The airport is up north that way. And then St. Louis, I just lived all over the place.
Okay.
I wish I would have met Fishy Biz. I met him afterwards. One of these days, I got to say hi to him, though. I'm going back to St. Louis in 2 weeks, just, see relatives and have fun with friends. So
that's awesome. That is awesome. And Grotha, thank you for stopping by. I appreciate you coming to check out the live stream. That is one of my friends from outside the Fish Fam community. I've been trying to do a lot more networking and meeting people outside of just our little community, which, hey, Candy, glad to have you here. I appreciate you showing up, which is part of where I've gotten the growth from. Just kind of like where we've been doing raids and other streams outside of the Fish Fam. I've been doing some of that type of stuff on my own to try and bring our world to them and a little bit of their world to us. Let's see. That's audio checks. Natural aquariums. I'm from the Pacific Northwest, but I have had the opportunity to check out a couple of fish stores in Chattanooga once. Yeah, I've not even been down to Chattanooga to check out the fish stores myself, but I hear there's some good stuff down there.
Yep, I enjoy them quite a bit. I mean, Knoxville's got amazing fish stores, but one of our favorites, they shut down, but they're still going to work out of their house, so it'll probably be actually better. And Bob, I don't know. I don't think we have a link yet to their website if they're going to build one or they're going to go with Get Gills. But I'm sure that Bob will fill us in on how to be able to order from them eventually here. There's mainly saltwater that just closed down. But
okay. Well, and that's one thing I actually haven't put any of it on my channel except my saltwater molly breeding project I'm working on. But I do have a 55-gallon saltwater tank with a snowflake eel in it that I need to get a video on. Try and cross that divide between fresh and salt. If you see anything, Ed, absolutely go ahead and grab it. It keeps bouncing on me. I don't think.
Okay, well, was it Natural Aquariums? I signed up. I subbed to him earlier today, but he said go Raiders, and so I don't know.
I don't know. Somebody time him out. No, just kidding. Don't do that. Don't do that. Somebody joked about that with me once, and I actually got timed out. Wow, I've never had a stream where my chat jumped before. That's kind of nice, but now I understand what it takes to get back there. River Life, I appreciate that very much. I try to be an ambassador as best I can and help the cause. And it looks like our mods are having a fight over who can get to the links quicker. My money is on Candy as always. Let's see.
River Life is a really cool guy. I met him 2 years ago. That was before I was Chattanooga Ed and I was just Ed. I met him in New York, and he was like a super nice guy. It was a Friday. All the YouTubers were hanging around, and I was like the only normal person, so I just got to say hi to all of them, and they were all super nice to me.
That's awesome.
And it was really neat. I went to the aquatic experience, even Joey came and shook my hand, and
so that's cool.
Corey, I got to sit down and talk to him for a while. It was really neat. Actually, Corey had me keep coming back because he was looking for a t-shirt for me. It was kind of cool.
That is awesome.
I wish I knew where my red t-shirt was, but yeah, it was really neat to go to the aquatic experience and meet all the cool YouTubers out there.
Yeah, I'm definitely going to get to at least one of those events. That is the goal would be to hit all of them.
Not you, Pam. I'll meet Pam next year when I go to her camp out.
Right. Let's see. Probably go ahead.
And Pam, if you need a ride to the camp out, I will drive. I'll be going to Omaha first, and I'll go up to your house and get you if I have to take you down. So no Greyhounds.
There you go.
Pick up a guy named Thomas, though, if you want.
Let's see. I'm going to pronounce this wrong again, probably, but Keelfeston says, awesome video, guys. Thank you. What's the best way to breed plecos, especially 134s or 007s? So I will be perfectly honest with you. I will have to look up those numbers. L134 Pleco. See what we've got here. The leopard frog, aka the imperial tiger. Okay, so I do not, excuse me, have any experience with those as of yet. The project I'm working on, which is kind of a long-term video for the channel, is I started with bristlenose plecos, breeding them, selling them, and then raising money to start my snowball pleco colony. So my goal is to now get the snowballs breeding to where I can sell them and breed my way into leopard frogs was my next one. And just kind of work my way all the way up to zebra plecos and kind of do a time lapse of how you can start with something small, like breeding bristlenose plecos, which are fairly easy, and progress your way all the way up to the higher end plecos. So I do not honestly know, or I don't have any experience with that. I've seen some decent colony breeding advice on it, but I've not tried anything myself. Ed, do you have any knowledge on that subject, sir?
On plecos, no.
Yes. Okay.
They're poop machines. I know people love them, but I don't do too many plecos. I like autocats.
Right. And then the 007s. Let me pull that up. The vampire.
I do want to get some bristlenose eventually, though.
So I do have a vampire pleco, but of course the key to breeding those is to have more than one. So I've not gotten to do anything with that just yet. That's another one that, at least in my area, for the size I got, it was $100 for just that pleco. And I kind of have a bad pleco addiction. You all will see I'm doing a video on just my plecos, but I actually picked up, I picked up a gold nugget, another snowball, and then a sultan pleco this past week to add to the collection. The LFS hasn't had a vampire in stock recently, but that would be something I would definitely be interested in working on. So my apologies, I do not have an answer. I could look it up directly off of Google if you would like, and if you would, go ahead and just throw that back out there, and I will keep that page to the side. But I hate to just read you something off the internet when you're looking for firsthand experience. And let me find my chat one more time. It is still on live chat.
Someone asked, what do I breed? And I have a lot of guppies right now. Now that I'm free to do whatever I want, had to retire early. I want to join the IFGA and try to compete in that. I went to the show up in Nashville. It's just south of Nashville. It's in one of the suburbs last year just to learn about it. And so I think I've got about 3 to 4 quality strands that I could probably compete. And then just some fun strands that I like. And I've got a lot of shrimp. When I went to the aquatic experience, I got hooked on the shrimp. I got to talk to all the guys, that set it up. And the Shrimp King was there. Got to talk his ear off. I think, Luca. Trying to remember his name. Mike Luca? I don't know if that's not it.
Chris? No.
Chris Luca. I think it's Chris Luca. But he was like a super nice guy. I know a little bit of German, so that helped.
Awesome. Right,
yeah, absolutely. I used to have German exchange students, and so. But yeah, he was super nice. Everybody with the shrimp were cool. So my goal is to try to get some shrimp in one of these aquashellas. I love that they have just, I don't know if it's North America or just USA. I don't know if Canada and Mexico are in it. I think it's incredibly awesome because at the aquatic experience, they come from everywhere around the world. I mean, and these are some amazing shrimp. Not to say that we can't do amazing shrimp, but they've just had a big head start on us. And I think it's neat. It's kind of like a county fair for us.
Absolutely. Well, and from what I understand, and I may be wrong here, but I've heard some people talk about like the foreign breeders It's almost a business where they invest all this money into getting this perfect genetic strain. So that, if that is the case, that would make it a real disadvantage for someone like us trying to compete in those things.
Yeah, well, I mean, they're there to try to sell their shrimp
Right.
to us, and I mean, they're selling them for a lot, and you're just getting a couple.
Yeah.
But they were super. My dad, I brought him with me. He's in his late 70s. He had a great time. I went to a George Former deal to try to win a fish tank, and while I was gone, or I came back, he's talking to these 3 little Asian gals that are like experts, and they were so excited because he voted for their shrimp as best. You get to vote for all the different shrimp there, just
right.
People, and they saw that he voted for them for best fish at show, and they gave him a little shrimp net with their name on it and stuff. I use the shrimp nets to get rid of duckweed. It's amazing and awesome.
Yeah, absolutely. I have one myself, one of the little bitty shrimp nets, and that's what I use. I did see a question. I'm back to the bottom now. It bounced, but somebody asked how big the tank was behind me. The tank that you're seeing is roughly 70 to 75 gallons, and it is stacked on top of another 70 to 75 gallon tank. It's actually a pet store display that goes 3 tall. I don't have 3. I've just got the 2. But it's a system of approximately 140 to 150 gallons. And I see we had Melvin Stormriders Aquatics joined us. I think I saw.
Oh, happy birthday,
Mel. Yep. Hey, Shelby Ray. Welcome. Rafa, I think I saw Rafa join. Welcome. All right. So I am back down. I may have missed something. If I did, feel free to type it again. I'm going to try and keep up with the chat. So you feel free to cut me off, and I may jump in while you're taking a breath if I see the chat starts running away again. But I appreciate all of you all being here, and Ed, having you on. That's a new experience. I'm excited about that.
The tank behind me is a 200-gallon custom. It's a tall.
Hey, Todd. Welcome. Glad to have you here. Ambist, I didn't see you before. Thank you. Sure. Okay, we've got some eggs fertilizing. I guarantee if I try and figure out what the question was, I'm going to get lost. Well, Melvin, I hope you had a happy birthday. Sorry you weren't able to do a stream, but I hope you enjoyed the time away from the YouTube life and had a good time. Okay, so I'm trying to think of a subject we won't get too deep into and let the chat get away from us again. While we're caught up, does anybody have a question that I may have skipped over? If you do, feel free to ask it now. I am current on the chat, and Ed or myself will get to it. In the meantime, do you want to divulge a little bit of your... oh, there you go. Griffin Fishroom says, what strains of guppies do you have, Ed?
I have some blue Moscows. I've got 2 different types. I didn't like the high quality ones I got are a little small, so I'm adding some larger females with them from another strand, and I'm trying to get a larger, really good looking blue Moscow.
Right.
I have some amazing albino albino platinums that I absolutely love. I've got some Japanese blues that look really good. And then some oh man. I know the first letter, steel. It's the
Nebula. Is that the
yes, steel. And then I've got I've got some great looking pond ones. They're purple and yellow metallic tuxedo, but I think they're going to look amazing in a pond next year. So I'm trying to breed out a big colony of those, and just so because they look. I don't know if you guys have been on Get Gills, but Dan has some for sale that kind of have a metallic top that glow at the top.
Okay.
Meg 44, he won some from Dan.
Very nice.
But these I got in Knoxville at one of the cool pet stores there. I don't know what the place is called, but Bob won an awesome tank there, and you can see the tank.
Yes, I remember
right
that raffle. The three of us went nuts on tickets trying to outdo each other. Yeah.
Yep, and I'm going to spotlight a whole video on that tank. It's one of the smallest tanks that I've had in a long time, but I absolutely love it. And I've got some Pacific Blue Eyes in rainbows in there, but I got it right next to the big one, and it just kind of glows, and it's real pretty.
It's a very cool tank.
And that's all I'm going to show right now. That episode will be sponsored by Bob.
There you go. Guys, I just want to point out, and Ed, I don't mean to make your cheeks go the color of your goatee, but I mean, this guy right here, I don't know if you all noticed it, but the way his face lights up when he talks about his fish, he loves this hobby. He loves this community. He's on YouTube, but he's not trying to, he's doing it because he enjoys it. And that's part of why I want to hopefully help grow him. I know I'm a small channel, but I felt bad when I passed him on subscriber count. I'm like, he's a better guy than I am. He deserves it more than I do. So I want to help build Ed up. That's aside from the fact that I just enjoy having a conversation with him. That's part of why I've got him here tonight. He loves the hobby and he's just a great guy. Turbo Fish asked, how's the fish community in Tennessee? So we're slightly separated. They're in terms of local clubs, there's not much up here in Knoxville. There's something in the works being headed by one of the LFSs, but there's not really anything freshwater. There's a saltwater club, and Ed, you can tell us about what you've got there in Chattanooga.
Oh, my cat just got back into my lap. 17 pounds.
I tell you what, you all, it was actually on top of his tank. It looked like a KG Tropical stream when we were doing our test stream earlier. You just saw these paws dropping down behind his head.
Chattanooga has just started a little fish club. They kind of get together for swaps. I was sick for almost a month, and so I missed my first meeting, which is a drag. But I will definitely be there next time. I've thought about trying to start one up in Knoxville, Chattanooga type thing, maybe do a bi-monthly. That was my cat breaking stuff.
Right.
I don't, but I've thought about trying to do a fish club. I used to be in the St. Louis Fish Club, and it's gigantic. That's just, and St. Louis has two big fish clubs. They also have the Killy Club that's gigantic too. So, but St. Louis, the clubs are big, but they have no stores, and down here we've got stores, which are awesome.
Yeah, that's like I said, I haven't gotten down there, but like you mentioned, Knoxville, we've got quite a few really good stores here. I saw a question and then it disappeared. Bob
and I went to Knoxville, Knoxville a couple weeks ago and checked out two stores up there, and they were pretty cool. I don't know if I want to recommend them right now. The little one I would. Bob just got like a 180 gallon or a 200, something big from the little store we met.
Yeah.
I don't know if Bob can the name of it.
Aquatics.
But then they've got a giant one that's similar to the aquarium in size. The aquarium is a pet store in Knoxville that's gigantic. It's known as the biggest one in the South.
Yeah.
Well, Knoxville has a really nice one, and then they have like a reptile store attached to it on the other side of it. But I don't know if I can recommend them. I bought about 40 tetras, and I'm looking at my tetra tank, and there's like 2 of them alive from that store, but all the fish that I got at the pet store here in town are still alive in my tank.
Right.
And so I don't know. I don't see how our water conditions could be that far off. So that was kind of disappointing.
Well, I will say this on the water conditions, because I asked, the Pet Supplies Plus out west that Bob Kaler's Aquatics, I guess you could say, found or led me to. They get some really interesting stuff for a small chain or retail place. They get in red tails and discus and things like that aren't normally in your chain stores. But the one right next to my house does not. And I talked to the store managers at both, and apparently it's just from one side of town to the other. They're on different water. And so they've tried to get those things in at the one next to my house, and they've died every single time they've brought them in. So she only will order them if they are picked up in bag. So it's amazing the difference you can get just even going across town in water quality.
I have been to the Chattanooga Choo Choo. I've been all over Chattanooga. I love the town. We've got our baseball team is called the Lookouts because we've got a mountain here called Lookout Mountain.
Yeah.
And I'm sure that's where Rack named his dog after that mountain. Even though I know it's not. It's named after a lighthouse, but I'd like to say that. But Chattanooga is like a super fun town to visit. I came from a city of about 3 million to a city I think is about 300,000. But this city is great. I mean, we have a super aquarium. I've been to the Georgia Aquarium, but our aquarium here in town, the Tennessee Aquarium, I have a membership.
Yeah.
I love going to our aquarium. It's got 2 different buildings. It might be the largest freshwater aquarium in the United States. I'm not for sure about that. It's super nice. And you take an escalator all the way up to the top, and it kind of winds down.
Oh, wow.
So you're never going uphill. You're never taking stairs up. I've got a really bad back and a bad leg, and I have no problem because it's all gravity down. I love our aquarium so much.
Awesome. I have not gotten to check that one out. I've been to Ripley's in Gatlinburg, but I've not gotten to go to the Tennessee Aquarium. I need to get down there. We may try and do some type of little get together and go check it out. So you said you've got a membership.
I can get one person in for free whenever I go.
I will see the kids are going to have to stay home with the missus then. Because Recon 338, best temperature for clown loaches, running mine at 82, but I used to be 80. Tank mates are Jack Dempsey Juvenile and a common pleco. I have my clown loaches, and somebody's probably going to crap on me when I say what all is in this tank, but it is a grow out tank. And in case you hadn't noticed, I have no problem setting up bigger and extra aquariums. But I actually have some clown loaches growing out right now. First off, the tank is at 80 degrees for mine. Sometimes goes a little bit warmer or a degree cooler, just dependent, but it's stable at 80. But I've got my clown loaches in with 3 ornate vishers, 2 clown knives, an albino Senegal visher, 2 electric blue acaras, a bushy nose pleco, and my vampire pleco. So that's the setup I have going there in that particular tank that's on a bigger system. And that whole system is set at 80. All right.
I'll be right back. I got to get something.
Absolutely. My apologies, you all. I'm going to expand your view here on me, and I will try and catch up to the chat. Normally, when I stream on OBS, I have multiple monitors, and everything has kind of got its own little place. I'm having to do a lot of jumping back and forth on here, and I feel like I'm at a disadvantage, doing you all a disservice. Let me see. Everybody talking. See, natural aquariums. I was thinking about doing a Lake Tanganyika tank with some Calvus. I don't have too much recent experience with Africans. Anyone have a recommendation on a second species to keep with them in the 75? I'm going to keep my mouth closed on that one, as I am not the cichlid person, at least not the African cichlid person. That would be Miss Fever. I have a tank full of African cichlids. Couldn't tell you what half of them are, except a blue fish and a red fish and a pretty fish.
I'm good to go.
Let's see. Friday Fish Facts released a video today about the Commodore Ballroom. Chewy, I will check that out. I know anything you recommend is going to be a good watch, my friend. Zen, thank you for throwing up Ed's link again. Chris says Chris Multi-Tank Addiction says the Georgia Aquarium is the largest freshwater aquarium in the U.S. Make sure I didn't miss anything else.
Can they hear me?
Recon's probably already gone at this point, but I appreciate you stopping by. Let me see. Natural says I prefer to keep my clown loaches at 83. 80 to 86 is good. Yeah, absolutely. I kind of go middle ground because of the overall fish variety I have in there. Plus, of course, the warmer you go, generally speaking, it's going to speed up metabolism. So they're going to eat more and produce more waste. And that's a fairly decent bio load added onto that system. Don G, thank you, sir. I wanted to get rid of the sides, but I couldn't shave everything off, so we just went with the monster goatee. I like that. Hashtag monster goatee. Bob, Kaler's Aquatics chiming in here. Thank you, Bob. Bob is, I almost said know-it-all, and that would have sounded condescending, but Bob really is knowledgeable on just about anything. And he said Frontosa and Calvus go great together. So if Bob Kaler at Kaler's Aquatics is saying that, I would stake money on that to be a good recommendation. Let me see. I think I'm back to the bottom. All right. I'm sure I missed something. We are working on trying to get to where I can have guests on OBS. It's a little bit trickier, and we spent a good deal of time working on it today without success. So we are streaming on StreamYard for now. But once I get over onto OBS, where I've got my fancy setup and all my different screens, that will hopefully help keep everything going. Rack, if you're still in here, I've got to say I am jealous that you got that Piava tank. I'm extremely excited and happy for you, brother, but I'm definitely a little bit jealous. I was working really hard trying to get one of those and get my LFS set up with that program. And the piranha are attacking the duckweed in the tank across from me. Let's see. All right. So I will just a little bit about the channel, since we don't have any questions that I'm seeing. Griffin fish are those koi angels. I think I have 2 kois in this one. I have one that's definitely a koi, and the other 2 don't really. Well, 2 that are kois for sure, but one that doesn't really have the black koi markings on it. And then there is a panda angel and a blushing angel, and I have 2 of the black marbles with the orange heads in here. And then I have 2 other breeding pairs that are in the other room that have both been laying eggs, but keep eating them, which I've got the fry in the video that I released earlier, because I've started taking half of each batch out. That way they can still try and learn and eventually parent on their own, but I can still start raising some fry, because my hope is to kind of branch off, well, not really branch off, but expand what I have available, because I do like some trading into the LFS for some things I already breed. I'd like to add angelfish to that, and also in the spring I'm hoping to have maybe enough to at least start selling a few things online. The goal is to transition my way kind of into the fish side of life. It's always been a passion for me, and it seems like there's potentially a decent opportunity if I invest myself properly in it. Um, and it's what I want to do, and so I'm trying to make the leap into doing something I love, even if it means I make less money. Money is great, but happiness is more important. Yeah, River Life, I will keep after it. I want one of those tanks. I have special plans for a very special type of video, um, incorporating some different factors along with Piaba if I can get a hold of one of those tanks. So I am going to keep pushing for that. Chris Multi Tank Addiction said special vegetarian piranha. They are omnivores. Um, so I mean they I've got two large common plecos in with my piranha, and I throw in a lot of green beans for the plecos amongst other things. And the piranha will definitely eat at the green beans. They don't enjoy it the same as a lot of their other things. But yeah, it's kind of funny. I also have my Bishers like the green beans, and the Oscars like the green beans. Those are the ones that kind of surprised me the most. But while they don't chew up the plants, the piranhas will eat some vegetation. That is kind of a part of their natural diet to have a little bit of vegetation in it. Melvin Stormriders Aquatics, beautiful tanks. Thank you. I appreciate that. I do my very best to keep my fish happy and healthy. Yes, the River Life sticker. That Rack was nice enough to send that to me. See if I can reach this without killing the little. I've got it in a shadow box up here. I'm still working on my whole setup, but Rack was nice enough to send that with my Project Piaba fish that I got. In case you all didn't know, Project Piaba is a wonderful organization. It is a nonprofit, and I highly suggest you check them out. I'm sure somebody will drop a link for me. And again, almost all of the links are available on the website in case you miss a link or forget a link or can't find your way back. You can go over to fishroomfever.com. It's got links for most of the things. But yeah, that is my first. I'm doing the whole camera wrong way thing. That is my first community sticker, is the River Life. So I found it fitting that it go right there, even before I'd really decided to film in this location. That plastic panel slides, and it's just a good surface for stickers. Let's see. Jay Jr., ever see how fast a silver dollar can inhale a corkscrew valve? About 1.5 seconds. I believe it. Absolutely. IMG Snap. Wow, no way. I had no clue they would do that. Yeah, that's kind of one of the things I'm working on in Chewy Ltd, which, if for those of you that aren't aware, Chewy has his, I almost said website. Chewy has a channel, and it does have some fish-related content, but it's got so much wonderful content on there that's not fish-related. Chewy is another person that I think is, we all know Chewy, we all love Chewy, but it just kind of, I don't want to say he's undervalued, but his status is not where I feel that he deserves it to be at, in my opinion. So Chewy Ltd is another one that I would really like to push forward. Chewy's the type of person, if I was going to say somebody deserves to be monetized and it could really make a difference in their life and help them out, along with some people that we've talked about tonight in all the streams, Chewy's one of those people. And I think that sometimes in the fish family, you don't look outside of the people that are putting out fish content constantly. And I think that we need to do that more. So if somebody can throw Chewy's link up for me, that would be greatly appreciated. And if any of you all would be so inclined to do me the personal favor of going over there. Oh, Ed is back. See, and this is why I'm not a big fan. I didn't realize Ed was back. Let me do this. There we go. Go over there and check him out for me, please. Take a look at what he's doing. If you like it, which I think you will, subscribe. Sorry, Ed, for some reason, I was thinking that your audio would come through when I moved the screen over, but apparently it didn't because I never heard anything from you.
It's all good.
And you and I both know that we both like to talk. This is kind of like having two Johns on the show with no Lisa to put us in check. So.
Yep. Can I pitch one thing?
Yes, you go right ahead. Absolutely, sir. Is that
Pam's calendar?
I haven't gotten mine yet. I am jealous. I am looking.
He's got 5. Is that right? 5 left. And they're awesome. Just one, I wanted to pitch it. That's why I had to get up and run and grab it real quick. Okay.
Absolutely.
I don't know if anybody can put a link for Pam's calendar, but if anybody hasn't got one yet, they're awesome.
Absolutely.
And if you tell me what month you are, I can show you the photo.
There you go. See,
the artwork. It's not photo.
I ordered Chris's calendar to use for actual calendar purposes and put on the wall. Pam's I ordered strictly to immediately take all of the pictures and put in frames. So I'm going to have a wall of Pam art. Yeah, see, I am looking forward to that.
That's my June.
Pam is another one of those people that we could really help out. We can make a difference. Pam has, I think, 7,000 watch hours, but she's lacking in subscribers, only by about 130 or 40 last I checked. So if anybody in here does not have Pam, please go check her out. Hit her red button. I'm not trying to make it a subscribed stream, but I've been talking to a couple people the past few weeks, and I've kind of felt like the quote-unquote networking aspect has been missing in the Fish fam. I had people that I could have sworn I was subscribed to that I wasn't. So I would encourage everyone in here, just kind of check people out, see if you're subscribed. And there were several people that I would have 100% bet I was subscribed to, and I just thought, okay, they're not putting out content because I never see anything. Wasn't subscribed. So, check each other out, help each other grow. Just show love to the Fish fam, because it's a wonderful community we have, and I want to see everybody grow. Real quick, River Life Rack said that the tank is going to be given away at his LFS. Hopes I can come over and enter. That is definitely worth going up there to enter. Let's see, and it moved on me again. Did you have something, Ed?
No, Pam just said she came back because she heard us talking about her.
Oh, gotcha. Absolutely.
That made me feel good. Pam's awesome.
And there, Chris says I'll be getting his sticker with his order. Awesome. So that will be. And that's fitting too, because that'll put Rack, River Life, who streamed right before Chris, as my first sticker. Multi-Tank Addiction, who was immediately before me, as my second sticker. And then my sticker should be here. So I'm going to add my sticker as the third. So I think that's a really fitting order for them to show up in.
I want to make some stickers and send them to Rack. I don't know when Rack's going to do that thing where he's going to mail everybody's stickers around, but I'm going to make some, even though I'm not like a real YouTuber. It'd be fun.
You're a real YouTuber. You're just slightly undiscovered at this point. And that's
I'm part of the audience, and I'm proud to be part of the audience.
You have got just the personality, and you're just a good guy. I mean, you're a guy that's easy for people to like. And again, that's part of why I wanted to have you on here, besides how much fun we have talking about stuff. Because I think, people actually, let me not say get exposed to you, because Pam will say something. But, people discover you. I think that they're going to enjoy being a part of your family as well. See, Candy said there are 5 calendars left, $28. Put a note for calendars and address to Pam's PayPal. And the email address is in Candy's post there. November is a Bobcat, says Zen Ginger. Melvin Storm Riders Aquatic said he's December. I don't know if you saw that and showed it or not. Ed?
Yes, I did.
Did you? Okay, okay. I was watching over here when you were showing that.
Yeah, and you know what, Pam? The next time you do this, I need a buffalo for June. I know that you're a June birthday also, but I'm a buffalo guy. Trust me on that one. There's the bobcat.
That's gorgeous. That is. I really cannot wait. Like I said, as soon as I get it, I'm taking it and I'm getting frames for all of them, and I'm going to hang them. And I'll probably do a little video on that. I think. Oh, hey, Redfish, Bluefish. I see Melvin shout you out there. If I've missed anybody, I apologize. Again, this is a completely different layout than what I normally do on my live streams, and it's taking a little bit of adjustment. But it's definitely well worth the trade-off to have Ed on the show here. Chewy, let's see. Yeah, all I'm going to say on that, Chewy, is YouTube is how it is, but I want to get more people to take a look at your channel. Until you sent me a link at one point, I didn't even know that you did videos because, again, I wasn't set up for notifications, I guess.
One of Chewy's videos, he has a bunch of coyotes or wolves howling, and my cats heard that, and they just took off running. It was hilarious. I wish I could have videotaped that.
That's great.
and then he used the sound of those wolves on something else, and the cats, like a month later, just as a background filler.
Right, I remember.
And my cats took off again. It was hilarious.
That's awesome. I always love, because I've got cats as well. When stuff like that pops up and they just don't know what's going on. There's Chattanooga Ed's link again. Thank you, Zen. Yes, Redfish Bluefish said, good thing there's always fish tube for these insomnia evenings. That's exactly right. We are approaching the 1 hour mark. I didn't necessarily have a set stopping point for it. But I wanted to say anybody, because I know a lot of people kind of are used to 1 hour streams and then they're gone. So anybody that stopped by that needs to leave, I know it's late for a lot of people / early. We really appreciate you all stopping by and hanging out with us. And no hard feelings. I completely understand when it's time to go to bed, it's time to go to bed. However, I will definitely be hanging out for at least a little while longer. And Ed, if you want to hang out, you're welcome to do so, but whenever you have to call it, just let us know. We don't want to keep you too late. So
I was a third shifter for over 20 years, so I'm kind of used to staying up at night.
Gotcha.
So no problems.
This could turn into a Thursday Pam thing.
That's why I really love Pam's show, because I get to talk to people at night. That's what I did for years.
Chris, you didn't lose your wrench multi-tank addiction. You're still blue on my screen. I feel like I just saw something. Let's see. Zen Ginger said she bought 3 of Pam's calendars and already gave 1 out as a Christmas gift. That is awesome. Yeah, I was really happy when Pam's calendars went like they did, because that goes to a good cause. I won't bring up the whole situation, but basically Pam's been put in a bad situation by the people that bought her trailer park. So Pam's calendar, Pam's PayPal, and then Chris Multi-Tank Addiction, his calendar, he's donating 50% of the proceeds to help Pam. And then while you're checking out Chris's website, his Cardinal Tetra print, he's donating, I believe, 50% of the proceeds from that to Project Piaba, if I read that correctly earlier when I was trying to get one ordered on there. And Redfish Bluefish, I think I just scored a complete 150-gallon aquarium with stand-in filtration for $100. That is my kind of deal. That is awesome, and congratulations to you, my friend. That's the type of stuff that I look for. Let's see, Bob Keller's Aquatics. Ed is a great traveling companion. We visit fish shops and, in fact, have an Atlanta tour of 9 stores mapped out. I am jealous. I'm very, very jealous. I because I text Ed a lot away from and out of chats. I talk to him, and so I hear about these little adventures and things, and I always am like, oh man, I'm missing out. And usually I'm at work going, oh, I don't want to be here. But go ahead.
It is so much fun to go with Bob. I mean, I can ask him any fish thing there is, but he also, I mean, he has great life stories. And I mean, Bob is one of the best things about Chattanooga too.
Absolutely.
I mean, I moved here. I've got lots of family, but I don't have any friends, but Bob has been a great friend and gives me something to do occasionally. Having a lot of fun going out traveling is a lot of fun with him.
Yeah. Oh, my God. And a small world fun fact, because I know a lot of people jumped on the Grandma Bob thing last night. I did say that as a Grandma Bob joke, but Bob actually lived in the city that I'm originally from in Jacksonville, Florida, and actually did know my grandmother. So I was being serious in the fact that Bob reminds me of my grandmother because I know that he knew her. So it's like, what a small world, That's the first time we met that came about. I was like, wow, of all the people in all the places, it's amazing how life kind of works out sometimes.
Bob's lived everywhere.
Yeah.
But I don't want to tell any Bob stories because he may want to tell them eventually.
Right, absolutely. And that's I'm trying not to give away too many Kaler's aquatic secrets. That way he can divulge those things. Which, if we haven't, which I honestly can't remember at this point because it's been a very long day and I've worked twice. Somebody please throw Bob's link out there. He is fairly close to his 1,000 subscribers, so I'd like to see him get pushed. I know that he got shouted out earlier on the other streams, but just in case we have somebody that maybe wasn't in there, please go check out Bob at Kaler's Aquatics. He is one of the most knowledgeable people that I've met in the fish community, and he's just a good guy. He does really good videos, and he's got some amazing fish. Like he's got, I can't think of them. I'm having one of those moments. The fish that he thought was all males, and now he's got a female, and it's like impossible to find the female. Somebody, I'm sure, will throw that in the chat, or Bob, you can. But he's got some fish that are just awesome. See,
Bob just mentioned Dan, and I haven't replayed the video from last night, and I've been meaning to. Did Dan call me an upside down troll or troll doll? He popped my picture up there, and for some reason I tried to click and I dropped the screen when he said, and then I popped it back up. And I'm like, oh man. I mean, I'm not mad, just funny. But maybe nobody caught that. But
I didn't. Honestly, I was sad I didn't get an honorable mention for my beard pic I posted, so I was kind of wallowing in my own sorrows at that moment. Kaler's Aquatic said Dan's fish actually texted me this morning to be sure he didn't go too far with the grandma thing last night. I thought it was a hoot. Yeah, as I'm sure you know, Bob, it's all in good fun. And you are and always will be a very special person in the fish fam, and the very first person that I met, and you're much appreciated. I think Pam wants to know why the song I Am My Own Grandpa is going through. Yeah, we won't go there. We'll leave that for a little bit later in the late night. It's not quite that time of night.
I'm too nice to be a troll.
Right, yeah, you are.
Unless it's Jess, because I like to mess with her. And she's not here, so I can say that.
But yeah, I am. Oh yeah, Bob, it's a lot to live up to, but it's easy when it's true. So, you just have to do what you do, and there you go. You're setting a standard. Goodness, there are so many places I could digress to. Ed, do you have a topic? I've kind of steered the discussion tonight. You have anything you want to talk about?
Oh man, I'm open to talk about anything really.
Okay.
Let's see. Oh, there's. Okay. Well, oh, I've got a question for Pam. I asked last night in the stream, and maybe she's already no, she's still maybe there. There is a TV show called Man versus Bear. And I think that the bear they got is Brutus. And I was wondering if she could confirm that. And maybe she doesn't even know. But it's like people running against a bear to see who's faster, who's stronger.
Oh, wow.
But it really looked a lot like it was Brutus, but kind of brown bears all kind of look a little the same. But the enclosure and stuff kind of looked like what I thought too. So I don't know. Maybe Pam's already walked away. Oh, there she said it could be. He's been in several movies and stuff. See, I knew you said that, so I was like, oh, I'm hoping.
Hey, Coach, welcome to the stream. I appreciate you swinging by to check it out. Jaded Aquatics, if I missed you before. Oh, yep, Jaded, welcome. They want to know the story behind the red beard again. We've had some people that came in after that.
Every year, I grow it out for my Kansas City Chiefs, and as soon as they're knocked out of the playoffs, which is every year, I go back to normal, which is white. It gets whiter every year. When I originally started doing it, I used to have to bleach my beard, and now the bright red is just natural.
Yeah.
Or, well, not natural, but never mind.
Big J's, the red-tailed catfish is doing well. I'm about to set something else up for him. He is about that wide, maybe about that long. He's finally starting to get some of that red coloration coming in, but he is just turning into a bulldozer, which, of course, he's still a little teeny baby compared to what he'll get to. But he is definitely getting bigger. When I first got him, I was a little bit worried. I got him basically the day that he came in from the wholesaler, and he looked fairly emaciated. I wasn't sure if he was going to eat. He wound up having ick the next day, but he is super fat and healthy. Ed, did you have something?
Oh, Chewy said that I shouldn't complain because the Blues won, and he's totally right. So, pretty happy about the Blues. That's the St. Louis team that I support. I'm a Kansas City Royals fan also. So
Gotcha. See, I'm not into sports anymore. There come a whole bunch of thumbs downs, but years ago when I was working 2 full-time jobs, I didn't have time. And so I got away from sports and I never really got back into it because I had other hobbies / addictions that, took up all of my time. Jaded Aquatics, yes. Red-tailed catfish.
Night, Candy.
I have a good night, Candy. I appreciate you hanging out with us and modding. As always, I don't want you in here to work, but I appreciate you hanging out. And I know it's about impossible for you to be in a stream and not work, but thank you. Thank you very much. I hope you have a wonderful night. But Jaded, I have a small red-tail catfish. Big J's fish keeper. He has I think it's full grown. If not, it's getting up there. He's got a large one, an adult. So if you want to go check out his channel, I know I've seen it in some streams. I can't remember if he's got an actual video up or not. I watch several hundred videos a week. As part of the networking I'm doing. So it's hard to remember who has posted what and when, but Big J's, he is the man. He's got the adult version of my red-tailed cat. He's got the adult tiger shovel nose, which I also have back here in this tank. He has got the monsters. I have the baby monsters in the making. Let's see. Chewy LTD, considering my dad's best friend was the father of one of your captains, Chattanooga Ed. There you go. It's
very cool.
Yeah, absolutely, Jaded. Yeah, like I said, I don't. Yeah, Big J said he does have lots of videos on the cat. So go check that out. I am excited for when these guys get a little bit bigger, because I have, of course, the clown knives, which will get massive as well. Um, the Beischers are going to get pretty decent size. My ornates have almost passed up my Senegals that are in here, and when I got them, they were only right about 3 inches long. Um, but I'm looking forward to getting moved, getting my fish house set up, and getting the massive tank or pond for them. Make sure I didn't miss anything else first. Okay. Coach Play says, how do y'all soundproof your aquariums? Mine is a little loud. For me, I don't. I have probably 20 air pumps running, plus all the filters, a lot of sponge filters, so there's a lot of bubbling, a few hang-on backs, several sump systems, and there's a lot of sound, but I enjoy it. I really, really do. And it's funny, once you get used to it, you don't really hear it as much. But if something is off, you know it. Like I had the water level dropped. I had a filter get clogged on one of my sump systems, and the water started draining out into the floor. I couldn't hear it hitting the floor, but I could hear when the water level dropped enough where the pump went back in. I was like, that's not a typical splashing water sound. That's different. Ed, you can give a shoot. Yeah.
Yeah, I totally agree. I run mostly sponge filters now. But Rack, if he's still here, he gave me a great tip. I won a canister filter with one of my videos that I did for the aquarium box. It was the same month as Rack. It was pretty cool.
Nice.
And he said, throw a pea in a. I've gone away from canister filters. I really hate them. It seemed like when I was a shop steward at my auto factory, I used to go out of town every so often for different things. And every time I did, something terrible would happen. That would be when they would bust. One day I came home and my 125 African cichlid tank, the sump, or not the sump, but the canister sprung a leak and shot all over my office. I had to tear the carpet up. It smelled like, dead fish everywhere as soon as I walked into my house. But I won that canister filter, and Rack said, put a piece of carpet under that thing, and I can't hear it whatsoever.
That's a good tip. Good pro tip from Rack there, River Life. Thank you for sharing that. I don't know why I didn't think of that. Now, I do have like some little things I do. Like a lot of my tanks, I'll have the air pumps hanging, so I don't have to worry about check valves because they're above the water line. So in cases like that, I'll take like an extra piece of sponge filter or something like that and lay it between the air pump that's hanging and whatever it's laying against. Pam, of course, said she doesn't soundproof aquarium. She just runs to the bathroom constantly. I thought that was from the coffee, but I guess the aquariums contribute. Zen Ginger is trying to be mod of the year over here. She's doing an amazing job. And no, I didn't give her a cheat sheet. She is just absolutely killing it. For those of you that have it, Zen Ginger doesn't actually have any content, but she's almost to 100 subscribers. So if you're not subscribed to her, go subscribe. Her kids think it is absolutely amazing. She's a YouTube star and she has no videos. So let's get her to 100. I think that's her goal right now, to impress her kids. So let's see if we can do that for her. Try and help her out, show some support for everything she's doing. You wanna take a question? I keep I'm used to being by myself, but it's.
Oh, you're doing great. I'm more than happy to take any questions, though.
Yeah, I think
I'm new at this, guys.
Gotcha. Jaded Aquatics right below Zen Ginger's cheat sheet had one, or had a comment at least.
I don't know what.
Gotcha.
I'll hunt it down, but I'll go back. You were talking about your red tail catfish.
Yeah.
And I've never had a red tail, but I had a channel cat back in high school. And I was like, I'm kind of addictive, and all my friends in high school, I had fish tanks, and they would like come to my house, and so they would have to have fish tanks. And one of my buddies, he was a rich one. He had a dad that was a lawyer. He got this gigantic fish tank, but he went to the fish store, bought some fish, but he didn't know that he couldn't. That was before we did chemical drops and stuff. At least I just never did the tap instant water stuff.
Right.
We always set our water out and let it soak. So I said, dude, you can't put your fish directly into that thing. And so he brought him over to my house, and he brought a little baby channel cat. I mean, it wasn't even a half inch. It was so small. I didn't even know it was a channel cat, And he said, what can I do? Can I just put them in your tank? And I said, sure. And about 3 months later, there was nothing left in my tank.
Oh, wow.
That thing got to 18 inches. It was, oh, man.
Yeah, that's definitely one that will surprise you if you don't know what you're getting into when you get it.
They grow so fast.
Yeah.
And I love community tanks. Maybe it's because my dad was a guppy guy too. But
right.
I've done African cichlids, but that was I never planned on doing African cichlids. I did that because I was going to get a fish tank on Craigslist, and they were all in a bucket, and they just had them sitting there. It's like, okay, now I have African cichlids, and this African cichlids are actually a lot of fun. But I might do a tank again later. I'm going to be building a fish room, and I plan on doing one side all shrimp, because my goal is to try to win something at one of the aquashellas with shrimp.
Absolutely.
Eventually.
Awesome.
And then the other side is going to be all guppies, and then maybe just fun stuff on the ends.
Oh, man.
I plan on putting a lazy boy with a spin on it so I can just look at all my.
Absolutely. I would never want to leave that chair.
Yeah, but if I ever, I would love to be like Doug Gray someday and like really know everything and have tons of guppies. Right. So I'll set it up so I can put a row down the middle someday also if I want. It's going to be about a 14 by 14 room.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing how that progresses. I'm going to grab a couple of these real quick so I can make sure we don't get way behind. Jaded Aquatics, see, you guys are making me want to do some monsters in my 125. So far, as a planet tank guy, I've stayed away, but that side of the hobby is intriguing. Absolutely. Without going too far into it, the last time I was in the hobby, my primary focus was monster fish. I had a full outdoor swimming pool set up with, the massive pacu or pacu, however you prefer to pronounce it. A 120 was my kind of smallest tank at that point. I had several thousand gallons the last time I was in the hobby. And this time I came back and got into a different focus with breeding and smaller things. But monster fish can definitely be addictive once you get into them. The coach play said, so maybe I need a buffer for my mic when I stream, because sometimes you can hear my tank in the background and I don't hear y'all's. My mic is not a fancy mic. And even before this little setup that I added to it, I hadn't had issues. I think part of it is I will give StreamYard credit. I think they've got some filtering going on there that's helping with that. But I also don't seem to have a lot of issues when I am streaming on OBS, which is where I'm normally at. And I think, Ed, you're just on your laptop mic, if I'm not mistaken, right?
Yep. I'm just first time I ever did anything. So I tried to buy a little, what are those little cameras called? I tried to buy an extra camera so I could put it on other fish tanks for this live stream, and the cable they gave me was only 2 foot long. So
that's a problem.
I plan on, once I build my fish room, I'd like to have a bunch of Bluetooth cameras on different things, so I can just push a button, and if I'm ever in a situation like this again, I can just pop them and go.
Absolutely.
And I'm actually in the hallway right now. All my fish room is all in a basement and our fish tanks. And so you come down the stairs, and I've got a 55 tall. It's like a giant square. It makes some noise, but then my 200 makes no noise. And then Bob's awesome tank doesn't make any noise either. So I guess I'm in a pretty quiet area, really.
Yeah, which I've got a significant amount of background noise behind me, but it's not as much as this is the office in terms of labeling them, because it's a lot easier to tell her, Miss Fever, or the kids, hey, this is in the fish room, which is in the other room, and this is in the office. The office is not quite as bad. The fish room is a lot noisier. And this is not necessarily to plug it, but if you listened or watched my video earlier with the fry, I didn't do any background noise cancellation, and I used the same mic on both. And you can kind of hear a difference in the background in terms of the water when I'm showing the plecos versus the guppies. Okay, now the chat's moving again. Let me see. There was something. Coach, I appreciate you stopping by very much. It's a pleasure to have you in here. What was it? Oh, Multi-Tank Addiction said he tops his tanks off to quiet the sound down. I don't have tops. This is something Ed and I have talked about in terms of me getting with him to make some tops. I don't have tops on a lot of my stuff, so I do get a lot of evap. And that definitely does contribute to the noise. Let's see. Shelby Ray says we only need 2 more subs for Zen Ginger. Anybody not subbed to Zen Ginger, go check her out for me. This is so weird. This is my first time using a mouse with my laptop. I just plugged it in earlier when I found it, and I was like, hey. Zen Ginger says she's fame-ish to her kids. Yeah, my youngest one, he's 6. He asks me every day how many subscribers I have and explains to me what I have to do to get a gold play button. So I can totally
play.
Yeah, and I already know if I got a gold play button, it would disappear into his safe.
You're only 1 million away.
Yeah. So let's see. Chris, I give my mods a cheat sheet because I recommend so many videos and channels. Yeah, I should probably get into something like that. Usually on my streams, though, there's not a whole lot of quote-unquote modding, and they just kind of throw up whatever they feel like throwing up when they feel like throwing it up, and I just kind of talk until people get sick of listening to me. But that may not be a bad idea for this more structured stream going forward.
Jay Jr., that's what I use right there. Like I don't know if you can see the top of my tank.
Yeah, that's that. What, polycarbonate? Something.
Yep.
Yeah, that's
great.
I want to get down to you one day. Besides all the fun fish stuff and hanging out, so that I can take advantage of your saw, since I don't have the setup to cut it properly.
Sure. No problem. I've got a table saw, so that's one thing I'm good at. I can cut that up.
Alien World, you're probably already gone, but good night. I scrolled back up and then the chat ran away from me. We need one more sub. I'm going to assume that Pam posted Zen Gingers. Let's see. That. Zen Ginger got 100. All right. Congratulations. I'm glad we were able to get somebody's goal now. So you can show that to the kids so that you can continue to be famous. So congratulations. You deserve it. You earned it with your awesome mod skills. You've definitely been hanging around Candy enough because you have been on top of it. And like you said, without a cheat sheet. Let's see. So one thing I do want to mention real quick. I am part of what I'm doing, and this is part of how I've grown, is making myself available on every possible platform with any type of organic reach. And without going into all the stuff behind that and getting away from the fish stuff and, pulling a John and people in the chat going, talk about the fish. One of the things that I'm doing is a text community. I had an extra phone that I pay a bill for anyways. So the kind of premise behind it is, say you have an emergency, something's going on with your fish, nobody's live streaming, maybe you don't have somebody knowledgeable, and this is not me saying I'm necessarily knowledgeable, but maybe you don't have access to a good source of information. I set this up so that you could, send a text to say, hey, this has happened, or, alerts, things like that. And then if I don't have the answer, I've got the other people that are in that community that we can reach out to so that we could try and resolve issues potentially, aside from just having a decent social network. So I'm going to put this in here. It is also on the website. What's the disclaimer? All standard text message rates apply. You all know the legal drill. Bob, no stickball pictures, please. So if any of you all would like to do that, I've not actually sent anything out, so I'm not going to spam anything, but it's just another way to kind of grow the community around. Looks like Zen is at 102 now. And Jay Jr. said you want the dual wall polycarbonate better than the thin sheets. Yeah, I think the only thing that I saw, and correct me if I'm wrong, I think it was Jadron Aquatics, Jason, that did the video on it, was talking about taking some silicone along the edges of it to keep algae from growing inside of the, not perforations. I can't think of what it's called right now. So that may be something to look into.
I've never done it. I was planning on doing it, but I just don't worry about it. I mean, some water gets in there, but I haven't had any algae get in it,
right,
on any of my tanks. So, I mean, but you can still do it. If I want to read something, I got to put the reading glasses on. But if I want to see, I have to look over.
Yeah, if I took mine off, I would not be doing very well. I could kind of make it out, but it wouldn't be working well for me. How many? See, I'm not even on the. Oh wow, we are at 38 likes. I think that is the most likes. And if this is accurate, it says we've still got 24 people watching. Thank you all very much. 2 a.m. at
Nola Jane's here.
Yeah. Hey, not Nola. I thought I saw somebody else come in. Let me and see. This is where I'm used to having my separate screen up here that I'm looking at my chat on. Let me pull this window back out. All right. Rack, I appreciate you hanging out with us. I figured you would have been in bed by now. You're and again, guys, I don't mean to keep anybody up late. I don't want anybody to feel obligated to hang out. We are glad to have you here. But don't feel obliged just because we're still talking, because like I said, this looking like it's going to turn into a 54 punchy style stream. Yes, corrugations. Thank you. And I don't know why I couldn't, because I talk about corrugated. We've got some corrugated plastic signs. They're actually like the big Coca-Cola signs you see on the street lights and stuff outside of stores with the sales on them. They usually just leave those behind. I work in retail. And a lot of times they don't want to deal with them, so they just leave them and be like, throw it in the trash. And so I've got some of that corrugated plastic that it's not polycarbonate, but still would be decent for something that I didn't need to get light through. Mm-hmm. Let's see.
Yeah, we have that at all the hardware stores in Missouri have it, but when I moved down here to the south, they didn't even have it at the Home Depot. I had to order it, and then they started carrying it afterwards. But the Lowe's in town, they said it didn't even exist. And I said, could you come here? And in their own greenhouse, that's what they have their roof made out of.
Right.
So, but I don't know if in the South, they can get away with cheaper stuff for their greenhouses or something.
Right.
But it's just not huge down here. But go up north, and I had no problems. But now it's here, so that's good.
Absolutely. So Chris Multi-Tank Addiction said, I have that stuff on my 300-gallon, referring to the polycarbonate, I'm sure, and have never had algae grow in it. So yeah, see, and I've not had personal experience. I just know I've heard a couple people talk about the moisture gets in there and a lot of light causing algae growth, but that's good to know that it's not a huge problem. And then Rack River Life says, I did a DIY video on the polycarbonate and included a feeding port I learned when keeping poison dart frogs. Very handy. Yeah, if anybody wants to throw Rack's, and I can't believe I've missed that. If I may use Rack's statement here, I forget things. I can't believe Rack does not have a blue name. If anybody can grab that link maybe for River Life, which Zen's probably already posted at this point. I'm not at the bottom of the chat. That's awesome. I'm going to have to check that out. River Life, I appreciate that very, very much. Yes, it is 2 a.m. for us also. I know we've got people that are behind us in the time zones, and we've got some people that are hanging in with us. And again, thank you much to all of you. Let's see, Not Nola Jane asking about Melvin's birthday. Aquaballs is in here. Somehow I missed that. Hey, Aquaballs. Glad to have you. Welcome to the stream. Diana, I missed, but go ahead, Ed.
Earlier, somebody was saying how the aqua scene, the fish scene is in Tennessee. And we started talking a little bit about clubs and stuff, but we have so many great people in Tennessee. It's amazing. We have Ginger in Nashville. We have Sean Peck, Rack, all in Knoxville, and then Bob's here in Chattanooga.
Yep.
And I'm sure there's more, and I'm forgetting people, but it's really neat that there's so many cool people. Now, Otter Creek, he's probably Kentucky though, right?
I don't know, honestly.
He might be Kentucky, but I'm from the north, so I can claim him.
Right.
Tennessee guy.
Let me grab this real quick. Chris Multi-Tank Addiction, I believe it was, asked if I had any rice fish. No, I do not. I do have some locally collected mosquito fish. They have bred a couple times. That I had them in the video. That's actually, I figured out after I filmed the video, and I didn't want to go back and re-edit. The locally collected live bearers are the Gambusia. It's 2 a.m. I'm going to screw that up, but I believe they are the Finis, the not quite so typical kind. From what I can tell on the markings with the little black dot under their eye and the body pattern, which of course you can't even see in the video because they all want to hide. The first generation was collected. I have one or two from the second generation, and then I think one left that's also second generation, but from another drop. JJ,
rice fish someday.
What's
I'm
that?
going to get some of Pam's Daisy rice fish.
Oh yes, yeah. There are
the
a lot of
rice fish in the world.
Yeah, there are a lot of people's fish that I need to get to next year. I'm kind of trying to focus finances towards support, if you will, like the calendars and the art and things like that, versus the fish. Not that that wouldn't support, but you get what I'm saying. Trying to focus financially on certain aspects and kind of hold off on things that are like, oh, I'd rather buy this fish. Jay Jr. said you can also customize polycarp tops like River said, a feeding port for one. Another is to cut a small hole or more near the back, insert rubber grommet so that your airlines won't get snagged. That's a good idea. Gonna have to rely on Zen Ginger. Chris, multi-tank addiction is not on his PC. That's right. He's probably on the big screen. Either that or he's laying down and he's on the phone. Okay. And then Bob's saying that Lucas lived in Tennessee when he was a kid. Yeah, Lucas isn't really that far from us.
Not at all. I've thought about joining their fish club, actually.
That would be awesome.
It's almost directly north, 5-hour drive. And I was like, you know what? That'd give me something to do once a month.
Yeah.
I'd drive up there and then come back. It was either that. There's also a really good club in Cincinnati that I was thinking about doing, Cincinnati or the Indy one.
Right. Absolutely. And that's one thing I'm kind of I've got a good relationship with one of the LFSs here in town. And he's kind of working on trying to get a freshwater club going. So I want to give that a chance. But if that doesn't take off and turn into something, I really want to get something started. And this is the part of me that comes into play where people think I'm big-headed and arrogant. And really, it's just I'm driven and focused and can see a plan. I don't see why, with time, given, like you said, the community base of the fish tubers that we have here, I don't see why we couldn't have an Aquashella type event at the Expo Center. You know, I mean, there's really not anything that happens in this area, and we've got enough people of notoriety, if you will, or people that are up and coming. I don't consider myself a person of notoriety, just a disclaimer there. I wasn't claiming that. But that was kind of a long-term goal I had, was like, look, we can...
Well, I'm hoping that the aquatic experience moves out of New York. Nothing personal to New York folks, but it's just so expensive. The traffic's terrible. It used to be in Chicago, maybe Houston or Denver, you know, rotated a little bit more, maybe eventually in Atlanta. That would be awesome. So, but I hope that they start to move it around a little bit.
Yeah. It's just, I think if they don't put something nearby, that we could develop something nearby in the next, few years, possibly. It's kind of one of those like 5-year goal type of things.
Sure.
And get just, that's a long way away. And Texas is a long way away, and that's not going to stop me from going. But I think that there are a lot of people that won't go to those places that are close to this area that would love to have something like that happen. Let's see. Not Nola Jane said Otter Creek is in Indiana.
Yep.
And yeah, Oddball Aquatic.
Got a whole list of good people,
LRB. I don't know how I jumped over that before.
And she's from Indy also.
Yeah, Chris is going to bed. Chris, Multi-Tank Addiction, I really appreciate you. Anybody that has not checked Chris out and somehow not subscribe to him, I would encourage you to go check him out. He is a wonderful individual and does a phenomenal stream, a lot fancier than what I do even when I'm on OBS. So go see what he's doing, and if you like it, smash that red button and ding his bell for him. Let's see. Jaded Aquatics said, I'd be interested in that. I'm in Northern MS, Memphis / South Haven all the time, and a Nashville Southern Area Fish Club would be awesome. Yeah, I think there's definitely enough involvement, and I have found countless people in the oddest places that are into fish tanks. There's, if we had a place for the community to gather, I think that they would do it. But right now it's pretty much, there's a saltwater club, and then there's a bunch of freshwater fish keepers that just kind of bump into each other at the local fish stores. Kaler's Aquatics says, Susan, Rick, and I talked about doing something with Aquarium Knoxville like that, as they have all the big vendor contacts. Yeah, and see, that's where you bigger players in the game come into play there. I'm just a little guy hanging out here. I don't have the connections or the notoriety, but by God, I'm working on it. And that's one of the things that I guess people didn't realize when I'm like, no, when I started the channel, I said, look, I started it September 9th. My birthday is July. I said, I will be monetized by July. And it's not the fact of bringing the money in. It's the fact that once you hit that status point, A, your channel grows a lot quicker, and B, a lot of opportunities present themselves. People are a lot more likely to listen to someone. Peck Tech does, and his daughter used to work at Aquarium also. She's been in a couple of his videos. She's not there anymore. But yeah, I don't know how I want to phrase that, or if I even want to open that can of worms. I enjoy Aquarium. It's a phenomenal store. I personally have had better luck elsewhere. Nothing against Aquarium. It's just not. They've never been friendly to me in a way that would in any way encourage me to even attempt talking to them about something like that. Whereas I could text the owner of the other local fish store, and things like that. So that's part of why I don't have that in, if you will, with Aquarium and with that group of people. So it's not an avenue that I've been able to pursue. But yeah, absolutely. Bob, if you work something out like that, I will support it in any way possible. Shelby Ray said that she would definitely go if there was a big fish event in Tennessee or Atlanta. Atlanta, Tennessee, Florida. So much easier to get to from North Carolina. Oh, yeah. Hey, Rena. Let's see. Zen Ginger said, Florida, I'm out. Too many Florida men doing crazy stuff on the news. Yeah, I mean, I am a Florida man. I was born and raised there. That's very offensive, Ginger. Very offensive. Bob, I don't disagree with you. It is definitely about the vendors they have access to. I've seen some of Sean's videos, and looks like River Life found that video link there. Again, I don't disagree with you one bit, and they definitely have the bigger structure at this point. I hate this conversation only because I don't want to say anything bad about any location. I have my preference. I've been treated better by a certain place, so that's where I prefer to work with. But that's not to say that other people haven't had good experiences there. I just don't. So that's I don't disagree with you at all. I just, again, I don't have that avenue to pursue, or that in, if you will. It's great. If I had the connection or people with the connection, that would be amazing. But I have a connection with, an individual that owns an aquarium shop and another aquatics business that's been around in town for quite some time. To where I can actually talk to him. I can send him a text and say, hey, what do you think about this? I can walk into his store and say, hey, let me talk to you about Project Piaba, and he'll sit there and listen, and we can discuss things. So that's why I lean more towards where I do. Rack, you are more than welcome. No work is required of you, sir, but you definitely deserve to have it, just simply for the honor of having it. But that's why I pursue the avenue I pursue. I've got somebody that has means and motivation to do things, and values my input versus talking down to me. So I hate being treated rudely. And Ed, I think you were there the one time it happened when they're arguing with me about what's on sale, and they've got a sign saying it's on sale. But they're like, that's not on sale. And I'm like, one, I work retail. Two, I was a regional retail trainer. You have a sign that says it's on sale. Don't tell me that it's not on sale. So that frustrated me to no end, given my professional background, if you will. But let's see. I don't know. Oh, Zen is whatevering me for the offensive Florida man comment. Kaler's Aquatics Bob says, Rick, stop keeping fish. Susan has a lot going on, and I can't take something that big on. I am still shelter director at the Ark, and that's 7 days a week. Absolutely. And I don't expect you to, and I'm not asking anybody to do that. I don't how do I say, I don't expect help from anybody just because I don't feel that I'm entitled to or deserve anything from anyone. I just want to keep building as much of a network as I can with as many resources as I can. I just want to help people. I want to help people. That's part of why I started the channel. Was I would get questions all the time from people. They'd find out I had fish and they go, "Oh, well, how do I do this? How do I do that?" And I'm like, "Well, if I start a channel, then I can direct people there and I can address things." And then I realized the potential growth from there, and I got into this Gary V thing, and it really got me motivated into moving into doing something that I love versus doing something I hate for more money. So I was like, can I actually make this something that's viable? And I looked at it and I was like, if I put the right amount of work in the right way, I can do something that I love and enjoy life with less money. So that's kind of my goal, if you will. Now the chat's moving again.
Bob said he got some glasses like mine. Did they cost you $2?
Very
These
nice.
are my painting glasses, but I can't. They're also great for reading. So.
Also got a filling and a truck, covers it all. Yeah, Bob, they're you may have some other stuff coming for your birthday, and that's all I'll say about that. Stay tuned for details. I think Bob turned what, 29 this year? Yeah, I'm pretty sure he turned 29 this year. He's, living the dream right now. Yeah, I saw something about a December 10th birthday. Happy early birthday to whomever it was. Yeah, I know you had mentioned that, Bob. I didn't want to bring that up because A, it wasn't my business to bring up, and B, I have never met the man. I've not had the honor of meeting very many people. I've met you and Ed, and that is it, which is not complaining at all. I love that I met you guys, but I don't have that connection. But yeah, that's one of those things. Like I was kind of talking to Ed earlier. If I didn't have to work 6 days, which right now I'm working 7 days a week, multiple shifts, if I didn't have to put in 50 to 80 hours a week at work, and I had the time to do something like that, I would absolutely 100% love to spearhead an operation like that, try and get things rolling, which is kind of part of why, again, leaning towards the LFS that I'm acquainted with. I'm trying to get them on the Project Piava train. They've got some other things in motion, things like Segrist that you help directing that. So Bob said born in 29. Yeah. So that's one thing that I can kind of try and do at the level of what we call influence at this point that I'm at, is trying to get them to join the Project Piava mission. So that's my goal right now, for my helping the hobby and the community. And then of course things like, the networking, helping people grow. I think that's wonderful. And it's funny that all this happened this week, because Ed can tell you last week I texted him and I told him, I was like, look, I'm not ranting, but I just want to point out the fact that there's not nearly as much networking and shouting each other out as there is in a lot of other communities. And then not long after that, the networking seemed to improve or open up more, if you will. And I think that's wonderful, because we're all in this because we love it, so the more support we can give each other, the better.
You know, if every club has like an agenda, so if the Knoxville club that would start would have an agenda, you know, that's Piaba would be a great thing to do, and maybe you'd be able to force Rack to show up, and that would be good.
Absolutely.
And I've talked to Sean Peck, and he said if we get one going in Knoxville, he would go too. So,
Yeah,
you know, he says that everybody asks him to run it, and he just doesn't have time to run it. I'm sure Rack is super busy too.
yeah,
You know, but just having cool guys like that showing up is pretty neat, just so people can ask him things and talk to him.
oh yeah,
You know,
absolutely.
Let's had Gary Lang. You know, you could talk to him and ask him anything, which was pretty cool.
Yeah, well, and that's one of the things. I didn't mention any names or make any promises, but in talking to the owner of the LFS down the road from me, I was like, look, there is not another licensed Project Piaba store on the website in Tennessee. At the time, there wasn't one in Kentucky. There wasn't one for several hundred miles, which may have changed since then. I'm like, I'm pretty sure there's one or two bigger channels that would swing by and do a video here and shout you out if you were on the Project Piaba thing. Again, I didn't mention any names or promise anything, but I'm sure, you know, if Rack found out that we had a local Tennessee Project Piaba affiliate store and it was the only one in the state, that sooner or later he'd work his way down there and check that place out. Let's see, Kaler's.
I'd do my best to try to get Bob to go too.
Yeah. Okay, Bob doesn't look day over 87, says Engender. Gotcha. Yeah. Oh, see, Zen is getting mean. But yeah, I just want to help. I mean, I love my fish. You know, at one point, my goal was to go for a PhD in marine biology. That's how much I love my fish. And being from Florida on the beach, you know, had like friends of the family down there that could help me in the field. And then I met Miss Fever, and at the time, she'd never left Tennessee, or she had never been down to the ocean in Florida. She wasn't going to move from here. It just was not going to happen. So I strayed away from that educational path and did other things because I didn't see a point at the time of getting a PhD in marine biology to, you know, work at Ripley's or things like that. You know, my passion was I wanted to be in the ocean. And then, of course, years later, we take a vacation. She's like, when can we move down here? But that's a whole nother story. But it's always been something I loved. I found out, and I didn't realize it was an actual memory, but I always had this kind of it seemed more like a dream stuck in my head of being a kid and having like fish tanks all around. And then I was talking to my mom, which my father had passed away many, many years ago at this point. And it turns out my dad did have a little pet shop when I was a kid, little fish store set up. Cool. And I was like, you know, so that was a memory. That was, you know, something else that, you know, is kind of driving the passion. So if there, and this is to anybody in the chat, if there's ever anything that I can do to help facilitate anybody's channel or a good cause, please let me know. I'm nothing special, but you know, if there's something I can do, let me know, and I'll be happy to help out in any way I can. Whether it be trying to help you grow or video content for you. If I can do it, I'll do it. Now I digress and I'm rambling again. Again, I'm not used to having somebody else here, so I'm used to filling that silent void with my own voice and just jumping to the next thing. But here's what I'm going to do. If you're okay with it, Ed, I'd like to give you the spotlight for a couple minutes. And I will be right back. I think I heard my little one wandering around. He's probably trying to turn on YouTube in the living room. So I'm going to, I know there's a way to do it. Nope, I'm not going to push that. So here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to leave it just like that so I don't break it. Because I know there's a way to make you the main person, but I'm not going to ruin it. So, Ed, sir, you have the spotlight, and I will be right back. Jeremy, I think we're still live. I hope we are. I didn't actually push any buttons. Yep. Okay. Yep. We're good. All right. It's all yours, Ed. I will be right back.
Okay, well, I've never just talked. But like James was saying, he wished that he would have went by marine biology. I was the same way. But I was a guy in the middle of the country in the heartland. So I went to college not to do marine biology, but I went for cartography, map making, and then I also took photography and arts, and I ended up getting my BA in arts. But now I look back and wish that I would have done the marine biology, and I would have just done freshwater. I never thought that was something. And, I would have loved to have just worked in one of the trout farms in Branson, Missouri, and that would have been awesome. But a little bit about me. I don't know. I could tell you more about me, too. I owned a photo studio for about 8 years. I did mostly weddings. I've shot over 250 weddings. Might be closer to 300 now. Shot high school seniors. I did all sorts of stuff. The problem was I just was too busy. I worked nonstop. I just felt like I needed something different. So I had an opportunity to go on and work for the UAW. And the UAW is huge in St. Louis. Good job. Went to work the UAW. A few years later, I became a shop steward. I did that for almost 13 years as a shop steward. Had a lot of fun there. I built my own house in Missouri, and I built it in the idea. I had an 1,800 square foot basement that was going to be just one massive fish room. That was always my dream. And then I hurt my back real bad and had to sell it and move down here, but I don't regret any of it. I enjoy it all. And Pam says she's always wanted to be an artist. With her skills, I can't blame her. I wish I had her skills. I try. I like to sculpt. I'm going to get a kiln, I think, this summer so I can do a little bit of my own kiln, my own sculpting and whatnot. And then I do a little bit of painting, photography. Yeah, I had my own dark room that I could print 20 by 24 photos, but all that is like antiques now with digital. It's crazy. I got out of photography before digital came out. And Pam says, practice, practice, practice. It still takes a lot of natural born skill too. I know I can make pleco case. My dream though is, and I'll make some, but I want to make shrimp hides. And if I'm getting down south. If we start doing some type of a fish club in Knoxville, my goal is to do one of the monthly deals, and I want everybody to make a fish hide or a shrimp hide, and then I'll go and cook them and bring them back the next month. And I think it'd be awesome. I think that'd be a lot of fun. Now, I know I've never been to a fish club that did arts and crafts, but I don't care. It'd be fun, and I think everybody would enjoy it. She says, shrimp, what? Okay. I don't know if you've seen them. Corey has like a little one that looks like half of a wiffle ball. But I've seen like one artist make them, and it's just kind of a blob of clay where they put holes through it, and the shrimp just like love to get in there and hide in all the holes, and they make babies, and it's awesome. And so I would love to make those, and I've got a good idea. And I don't know, some people have never made clay in their life, but I'll totally show them how to do it, and it'd be fun, totally. So for everybody that would want to join the Knoxville Fish Club eventually someday, plan on that as one of the meetings. Okay, now, I don't know what people are saying because I can't read and talk at the same time. I'll take over.
Bob was saying that you had taken over. I was saying I'm glad. So Ed and I had already talked about this, so I'm not springing anything new on him. What I would like to do is make this an all the time thing versus just having him on tonight as a special guest. If Ed is still willing to do so, I would like it to be the Nocturnal feeding with Ed and Fish Room Fever.
I'm having a blast. I'm having a lot of fun. So even though I might be boring the people to half to death, but oh well.
I mean, most of the people in here, will sit up and listen to Pam, so I think we're good,
Yeah.
I'm just kidding, Pam. We love you.
I had a mug and my cat broke it at the very beginning. I don't know if you guys heard the smash. That was my cat knocking my mug on the floor. So I have to get a new mug for Pam.
There you go. So if this is where I start digressing on things when I'm by myself, usually, is there any interest whatsoever in any quick pointers on optimizing your channel for growth? If not, we'll leave that for another thing. I've got a video planned. But I do have a couple of basic tips that I see not a lot of people do that can really help you out.
Are you talking to me in general?
Well, anybody. I want to see if the chat is interested. If they're
okay. I saw Aquaballs was saying hi to someone, and I was starting to read it. But totally, whatever theme you want to go with, I'm cool with. If that helps. James just go. Did everybody just go link dead? Maybe I'm just link dead. I see me talking. So one of us is not connected. Okay. They hear me, but not James. Well, that's cool. So I get to choose the topic instead. Well, he was talking about ways to grow, and that's awesome. That's his thing, and he knows how to do that. I'm more here just to have fun and have a good time. And so I'm not pushing for nobody needs to sign up for me. I just have fun. Like, I don't know. I was looking forward to my last stream was the Corey stream where I dressed up like a pufferfish. I just like to be goofy. And I've meant to do others but lately I've just been kind of under the weather. Uh-oh. Oh, okay. The problem is now I'm going to be like John and reading everything from KG, but I won't get upset. Not that he gets upset. I think James is back.
I think my laptop overheated because my battery's good, so I'm going to unplug my laptop for the moment. Hopefully that will help with heat. I'm glad that it didn't kill the stream. That was an intentional test to see if the stream would continue running if my laptop crashed. That's what that was. It was purely intentional.
I just said a whole bunch of nothing while you were gone.
Well, you go ahead for a second because I'm going to grab a little mini fan I've got to blow underneath this thing just to keep that from happening again. But it's good to know that if that does crash out, even though I'm the host on StreamYard, it will keep going. So that was a good test.
Okay, well, was it Nola Jane? Somebody was talking about pleco caves. And I would totally be into making those things. I can pretty much make anything out of clay. And you see, like, I don't know if you guys watch a lot of Pam's stuff, but she's talked about how artists like to just give everything away free. I'm totally that guy too. When I had my photo studio, I had to hire people to do the money stuff because I always wanted to give my stuff, like if one of my things was I would do oil paintings over the photos, and that would take me a day to paint that thing over. And, I wanted to just give it away because I felt good that they liked it. But that's why you have to hire people to get the money for you. But I would be totally down with making Pleco caves or teaching people how to make them and mailing them or having everybody show up somewhere and we just make them away and then I could heat them up and then mail them to you. I'd be totally cool with that. But I don't know if I actually explained what the shrimp hide was. I was starting to talk about Corey had the little ball where the shrimp all go in there and then they feel secure and they have babies.
Yeah.
And I saw on one of Lucas's videos where I think it was the New England, it was one of the New England cichlid convention things that he went to. And he was like showing all the one guy's like an artist and makes tons of Pleco caves and stuff, but he had shrimp hides. And they almost looked like if a third grader made a pencil holder for their mom for Christmas. It's kind of like a pile of poop with a lot of holes. I looked at it and I was like, I'm in love with that. So I that's what I want to do is I just want to have fun, and make things like that. It'd be totally cool. And I can't read anything because I put on my glasses and then I won't be able to talk. So that's probably not good. Okay, Aquaballs just said, and I'd like to hear about it. Okay, cool. I can't read and talk. So
okay.
That's something I'm going to have to totally work on.
Sorry, ladies and gentlemen.
Oh.
There we go. Yes, I went into the unknowns in Ginger.
But yeah, you could make a shrimp hide look like anything. Lucas says a big pile of rocks is great for shrimp, and I totally agree. But I think a big pile of anything that they can hide in is great for shrimp. I keep shrimp in every single tank I have. I keep shrimp just because they're just amazingly cool little critters. I keep them in all my guppy tanks, and I have some pretty nice shrimp with my guppies. I don't mind, the shrimplets are going to get ate by some of the guppy fry, but that's awesome because then my guppy fry are hunting and eating some good stuff, and the shrimp will just mass produce well over whatever's eating them, as long as it's not big enough to eat the adults.
Yeah, absolutely. I have a lava rock in a lot of my tanks, not just in the sump parts, but in the actual tank, not just for the biological aspect, but for the hide aspect. You put it in, a big rubble pile pretty much for them to get into, like you're talking about.
And water sprite is crazy. They love water sprite. I've got a tank with like 500 molly fry, and I mean there are lots of molly adults, but I have like thousands of shrimp in there, and it's just all this stuff up here. I've got tons of that in that tank, and the shrimp are just going crazy. I don't hardly have any rocks at all in that tank. It's just anything that they can hide in, you're going to have millions of.
Oh, yeah.
Or a million guppy, or a million, well, guppies too, but shrimp.
Zen Ginger asked, you can't keep shrimp above like 76 degrees or so, right, Ed?
Well, if you do, their lifespan is going to be a lot shorter. They're going to mass produce, but I mean, over 76, like you're probably going to have maybe 2 years, a year and a half out of them, but they're going to produce like crazy too. They're going to grow faster. If you want big shrimp for aquashella and you don't have a lot of time, you raise the temperature in your tank and they're going to get bigger, but they're just not going to live as long.
Right.
So a cool temperature of 66 is great. I keep all my guppy tanks at about 75. I like my guppies as cold as possible. My dad, back in the 70s and 80s, he didn't have any heaters in his guppy tanks. And then people got tired of the guppies in the 80s, and all the breeders in America pretty much just stopped producing guppies, and they all went over to Asia where they were bred in really hot water and salt water. And now they're come back to us, and their temperatures are up. You have to, I wing them off the salt. It's a drag. But that's why it's so much better to buy homemade or homebred guppies.
Absolutely.
But my whole goal is to just keep the temperatures down.
Yeah, and you can. It's definitely better for them, like you said. But they'll tolerate the warmer water. My mutt guppy tank that a lot of you have seen, it runs 81 to 82, and the primary reason for that is it is in a system with the 40 breeder below it, and that 40 breeder below it is where my snowball colony is. And they are like a 78 to 86 range. They're a warmer one of a lot of the plecos. So 81 is like really good for the snowballs. But I've got the guppies up top, which are breeding like crazy. And then I've got bristlenose in the top. I'm hoping the hormones from the bristlenose mating up top will help trigger those snowballs down below. I don't know, because they're two different, species, if that will work. What the hormone indicators would be for snowballs versus the bristlenose, but it's a hope. But I've got like some tanks in the hallway that they get down to like 74 or so, and the guppies do just fine in that. So yeah, there's like a lot of things can tolerate a broad range, but there's usually a better point in that range, like you're saying.
She was actually asking about the shrimp, I think, in the temperatures.
Right.
And like, I keep, I've got one tank that is my Petco tail. It's small, and eventually someday I want to cross them with like some big Delta yellow guppies or something.
Yeah.
See if I can grow them bigger. But right now I've just got them. I've got them winged off of the salt completely, but I still keep them at about 80 degrees. Every time it just drops a little. They just stop eating. I can't. I've been trying to get them winged down, but in that tank that's at 80, I have a chocolate shrimp in there, and I mean they breed like crazy. They just have a shorter life.
Right. Absolutely. Yeah. And I've got shrimp in a lot of temperature ranges like that. I have, for the most part, I try and heat this end of the house to overall control the temperatures, but I do have certain tanks with some of the more delicate things, like the guppy / snowball setup. I do have a heater in it, because and that's part of the reason I'm having issues with the laptops. Is it's really warm in here. This end of the house stays hot because I've got most of the heat blowing here, and then I've got the lighting and everything. So the laptop is like, oh God, help me. I've got shrimp in a wide variety of things, and you can tell the difference, like you're saying, the warmer tanks where they pop out and produce a lot more babies a lot quicker. But the ones that are in the cooler tanks, I guess you could say, seem to be healthier. It seems like I get, and it may just be me, but it seems like I get a better coloration to them. Like they're just overall a little bit healthier, even though I'm not seeing any issues and things aren't dying off in the warmer temperatures.
Substrate has a lot to do with their color too. If you have a dark substrate, you'll get a lot brighter colors out of your shrimp. So all my shrimp I'm going to take to Aquashella will definitely be on black sand.
And that's a wonderful, wonderful point too. I've got like on my 10-gallon rack with the 16 tanks, all of those are spray painted black, and it's amazing the color difference you see when I've got things, even when they're still quarantining and they're not necessarily full color. they'll get some really amazing colors. And then if I move them to, like the lighter color pea gravel, when they start to kind of bleach out.
Yeah, like Rob at Flips Aquatics or Flips Shrimp or what?
Yeah, Flip Aquatics. Yeah.
Okay. Well, I've been watching him forever. And when he first started, he wanted to keep all of his substrate white because he wanted his shrimp to look their worse when you first got them. So if people would put them on a white substrate, they wouldn't say, "Hey, man, my shrimp color went down."
Yeah.
But I think, he's in the sales and stuff. If you look at his tanks now, I think he pretty much has dark substrates on everything. I think it makes sense. Just make them look as good as they possibly can. And if they start to die off, it's the person's not die off, but their color. Yeah. And if they put it on a white sand, it's their fault, I think. Yeah. And so I don't blame Rob at all for going to the dark sand, the dark substrates now.
Yeah. And I mean, you even have that same thing go on with, fish bleaching out their color. If you look at some of my first piranha videos versus now, you'll see that there is a slight difference because I've darkened the substrate some. And I hadn't really thought about it when I first did it, but I was looking at them, I was going, I remember, the piranha looking different. And then I'm like, duh, they're on this almost pure white pebble substrate. So I added a lot of brown pea gravel into it, and that helped to get them a little bit darker. If I were to go black, they would darken up some more. And of course, I'm sure there's part of that's going to have to do with light refracting and all of that wonderful stuff as well. But
as cool as James's piranhas are on video, when you go to his house, they are so much cooler. They are amazing, you guys. He has this log in there that he can't get to sink, but I think it's cool that it hasn't sunk because all the piranha are underneath the log that won't sink, and it's just so cool. And he had a live stream, and we were saying if we can get 100 likes, or he said if he could get 100 likes or 50 likes, he'd put his hand in there. And I said I'd put my hand in for 100. I was really hoping because I'd love to put my hand in there.
Right.
It'd be cool.
Well, you're welcome to after you sign some paperwork. Yeah, I've put my hand in there a couple times on live streams, and of course I'm in there all the time for maintenance and things. And that's even part of something that I'm working on for film, is I can get them into a quote unquote feeding frenzy, and then dive my hand right into the middle of them. And I have, knock on wood, yet to be bitten by them, because there are so many misconceptions based upon what people see in movies and TV shows and things. And you get people that say, well, this is the most boring fish I've ever had. And a lot of times it's because they don't have their tank set up for the fish to be happy. One of the biggest complaints you see from piranha owners or keepers is that their fish hide all the time. As most of you know that have watched my live streams, these guys rarely hide. I've got some that are, hanging out in their little home spot under the log and off to the side, which they're the less dominant ones. But right now I've got 16 of them that are out in that open area that's always on camera, and they're at different water levels within the tank, and they're doing their thing, and they're bumping into each other and moving around. It's really neat to watch them interact when you give them a habitat that is suited for them. So that would be my big thing. If anybody's thinking about getting piranha, take into consideration what that fish might encounter in the wild. And I know that my watercolor is not nearly as dark as what they would, but that's another reason I have that log, is it leaches a lot of tannins. And I've got duckweed growing on the top now to diffuse the lighting. And since I've done that and the duckweed has expanded, they're coming out even more than they were previously. So having the wood, the plants, open areas, concealed areas, tannined water, and diffused lighting, they are really, really happy. And I can walk right up to the tank and they don't spook and run off. In fact, depending upon what I am holding in my hand, if I have any type of fish food container, they recognize that and they start circling up towards the top. So that would be my piranha tip of the day. But go ahead. I know there's some things in chat. I saw it looked like you wanted to address.
Well, Zen Ginger said that she's could Good temperatures be happening to my guppies when she orders them. Every time she gets them UPS overnight, they act funny and then they die within 3 days, keeping the tanks at 78 to 79. The biggest thing is if you keep buying your guppies from the same guy, pick somebody different. If you're getting guppies from different people and they're still dying, I would find out where the guppies are coming from. Because, like, I can't get, like, my Petco ones I was talking about. I have a hard time getting box store guppies to survive because I don't want to add salt. But maybe if you're getting ones that might be from Asia or somewhere, they might want salt and heat. You know, and so I don't know what your pH is. They love hot, hard water. So I mean it's tough. I don't know. If you buy some guppies from Dan's Fish, I bet you they're going to live longer than 3 days.
Absolutely. I want to say, River Life, Rack, have a wonderful night. I appreciate you hanging out with us and supporting us. That means a lot to me. Thank you very much, brother. I hope you have a great night and get you some rest. Sorry, tell River Life we apologize for detaining you for so long. I feel bad for that. To your point, I agree 100%. The biggest issue I've had with guppies is recurring, basically getting them from the same place. They die and I get more from the same place, and then I have issues. I don't have, and this goes back to what you were talking about before, getting things from, breeders versus through the industry, homegrown, if you will, homebred. You tend to find a lot better fish quality, especially if you can find a local breeder, because chances are they probably have the same type of water that you do, so they're not getting shocked by that. But yeah, you're absolutely right. If it's the same people, try somebody else, and then if you still are having issues, it may be something in the tank.
Yeah, and even pet stores, like your local fish stores, they're guilty too. They get their fish from breeders that bring them straight in from Asia. I just had a story that Bob noticed it. Brand new pet store just moved into Hickson.
Let's say good night, Bob. Sorry, I mean cut you off, but I wanted to acknowledge Bob. Bob, I appreciate you if you could still hear us. I hope you have a wonderful night, and thank you for your support and your mod work. You get you some rest, sir.
Yep, night, Bob. I'm going to tell a story about him though. So I went there, and they had these awesome white, red, and yellow guppies, and they looked like my Kansas City Chiefs little jerseys.
Oh, nice.
I know. They only had the males, of course, because a lot of these breeders won't send the females. But I was going to just breed them with yellow ones that he had, yellow females, because you get about 80% of your color comes from your male. So I was going to try to breed that in one tank, and they just started dying. And Bob went the very next day, and he looked in that tank, and he said almost all of the guppies were falling over dead. And I really think that it was because of no marine salt. The pet store didn't use marine salt in there, or aquarium salt rather. And I didn't, I've got a lot of guppy grass in my tanks, and I mean, they all wiped out. I've got 15 fry. I mean, and they're getting pretty big, but you see, they were raised in normal water now. So,
right. Yeah, and that's one of the things, to your point, even a really good local fish store, sometimes they can't control it because their water parameters may be so drastic from the wholesaler or the importer that those guppies come in, and then they just completely get shocked by the water, even if that local fish store is really good with their fish. So I highly recommend, if you can find a local source, or at least someplace that is acclimating. I think that's a big factor. And I understand businesses don't really have the quote unquote time to do things like that, especially chain stores. But if I feel like if there was some better acclimation process in place in some of those stores. Kind of like where Seagrass has the special project Piaba set up in their warehouse. So when they import the Piaba fish, they can acclimate them better versus just shipping them over, dropping them in a completely different water. And also, you know, that helps. That helps a lot. Do you have something?
Oh, I was kind of Ginger said she wanted some of Doug Gray's Black Moscows. I'd love anything he has. I check Aquabit all the time for him, and I never see it. And then Bob gets them before me. It kills me. But there is a lot of good breeders, like Twin City Guppies. They're going to be good. There's another really good place you can order out of Minnesota. They're just a pet store, but they have amazing guppies. The Guppy Train, Guppy Factory. There's some really good ones out there that'll that I've ordered from that I've never had any of my guppies get sick and die. And like Chewy's saying, the strains are developed in saltwater, and they really are now. I mean, I was saying how I complained that we lost all of our guppies to Asia. Well, the guppies that my dad was raising in the 70s and the 80s aren't as beautiful and amazing as they are, like they've developed over there in Asia. So, yeah.
Well, and Chewy, forgive me for not bringing this up earlier. I've kind of been all over the place. It's been a long day. Of course, now Bob Kaler is gone, so we'll have to try and sucker him into this project another time. But I went to Chewy because I wanted to, I guess you could say, do something for him, since Chewy can't maintain his own tanks, and he unfortunately doesn't have any tanks, due to his health problems. I wanted to set up one of my tanks. So I went to him and I said, what would you do with a 20-gallon long? And I want him to pick the substrate, the plants, the filter, where the plant, basically send him videos and be like, hey, do you want this plant moved over 3 inches to the left? And basically set up an aquarium exactly how he would want it set up, with the stocking and everything that he would want in it, and maintain it and do video updates and all that stuff. And so Chewy, being Chewy, has a project that's well above my knowledge, which I'd sent you a little bit of information about the guppies, Ed, because I know you're a guppy guy and you would know better than me. But Chewy, if you want to type those in the chat, I don't recall the specific ones. And I'm sure, Ed, you'll know more about them. But that's a project I'm working on now, as I want to get a tank set up. Chewy's got a guppy breeding project in mind that he's wanting to try out for a strain. So I want to get that set up for him and try and do this breeding project that he has in mind and see how it turns out.
That'd be awesome.
And it would strictly be a Chewy tank. I would have no say in it. I would just maintain it and, go along with what he's wanting to do in it. Just kind of as a thank you to Chewy for everything he does. So there's what he's wanting to do. And I think I know at least one of those was a Doug Gray guppy, from what I'm remembering from our emails, Chewy, if not both of them. The magenta gene crossed with half black yellow leopards. Hey, Sushi, welcome.
That would be awesome. Like I say, Doug Gray's guppies are hard to get. Now, somebody said that I know that he's good people. He's helped me learn about a lot of the IFGA stuff. I don't want to ask him for fish.
Right.
I don't like to ask anybody for anything.
Yeah.
And so, other than help, on knowledge. So I kind of do it the hard way. I'm just going to wait for it to come up for sale, and I'm going to do it, that way.
Right. So apparently Bob has one of the strains, Bob Kaler, and Doug has the other strain. So, I don't, let me see how many people we got in here.
Hey, Sushi.
I'm going to need the help of the 17 people watching to convince Bob to sell me some guppies for Chewy. so that we can do this thing. And then I've got to get in contact with Doug Gray and buy the other strain because I think that would be cool. One, because I'm experimenting with guppies somewhat. I'm nowhere near as knowledgeable as you are, or like Chewy, but I'm having fun with it at this point, and I'm trying some different things. And like, I didn't actually know it until you mentioned it. You said like 80% of the coloration comes from the male, which makes perfect sense, but I didn't know the statistics on that. So things like that. And then
That's a general,
yeah.
normally
Yeah, but I mean, that's not something that I really thought a whole lot about. But I'm glad because I added a really purple. I don't want to say that it's a black Moscow. The guppies that I got were just from an assorted guppy shipment to the LFS, but they're pretty close to black Moscows. One of the fry popped out purple. Like if you hit it with the light, you can see a lot of purple in it. If it doesn't have the light on it, it's just black. So I'm adding that purple back into the strain because I want to get a really, really, really dark purple, almost to where you can't hardly tell it's purple. I think that would be fun. So that's like my little intro into actually trying to do a specific line breed. But I think doing what Chewy's got in mind with his guidance on, and that would be the other thing. I'd be like, hey, here, Chewy, here's a video conference. Tell me which guppies to pull out. All the way down to culling the ones he wants out of it. Griffin,
I wish I was I wish I was a fraction as smart as Chewy. He is amazing.
Yeah, and it's
so much. I wish I had his knowledge on things.
And it's on so many different subjects. I mean, every time a topic comes up, it's like Chewy has the database. Chewy is to knowledge what Candy is to modding. I mean, it's like as soon as you mention it, boom, Chewy's there. Sorry, that may have come across loud. Chewy's right there with that information.
If I had to make a trivia team out of anybody, he'd be on my team.
Yeah. Well, I don't want to be on the opposing team, so I'm going to be on there too. Okay, Griffin went to bed. I appreciate you, Griffin. Yep. I cannot believe the numbers I'm seeing: 42 likes and 17 watching. Thank you all very much. That means a lot to me. See, Ed, you helped boost my numbers. I haven't had that many likes on a stream before during a stream. If we can, and hey, I can do the Aquafunk thing. Come on, people, get your grandma in here. We just need 8 more likes so they'll share this thing out. But
that's a Corey thing too.
Yeah.
One time I had Corey on 4 different devices just to get him up to his number he wanted.
Yeah, that's what I should do. I should just log in real quick on all my accounts and get it to 50 likes.
I don't know if I've even liked it. I don't have I'm not looking at our YouTube screen.
Yeah, I pulled it up in a separate window so I could pull the chat, pop it out, and bring it up next to the StreamYard just because I like
have a little strip of the talk.
Yeah, see, I pulled the YouTube chat out and I put it over top of that StreamYard section just because I'm used to looking at it so I can read it a little bit better. But I appreciate you all, and of course, Ed, I appreciate you being on, and I'm glad that we're going to make this a regular thing. That's kind of part of why I didn't do on the thumbnail. I left the other side blank instead of putting Nocturnal Feeding with Fish Room Fever, because I was hoping that it would end up being with Chattanooga Ed and Fish Room Fever. So I'll go back and I'll edit that thumbnail, and I think this is going to be a good time every week.
Well, like I admit, people, I'm not a super smart guy. I just like fish and like talking and having fun. So that's it.
Yeah. I just pretend to be a super smart guy.
Well, you're doing an awesome job.
Well, my thing is I don't know everything, but I can generally find somebody that knows it for you. It's the resources I've found in life that are more important for me, at least, than the actual knowledge. As much as I'd love to remember everything, I don't.
Well, the one thing I want from you is to watch all of Haley's videos and get your Baishirs or Bashirs, whatever, however you call it, breeding, because I want one like Buddy.
Yeah, and
I don't
that's
know if you guys have noticed Buddy in the background. He is the world's greatest Baishir. I mean, he deserves the name Buddy as equal to Pam's awesome dog. He is equal in fish. I went there and that Baishir just back and forth in front of me, and he does it all the time. I love that fish.
Oh, now he's going to drop down to the bottom. He was following my finger, but it was off screen. Come on.
Earlier, when you smacked your hands, he was like, it looked like he was jumping out of the water right then.
Yeah.
It was nice timing.
But yeah, well, my plan there, I've got that 45 tall, which is not, it's basically like a 30 with the other 15 gallons just right on top of it, the same type of dimensions that way. Yeah, Buddy want a cookie. Yeah, Buddy want a cookie. Buddy want a cookie. Oh, there's.
Oh, you're probably making the poor guy bark right now because he's listening to Pam's.
So right there is the tiger shovel nose. Not that you can really actually. Let me do this real quick.
I saw him.
And there, yep, there he just went back behind me. That was.
I was actually with you when you bought him.
Yeah. Let me bring you back. These are my buddy cookies here.
Bob was with him too when he bought it. We had a fun day that day.
Yeah, we did.
We're actually like James and I are in the background of Bob's live stream. It's crazy to hear your own voice in the back of another person's video. The first YouTube video I was actually in, Bob was doing a live stream at one of the local pet stores, and I walked around Bob. It was before I'd ever met him, and I was like, geez, this guy's like hogging, because he was like leaning on the fish tank trying to figure out how to work his phone, and I'm like, I can't look at anything in this tank, and I walked all the way around him, and then I was like talking to the manager, and then I like watched the stream later, or the video later that night, and I hear myself talking in the background. It was so funny. And then I was like,
yeah.
oh, I was there.
That is funny. That is. But the plan is to move Buddy and his girlfriend over into that 45 tall for now until I get something else set up for them. That way they'll spawn, because I'm pretty sure they're not going to even bother spawning while they've got all these other fish in here with them. And then I also have another. The red tail was out, and I just scared it back. I have another Senegal, and then I have an albino. So I'm going to have 3 of the standard color Senegals and an albino to try and get breeding going there. And then I have the 3 ornates that I'm going to have separately to get them breeding. Yes, Big J's is absolutely right. Who was it? IMG Snap asked how big do Baisher get? Very easily over a foot depending upon species. If I'm not mistaken, I think the ornates get larger than the Senegals. And part of the reason I say that is because my ornates are almost bigger. Actually, I have one that is bigger than these. And I've only had them a couple months, and they started at like 3 inches when I got them. So I'm pretty sure that the ornates, if I had to guess, and I could Google it, but if I had to guess, I'm going to say 16, 18 inches just based off of current growth. But now I'm going to go Google it. And it may even be bigger than that, but I'd say that would be a minimum for them. Sure. Max size. Okay, yeah, see, ornate Baishers can grow upwards of 2 feet, but generally only grow to about 18 inches in the home aquarium. So, yeah, so good size fish. Senegals. can grow upwards of 18 inches in length in the wild, but generally only grow to about 12 inches in the home aquarium. Usually, the way that I keep my fish, I tend to get an average between the standard tank length and the standard wild length. At least I did in the past when I kept tanks years ago. Usually, my fish would get bigger than what they say the max tank size is, but they wouldn't get nearly as big as the wild size. So if I had to guess, they'll probably land somewhere in the middle there. Find my chat again. It seems that this ice pack is working well for my laptop. I am going to have to eventually invest in a desktop, but I don't have room for a desktop. Brad, hey, welcome. Glad to have you here. Select Pet, glad to see you in here.
This is so much better to be able to talk. I'm a terrible typer, and I type things, and my fingers do the wrong buttons half the time. And
right.
And I also, my C button on my keyboard, my cats have pulled off, so I have to really pound it. So normally if it's a word with a C and I type it, it doesn't come up.
Gotcha.
It's nice to be able to just talk.
Well, and one thing that I find myself doing, and you may find yourself doing the same thing, is I will try to have conversations while I'm watching other people's live streams, because I've gotten used to streaming and talking. So I'll hear the live streamers and they'll be like, and I'm like, no, and then I'm like, wait, nobody can hear me. I have to type it. So that's just a little quirk of mine, I guess.
Well, Pam will have to do that someday so we can hear more stories.
Well, and here's the other thing I will give to StreamYard. As much as I love OBS, and I do want to get like our show set up to where we could do it on OBS. You know, we could invite people up right now. So, you know, where you and I would typically host the show, we could have a guest on. So there could be, you know, 3 of us. So I think that would be something to look forward to. I've got a couple people that had already agreed to do live streams with me. But I wanted to have you on as my first official guest before I brought anybody else in.
Well, thank you so much. I really appreciate it.
Oh, absolutely. I appreciate you. I mean, you have you've been a good friend, and you were just cool and inviting, and that meant a lot to me, and it still does. But it was kind of when I was first joining the Fish Fam, you know, when I started the channel up is when I really joined it. I'd watched videos, and I'd been around on YouTube. But when I actually decided to make the channel, make the brand, and get into the community, it was appreciated the way you welcomed me in. So I just wanted to try and return the favor as best I could.
Oh. Like I say, I'm here just to have fun and meet people and have somebody to talk to. I love it. And I'm wearing my Peck Tech shirt. Sean Peck, I think, was the first guy that I ever talked to. He's such a nice guy.
Nice. Yeah, I'm still wanting to meet him. I'm looking forward to that. And of course, River Life. Like I would love to meet Rack. It's funny. I was going through videos last night or the night before. I think it was last night. And it was after I'd talked to Rack, and I came across somebody's video, and I wish I could think of who it was. I'll have to go back and find it, because they only have 8 subscribers at this point. And they only had 1 comment on their video, and it was from 2 years ago, and it was River Life. So, and he was like, hey, great video, new subscriber here. I'd appreciate you checking me out too. And it was just so funny to me, the whole little circle, that I just happened to end up on this little guy's page. He's got 7 subscribers before I hit the button. And the only comment is a 2-year-old he from the River Life. You know, it's just funny how the community works.
He's just he is a super positive, nice guy.
Yeah, he is. And that's the thing, is he's just, I mean, he's genuine. I mean, that's, and not to say that, you know, anybody else isn't, but you can't not love Rack, you know? I'm trying, I don't mean to be playing on my phone, but I'm actually trying to pull pull your page up to see what kind of movement we've done, sir.
James really wants me to become a big time person.
I do. I really do. I mean, you've got an awesome personality, and you're just a good guy overall. All right, so we've got Chattanooga Ed up to 151 subscribers at this point. So
I have no idea where I was.
You were at like 130-ish.
Holy cow.
Yeah, well, you got a lot after the Aquarium Co-op shout out.
Yeah.
Um,
And I just love Halloween. I dress up huge for every Halloween. Last year I was a banana slug, and I was planning on doing a banana slug thing. And then I was like, you know what? I think I'd rather do the Murphy. So that's what I did.
well, and I think that was.
And then
awesome.
I was like, oh, I got to make a video of this.
Yeah, absolutely.
I was a card shark 2 years ago. So yeah. But for Aquashella, I was thinking I might dress up as my banana slug or Murphy again, just to be goofy.
Very nice. Very nice. So I do want to give everybody 2, maybe 3 quick tips in terms of your YouTube page if you are trying to grow your channel. Number 1 would be go visit your channel on a laptop. I know a lot of us were on the phone all the time. If you've never looked at your channel on a laptop, I think you would be amazed at how different it looks. So I would say go to your channel on a laptop. And then the other part of that would be to optimize it from the laptop. Without going into a whole bunch of stuff, there are videos, and I can do a tutorial if people wanted to. But the biggest thing I would say is go in there and make a video, and then click that video and make it your not advertisement, your channel intro video. Like I've got that little 2-minute what is fish room fever. Because if you don't do that, more often than not, when people click on your page, the very first thing that shows is this user has no videos. Even if you have videos, it will pop up a screen on your home page for the visitors that says that you have no videos. Those of us that are used to navigating YouTube, we know to go up here and go over to the right and click on videos. If you add that intro, it will automatically put it on there. So when new people pop up on your channel, there's video right in front of them. And it will start playing. So as soon as you visit my page, it starts playing that music in my video, and the video starts going. And that will help encourage people to actually subscribe to you versus they click on you and it says this has no videos. And they're go, oh, it doesn't even upload anything, even though you've got a whole list of videos if they clicked one more button. So that's my little thing for now. Because I know there are a couple people in here that are working on having a channel. So
yeah, I should do that. I haven't done that.
Yeah.
The reason why I got on YouTube was to win stuff with my aquarium box.
Hey, you can't go wrong with that.
Yeah. I won twice, so hey, that was good. Free stuff.
Well, and again, I don't think that I'm going to get rich off of YouTube. But it goes into kind of what we talked about a little bit earlier with that number meaning something. And like Corey has talked about before, people look at him and they go, oh, well, you only have this many followers on this other platform. And he's like, well, yeah, but look at this platform. If I go to somebody and I have, like, say, case in point, if I had 15,000 subscribers right now and I went into the local fish store, I would have a lot more backing or a lot more clout to go, hey, can I talk to you about this? Let me talk to you about Piaba versus going in and I'm like, even though we have a great relationship, going in and going, yeah, I have 100 subscribers, can I talk to you about something? And they know me, so they talk to me anyways, even if I didn't have a YouTube channel. But you can influence a lot more when you have that following, when you have that status of being monetized. Because for better or worse, if somebody has a question and they're maybe new to the hobby and they go and do a search, if there's somebody with 50,000 subscribers, excuse me, and they put out a video and that content is bad or it's incorrect or it gives, information that's inaccurate, that person that's new to the hobby is more likely to A, see that video, and B, take that advice, versus somebody with 200 subscribers that's giving the right information that probably won't even get noticed. So it gives you more power to be able to do the right thing and help. And that's my main goal, is to be able to have some sort of backing to be able to get these projects going. So
Yeah, that's awesome.
yeah, that's my, I say my one rant, but it's probably not. I don't know. It's part of the whole fish thing that I'm passionate about, and so it's hard for me to keep it in.
I would like, one of my goals, I want to have a fish room, and I'm going to be building it. I'm putting a deck on the back of my house. My brother-in-law is my builder, and normally he takes like 3 days to build a deck, but for some reason it's been taking a couple of months now. But as soon as he gets done with that, I'm going to get him in on my fish room, and he's a master electrician, master plumber. He's awesome, so that's what I want him to do it. But I want to be able to have a lot of good quality guppies, and I want to make videos just to show what that guppy's supposed to look like. And then I also have shrimp that is a type of shrimp that it's supposed to. Now, there's a lot of good shrimp stuff out there because there's a lot of great YouTubers right now doing shrimp. But when you type in a rare name of a different type of fish, it's hard to find what it's supposed to look like.
Right.
No, that's one of my goals I'd like to do.
Well, and that's awesome, because you're absolutely right. It can be hard to find good knowledge sometimes. First off, I want to apologize. I didn't realize I was not at the bottom of the chat. I simply thought the chat was not moving anymore, and I was putting people to sleep. So let me catch up on a few things real quick. Aquarium Cop, I appreciate you swinging by. We won't get into the ducking conversation on here. Aquaballs asked how many likes we need now. I'll check here in a minute. Hold on. I saw a question. Somebody asked where I was located. I am in Knoxville, Tennessee, and my friend Chattanooga Ed is in Chattanooga, Tennessee. Come on. Aquaballs shared us out on Facebook. Thank you, Aquaballs. I appreciate that. I am G-Snap. Ask how many tanks do each of us have. So, Ed, I'll let you go first.
Oh, cheapers. I've been buying lots of 20 gallons that aren't filled in a lot of 10 gallons because I plan on putting a bunch of, I was going to get Husky racks. I was going to do 4 stacks high, 2 20s, and 1 10 sideways on each one. I have filled, I've got about 15 right now, but it'll probably be like 40 by the time I'm done.
Absolutely. Jeremy, I just want to say nothing personal. I'm not mad at you for typing that in there. I simply deleted it in the event that I do get monetized. For some reason, that pops up and strikes against it. That's the only reason I pulled it. I had no hard feelings. I just wanted to pull that word out of there. Let's see. Okay, there it was. Brad Fowler asked where I was located. Yeah, well, Jeremy, I don't want to go on the copper rant because so many people have gone on it, and a lot of them haven't actually read the laws and read all the updates and read the blog post updates from the federal government. It's not what everybody was freaking out about. There's no reason to panic unless you are one of the channels that is doing things that they shouldn't be doing. There are a couple of channels that I'm glad that they're doing what they're doing with COPPA, and I say that as a parent. There are a couple channels that my kids watch, and this is where my little one gets it. He's always like, you have to like and subscribe and comment and ding the bell. And he could, if you put him in front of somebody that didn't know how to work YouTube, he could walk them through how to work YouTube, how to like and comment and subscribe and all that. So it's going to get those people. Now there are some people that don't deserve to be caught in that mix that will probably get caught, but for the most part, I think it's going to do some good with these channels that need to be on YouTube Kids, and getting them to stop promoting so much to children. A very long story short, I woke up one morning to the county sheriff's office in my house, and my kids in the back of a squad car, because they had watched a particular channel so much that was constantly in every video saying, go to Walmart and get my toys, go to Walmart and get my toys, that they snuck out at 5:30 in the morning during the first snow of the year and were walking down the highway to Walmart with my debit card, because this YouTube video was promoting going to Walmart that heavily to get the toys that they absolutely had to figure out how to do it. Which is why I don't just have deadbolts anymore. I actually have keypad alarms on every single door, which is crazy. But that's part of why I feel so passionately about it, is because there is a lot of over promoting to children, not just the tracking, which is what they're actually, technically breaking down. But there's a lot of things that are going to go away on the kids' videos that don't need to be there. And I'm sorry to get off on a rant on that, but that's something I feel personally passionate about, and for good reason. I was fortunate enough that a nurse was on her way to work and picked them up and called the police. And my children know our address and phone number and all of that stuff. But that could have ended horribly, and I don't even want to think about that. So that's why when I hear it, I don't freak out. I see Ed over there laughing. I'm missing something.
Oh, I was telling Select Pet, he said that he'd like us to start a club in Knoxville. And so I typed in quick, we've been talking about it, and my typing is so bad. I hit W twice. I hit the cap locks for everything except the first letter of his name. I am a terrible typer.
Well, at least you have the talking. Yes, Zen Ginger, you were trying to make me rich off your Amazon purchases. Sadly, Amazon kept shutting down my affiliate links. Best I can figure is because I don't have 500 subscribers. I was hitting all their little sales quotas and click-through quotas and percentage quotas, but apparently I didn't have 500 original users is, I think, the terminology in the letter. So I'm just going to wait until I hit 500 and then resubmit, and I should be good to go. Yeah, Sushi Berry said she was on her laptop for the first time in forever for YouTube earlier. It was strange. It is 100% different than the mobile view. So if you are trying to build a channel, again, I highly suggest that you do that. And I know I'm going in reverse order here, but I'm grabbing things on the way up so I can skip them on the way down. To the tank question, I have over 40 tanks. I don't have an exact number, but I have over 40 tanks up and running and a couple empty ones. And Brad, we appreciate you waking back up to watch us. Sushi fell asleep during MTA. Well, see, that's good. Y'all got some rest so you could hang out with us.
Select Pet, just remember, just real shout out to Select Pet. We'll let you know if we get it going. Hopefully we will eventually, but we'll let you know.
Well, we will. We will get one going. It's just a matter of if we're running it or not. I think, because again, I don't want to step on anybody's toes. I know that there's somebody that's trying to get something going, and the last thing I want to do is ruin a good business/friendship relationship, you know.
And you see, that's what happens with fish clubs. It's politics. We're supposed to be there to have fun. But right. What happens is they used to have one here in Chattanooga, and apparently the president lost to another president, you know, that voted him out, and then they split. And then nobody did anything. And this is the whole story that I got afterwards. And it's like, oh, we shouldn't care who the president is as long as we're all having fun. You know, right. I don't understand ego. I just don't get it. Just have fun.
Well, and that's why it came to mind. And it's funny because when I say it, the first thing you think of is ego. But if I were to start it, let's say instead of the blah, blah, blah aquarium club, the Fish Room Fever fan club, where we have monthly meet. We do everything that an aquarium club would do, but you take out the democracy or the politics of it. You get what I'm saying? There's not this.
But there's going to be somebody that rolls their eyes at you and say he's a dictator.
And that's fine. I don't care. Again, my opinion of myself doesn't involve what other people think of me. That being said, as I've said many times before, I want to bring people some sort of quality, whether it be entertainment or information. But if you don't like what I'm doing and you're just going to be a jerk about it, or you just want to talk crap, go for it. I don't care. I'll put a panda head on and dance around on the screen. I'll pull my teeth out on the live stream. I don't care. I have dentures, for the record. I'm not actually going to be like doing dental work, pulling my teeth out. It doesn't bother me, especially if it would help. You get what I'm saying? That would be my thing. If it would remove the politics and it would work, I would do that, knowing that people would think I was an arrogant dickhead. I think it's late enough that I could say that. But it's one of the reasons I'm kind of hoping that we can start a club without having that bureaucracy politics stuff. And another reason I would really like to start it without it being run by somebody that's in charge of a business. Because I think no matter how pure your intentions are, if you're in charge of a business and you're the head of a club, even if you're not trying to sway anything, again, there's still going to be that outlook that, oh, well, it's bipartisan towards this, this fish store. I prefer this other fish store, so I'm not going to join the club because I don't want to betray my loyalty to the other local fish store. So I think a true bipartisan leadership in the club is what would be best versus having it run by this specific company or that. And I'm sorry I went off on a tangent, but that is what I do. Sushi falls asleep at the movie theater. Chewy asks, what about tags? It's 3:30 in the morning. You're going to have to remind me what TAGS is. Unless you know, Ed.
Oh, I'm not smart enough right now.
Chewy said, what about TAGS at Fish Room Fever? And I'm not at the bottom, so I won't see it when he says it.
I know I've heard of it, but maybe I'm just completely crazy. But they were also talking about movies. So
yeah, falling asleep in the movies, the movie theaters being cold.
That's another thing, guys. I am an avid movie goer. I go to at least 1 to 2 movies a week. I love them. I have the AMC pass. So basically, if you ever have any movie questions, I can generally answer them. Now, I haven't gone for the last month because I've been so sick. The last movie I went to is Midway. But generally, I do a lot of movies.
Hey, Fish Tropic, glad to have you here, buddy. If you're still here. If you come and gone, I'm sorry I missed you. Let's see. I'm almost back to the bottom.
The Tennessee, there is kind of a guppy association. It ranges not just Tennessee, it's the whole South. It's called the Deep South Guppy Club or Association. It's part of the IFGA, and they host the IFGA show every year. Mm-hmm. Like there's different regions. Oh, my cat is taking a bath behind my computer and knocking my thing. But like all the regions, there's one in Florida because Florida is so massive with fish. But I think ours goes almost all the way to Texas, and then it's like the 12 or 13 southern states other than Texas and Florida. And it's called the Deep South Guppy Association, I believe.
Okay. Very interesting.
And they have I think they have meetings, but I think it's in Alabama, and it might move between Mississippi and Alabama.
Gotcha. Hey, Two Instead, welcome. Glad to have you in here. I appreciate you showing up. I'll look forward to seeing what you got going through and edit right now. Aquaball's club had a vote for president this month, and I think Fish Tropic mentioned something about the club's taking 30% of sales. I'm trying to get back to the bottom. I'm not complaining one bit, but I'm just not used to having the chat move quite this fast.
That's awesome.
The single fish. All right, Chewy's going to send me an email. Fantastic. I look forward to it, although usually they are above my head and I have to read them a couple times to completely understand. Exactly. So get as many businesses on board instead of just one. And I don't remember where I heard this idea. I'm not going to take claim for the idea. It's something I had thought about, but it's not an original idea because other people have said it. Something like your fish club meets up. It may have even, I don't know, it's 3:30 in the morning. It may have even been Bob that mentioned it. I don't know. But you have a fish club meetup and you go, okay, today we're going to have our little meeting, and then we're going to go over here and we're going to check out X local fish store. And then we're going to leave there and we're going to go check out Y local fish store. Or you could do it in two separate, okay, this month we're going to this fish store, this one we're going to this other fish store. So yeah, I think bipartisanship is key in doing that. I've also wondered about, a lot of times clubs say that they take membership fees to fund events or whatever. My thought to that would be, well, instead of taking a fee to fund the event and your members having free access, your members just pay whatever the event access is. If there's, like a $5 whatever to come to this big fish swap or something. You get what I'm saying? That way you don't have to have the same type of
in St. Louis, what we did was, I'm pretty sure we were in a church, unless it was like a school, like a church school type deal. But I don't know if the church was connected to a school or it was just a massive church, but we'd all get together, and it may have been $3 for fees, but that basically just covered the stamps because they mailed out mailers.
Right.
And then we would do, after every meeting, we did like a little auction, and I'm pretty sure they took 10%, but most people would say, give it all to the club. And so they made a lot of money that way. And then they had a huge swap once a year in St. Louis. That was awesome. And that they made a lot of money that way. The advantage St. Louis had, though, is they had so many famous, people in it. And I mean, not YouTubers, but like famous in the whole fish industry.
Right, absolutely.
We had I can't think of his name, but the Corridora guy, and then the Rainbow guy. How am I not? I can't remember. I said his name earlier today. Gary Lang.
Yeah.
And did I say that right? He saw me in New York, and he knew who I was and just kind of waved, but he didn't know who I was because I wasn't part of the cool kids. I just kind of sat in the back of the room and enjoyed it. But you see, St. Louis had that major advantage. But you see, that's the one thing, like I was telling him earlier, I want to do a craft thing where we all make something.
Yeah, that would be awesome.
I love your buddy's fish store, but he's only got one little table for us. And I would need that's where I would like to have, sorry to all the Christians. I'm a Christian, but I don't go anywhere. So I don't have a church that I could ask to open their doors for me, or a hall, I'm not a member of the VA or anything.
Right.
So,
and that's, sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off.
No.
I would say one thing that he had mentioned was, he's got all that sidewalk and parking lot area was setting up tables out there, and kind of having it separate from his business. Like even if they were the ones that were in charge of the club, having it separate from the business. That way all the fish swapping and all that was done outside. And then if people wanted to come in and do business inside, they could, but it was completely separate from the group meeting, group swap, whatever.
One thing is with the Master Breeders program that goes along with the fish clubs,
right?
Is one of their steps that you have to do is to lead. I don't know if it's to lead a meeting or have like a seminar.
Gotcha.
And not a seminar, but basically you're in charge of the class for that month, and then you can either it's up to you if you want to bring in fish in a fish tank to show people or demonstrate. But that would be the one thing is we'd have to have a way for people to talk, and if we were outdoors, it could rain. A swap would be fine, but a lot of the fish club is trying to get your master breeders and things like that, you know.
Yeah, absolutely, and I understand that. What was I going to say?
Well, we're not boring people to death. James and I could talk about this stuff.
No, it says we've got 21 people watching now. I don't know if that's accurate or not. But that's what it says.
What the people are saying.
We just 49 likes. See, Ed, if only you had liked the stream, we would have our 50.
Yeah, I'm afraid to.
No, I'm just kidding. Don't click anything. We know that probably won't end well.
I'll like it later. When I look at myself and say, "Oh my God!"
Here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna take my Funky Biz Aquatics account and I'm gonna like the stream. I still think that's funny. I made that Funky Biz Aquatics to troll Fishy Biz that one time, and it got 13 subscribers. So that will give us our 50. That may be cheating a little bit, but you know, it is what it is. There we go. We got 50 subscribers in theory, or not subscribers, 50 likes. In theory, that should get YouTube to start sharing it out and saying that we're awesome. Let me get back over here and pull my chat back up.
Pam, you're so funny.
I forget what I was going to say. And see, I have, not that I have connections, but I know of a couple different people, businesses, locations, because I've done so many things over the years. For things like, you know, meetings, like you said, kind of like classroom environments, things like that. And I think a lot of I think time is a big thing. At least that's the biggest thing for me, is having the time to be able to do a lot of these things. Ed, if you need to say something, you can. I see you trying to type over there.
Oh, I was just responding to Chewy.
Gotcha. Sushi Berry apparently has $1.5 million she's going to give us for a club. That's awesome. I'm sure that's what that $1.5 million meant.
Yeah, if I do this all the time, I might end up painting or something too and chatting, because I love to paint and talk.
Let's see, that would be awesome.
I hope that's what Pam's doing right now. She's probably just sitting there drinking her coffee.
Yeah,
and shaking her fist at us.
Yeah, probably. she's giving us the old tip up the coffee mug finger. Select, you're absolutely right. Outside is a weather permitting thing, but I kind of just touched on it a second ago briefly that I do have some other options available for things for indoors. But again, it's all letting it play out. I'm just letting Zen have her conversation. I'm not getting in the middle of it. She knows what she's talking about. She doesn't need me to say anything on it. Select Pet says the one I'm starting here even went out and did a waterway cleanup. Yeah, see, something like that would be awesome. And that would be, you know, aside from I understand that there are some financial things involved with, you know, running one, starting one, all that. The main reason for, like I mentioned, like a ticket price or whatever for a swap would be like to raise funds for, you know, Piaba or a good cause or things of that nature. Hey, Mark. Let's see. There's also the master breeders of certain fish that may only do one fish at Chattanooga. Ed, look up Common Puta. Puta? Pam yelled at you not to touch buttons. Wow, it's moving. I'm loving this. You guys are getting ahead of me on the chat. It's wonderful. Angelfish Fight Club behind me. Oh yeah, I've got. I wish y'all could see that Tiger Shovel Nose is off to the side. Hold on just a second. I'll bring you right back, Ed. So there. Oh, there's the red tail. Pushed him out away from this little hidey hole. The red tail is down in the corner under that rock. Let me bring you back now. I just want to show him. I don't even get to see him that often. I mean, like, I'll see him hiding behind stuff, but I don't really get to see him out. It is one thing I probably need to do is kill some of these lights, but where I've been gone all day, their lights weren't on most of the day, so.
You can see my little guys.
Oh, yeah, I see him.
They're so cute. They're going to be big.
All right. Let me get my chat back.
Oh, that's so cool.
No, don't hit that button. I almost hit the almost worst possible button I could hit. All right, focus. I'm going.
I would
here.
love to go to Canada Fest.
I tell you what, it is good to know though that that it will carry on even if my computer crashes or if I accidentally leave the stream. Basically, as long as I don't push in the stream, it'll still carry on with you. So that's good to know. Yeah, don't talk about Angel Fish Fight Club. Yeah, they're trying to figure out who's going to pair up with who at this point, which will be good because then I can have a third pair of breeding angels. IMG Snap said it is snowing here and will be for months, 8 months out of 12. Fish don't do well outdoors here. Yeah, I would say they probably do not.
Where are you at, IG Snap? I was supposed to be born in Fairbanks, Alaska. That's where my sister was born. But my dad took an early out in the military because his father and my mother's father died within a week apart.
Oh, wow.
He still had another year and a half to serve in Fairbanks, and he took that out. But I mean, he's been a government man his whole life. He just went from the Army to the Air Force.
Right. Awesome. Well, it's not awesome that happened, but the service, switch over.
Well, it would have been cool to tell everybody I'm from Fairbanks.
Right. Yeah, absolutely.
Instead of St. Louis. But hey, they make a lot of beer in St. Louis.
Yeah.
And we have a great zoo. I say we. I'm not there anymore. One thing I hate about Tennessee, barbecue and pizza.
Not what, yeah. Yeah, nothing. Totally different.
Now, Memphis has some good barbecue, but it's not even like Tennessee, really. It's more like St. Louis. They're only 2 hours apart from each other.
There is supposed to be a really, really, really good barbecue place here in Knoxville. Unfortunately, they won't serve me. It's funny. I don't want to start anything, but
let's not hear about it.
Well,
people may hate you. I don't.
Yeah, well, and here's the thing: is back when I did appliance delivery, the warehouse that we ran out of, it was 80% African American guys, and we all got along great. And so, you have to try this barbecue place over here. And so me and my helper stopped by there one day. We had a delivery nearby. And so we walk in and there's people sitting down eating and there's people back cooking and all this. And I can't remember what the burger thing was called, but it was some sort of pork barbecue burger deal. And we go up to the little counterpart and we go to order it. And the guy just looks and goes, "No, we're closed." And I'm like, "There's people." He said, "No, we're closed." And I'm like, "Oh, okay. All right." I said, "When do you open?" He said, "No, we're just closed." And I was like, "Okay, I gotcha." So, but that's supposed to be like the best barbecue, but I've not got to try it. But I'd forgotten all about that until you mentioned it. I'm like, yeah, there's this great barbecue place that I can't eat at. So, but I just thought it was funny. I just kind of laughed. I was like, okay, I can, if that makes you feel better. Again, I don't care what people think. So if that makes you feel better, feel better. But I don't know. We may have to send in somebody covertly to get us some barbecue.
Yeah, we don't need to support them. I'll make my own barbecue.
Right? Absolutely.
I use molasses. It's got to be sweet barbecue, sweet smoky barbecue. It's awesome.
Wait, you have a pic, Jeremy. I don't know what kind of pictures are being swapped in the chat. I know it's almost 4 a.m., but we got to keep it somewhat decent, guys. Yeah, Zen, I didn't even have the beard at the time. Well, I may
know what?
have a beard.
If you didn't have the beard, they wouldn't even know who you are anymore.
Right.
You're
right.
a totally different guy. They probably don't even work there anymore.
Yeah. Well, see, it was one of those kind of hole in the wall type of places back in the neighborhood. So it was kind of just like not a chain restaurant type of place. It was one of those that sometimes that's the place that you go that gets recommended that nobody ever goes, and it's owned by like Uncle Joe and Sal, and you go in there and it's like, hey, this is the best Italian food I've ever had. That type of thing, but not Italian food.
Yeah. Well, I mean, like what Pam just said.
Yeah.
After the Ferguson thing happened in St. Louis, that happened in the city where,
yeah.
And I don't want to get into it, but
right.
I've been refused food in the city too. And
yeah.
I was like, if you're refusing me, I really don't want to give you money. So
right. Yeah. And that's my thing. I'm the same way with Second Amendment. I won't shop a business that won't let me carry. I mean, even my bank, I can walk right up to the teller carrying.
Oh, wow. That's crazy.
Yeah. Well, I won't get into the laws around it, but basically, if they're a posted establishment and it says that you can't carry, they're required by law to offer you an armed guard to escort you in and out if you request it. And if they don't have one, then they can't uphold that posting on the door. But
let's change the subject.
Yeah.
Let's go to fish or something.
Yeah, but yeah, I completely support what you're saying about supporting people. Going back to sleep, yeah, I'm surprised we have this many people.
Night, well,
in sushi, I will say that is a state law here. Please check your local laws and city ordinances. I'm very familiar with the Tennessee codes annotated, or our TCAs, as well as our Knoxville city ordinances. So don't take my legal advice for legal advice that's valid in your area. There's my disclaimer, so nobody gets locked up in a federal prison because of something I said. Oh, Chewy's got a good link for us. All right.
I want to click it, but I'll lose everything. So I just took a photo of it and I'll try it later.
Absolutely.
Or actually, now when the stream is over, can I go back and watch it and it'll be up here?
It should. Now I know when I stream in OBS, it's set up to do that. This will be my first stream hosting on StreamYard, but I'm hoping that it will re-upload it with the live chat like it always has for OBS. We get that back up there.
I've sang in a federal prison. I don't know what your federal prison talk is, but I've actually sang in one.
Yeah, that's the whole reason Sushi had to change her name, was because they were looking for her again.
I used to be in a traveling choir in high school, and somebody thought it would be a great idea to have the high school kids go to the different prisons and sing. Every year we went to like 2 or 3 different prisons. Oh well.
That's great. Yes, Zen Ginger is giving my legal advice. Thank you very much. Fishroom Fever takes no responsibility for the actions taken by his viewers. Absolutely. I'm kind of surprised we didn't have any of the Aussies pop in here, given that it's more daytime for them, Which
I know.
And let me rephrase that. Somebody's going to get mad. Not that we didn't have any of the Aussies, but I'm really surprised Dr. Black specifically didn't swing by, just because what time it is over there. But he's probably off into his business and things for the day already.
Our Rod Bull. I haven't seen him lately.
Yeah, I'm worried about him. I really am. I sent him back an email where we had been talking. I've messaged him on Facebook. And I responded to a couple of his posts on my video. I've not heard anything. And there are a couple other people that have been trying to find him that are over in Australia that haven't been able to contact him.
Oh, bummer.
Have even reached out to his brother on Facebook and have not gotten any response. So I'm worried about him because he's an awesome guy. I love Rob Bull.
He's awesome.
Yeah, I wouldn't want anything bad to happen to any of us, but I miss seeing Rob Bull.
Yeah, I was kind of out of it the last few weeks. I've been sleeping a lot with I have the one thing in Tennessee, lots of things to be allergic to here. And my sinuses go crazy every spring and fall. And so I've just been sleeping a lot. And so I've been missing a lot of people's videos. Like yesterday, Candy told me, boy, you haven't been around much, Ed. And it's like,
yeah,
I don't know. I'm finally starting to feel good.
Right. That's why normally I kind of text kick you and I'm like, hey, Ed, this stream's on. And you're like, oh, hey. And you pop up. But I knew you hadn't been feeling good, so I didn't really want to bother you. HC is being trolled. That's what Stephanie's here for. Sushi. Sorry. I don't want to get her sent back to prison. We got to use the new name. I am on live chat.
One of our goals, though, every time we went to like a men's prison, was we'd be like, there's always one guy that looks just like Santa. There's always the guy with the long red or white hair and the beard, big
right.
white beard. Oh well.
Oh, that's great. That's great. There we go. Thank you, Sushi. Okay, so while the chat has slowed down, is there anything that maybe I missed question-wise, or any questions, comments, concerns? Because Ed and I will talk and talk.
Yeah, the one thing I would like to say that we won't do anymore is talk any political crap.
Yeah, and I didn't even want to go into like a political aspect. I just thought I was like, hey, here's barbecue. But no, I don't. The closest to political would be things like talking about the COPPA legislation, which is not, necessarily a left or right. It's a law that's going into effect.
I don't know what it says. We don't need one when we have Ed on cam.
Yeah, absolutely. See, y'all don't even need me. I'm just going to switch it over to Ed, and I hope y'all have a wonderful night. Now, is that the actual Steam FOD, or is that the Steam bot?
He's the other Bob.
Hey, it is the actual Bob. I just went to his channel with 38.4K subscribers. It is the legitimate Steam FOD. Bob, welcome to the show. Wow. We got big people here.
Somebody cool cool like that, let's just let him take over.
Yeah, absolutely. We just bring up Bob. He can come up here. I know John said he's good at losing his subscribers, but that's fine. I don't have many anyway. So now I've lost my chat again. I will get used to using StreamYard for this.
Talking about Bob, he has a video that he put out. He's been slowly doing his fish room.
Yes.
And he has a heater that he bought, and I took a photo of it from his stream.
FU54.
I'm going to put that in my fish room when I build mine. So thank you, Bob. I appreciate that a lot. That's pretty cool.
I think that everybody should just give a big FU54 all around.
That's the one that hangs on the wall?
I'm pretty sure that's what I think. It's like the FNU54. There was something in there besides just the FU, but FU54 caught on for reasons unbeknownst to me.
Well, it's probably because of Punchy.
Oh yeah, that was pure sarcasm. Everybody wants to say FU to Pam. We just do it in a nice way. Yeah, Bob, I appreciate you showing up. That is Bob said it's kind of, Bob at Steedfod Aquatics said it's kind of a weak heater, honestly.
Well, you have about a month and a half to get a better one to let me know what to get.
Right, absolutely. So, but yeah, Bob and Dan's Fish are two people that I'm like really following along, not just because I enjoy the content, but also because I have, I guess you could say, similar aspirations of moving into making fish a major part of my life. Maybe not necessarily like the big online store, like where Bob is going for the largest variety of rainbow fish type thing. But enough to supplement to where I could do all things fish related, even if it's, again, less money for more happiness. And I'm fine with that. So I've been enjoying kind of watching what Bob and Dan's Fish are doing to live the fishy dream. Bob at Steamfod Aquatic says, I only have about 100 square feet and it barely keeps up. Yeah, that is kind of weak.
Oh gosh, I'll have about 200 square feet. So maybe I'll have to, I'm going to have a 14 by 14 room. So that's 196 square feet.
Sorry, go ahead.
I'll have to figure out something. But Bob, I still appreciated you helping. And I appreciate you telling us not to do that.
Yeah, absolutely. Zen Ginger, thank you for dropping Bob's link there. If you haven't already, check out Bob Steenfot at Steenfot Aquatics. I highly recommend it. And if you haven't hit his red button, do that and tap the bell because he's always got a cool stream going on. IMG Snap said something I'm always up on is heating tanks during power outages, always looking for tips and tricks. I will tell you, I have a cheat code for that, but it only works for me, or it might work for some people. It's not going to work for most people. Even though I am in a mobile home, I actually have a fully functional fireplace. So I am purchasing wood specifically for the purpose of having it to run the fireplace and block the entire rest of the house off to keep the heat on this end in case of a power outage. That is my heating aspect. My aeration aspect is not quite as great. I have a spare car battery and a power inverter that I can hook up to run sponge filters and stones. The goal, though, is still, of course, to get a linear air pump, and then I would just have to hook in one pump and be able to run air to all of them. But that's my heat option is fireplace. So probably not helpful to you, but there's my response. Ed, go.
Well, what happened in St. Louis about 10 years ago, we had a tornado come through and knock out tons of lines all through the city, and people were without power for almost 14 days. And that's what really killed all the local pet stores in St. Louis. And they'll tell you, everybody who had salt water, they all died, and they lost hundreds and thousands of dollars worth of fish. So I have always, before I get a saltwater tank, I'm definitely either going to have a generator, but I found this awesome setup at Harbor Freight, and it's solar panels.
Yeah.
And I'm going to run one line, and you have one big air center, pump for
Right.
me. So I'm not too worried about heat. I mean, I don't know. Tennessee doesn't get cold enough for me to think that my house would ever get that cold. And I do have a fireplace also, but I'm more worried about the power going out in the summer, and I want to get that Harbor Freight deal. Solar panels. They're super cool.
Yeah, we had 2 or 3 times the power went out this past summer, and I didn't really have any problems because it wasn't for more than a few hours. But it did. That's part of why I brought in that spare car battery that I had and that power inverter and got them out of storage, was because the first time it happened, I'm like, great, what do I do now? So now it's actually in my hallway under my fish rack that's in the hallway. So it's immediately accessible. I don't have to hunt for it, and I can straight away plug in an air pump and then just move it, power this room for a little while and then move it and power the other room. But yeah, I think if you're going to have a large quantity of aquariums, a small generator, and you, like you were saying, Harbor Freight not only has the solar panels, but they do also have some cheap generators. I was looking the other day, would definitely be sufficient. In terms of heat, if you're on the lower scale in terms of aquarium quantity, you don't have a lot of aquariums. I can't think of who did it, but there are a couple different videos on like emergency power outage kits where they have the spare blanket and the solar blanket and that type of stuff to go ahead and wrap your aquarium as soon as it happens to help it hold the heat longer, to help with heat retention. That way you're not trying to fight bringing the temperature back up. You're helping to keep it maintained as high as you can, as long as you can.
Take a long time to cool down too. The water really holds its heat. So you have to be without power for quite a while for the heat to be an issue.
Yeah.
But I mean, I live now in a place that doesn't snow.
Right. And
I miss snow so much.
That's the big thing. Here we don't have that worry so much. I used to live right in between Jamestown, Tennessee and Monticello, Kentucky, up in the middle of 3 state parks. Like you've probably noticed, if you're looking at the weather and it's coming from the Crossville and the Plateau area, it would always hit that one section up there. So even though we don't really get snow here, every winter we would get snow up there. So you would have 2 or 3 days with no power, and you're putting the milk out in the snow on the porch. So I can certainly I didn't have fish at the time, but I could certainly understand the concern for people that don't have it, I guess, as easy as we do, so to speak, on that particular topic.
Yeah, we ought to ask Pam that question. She lives where it's cold.
Well, I think what she does is she gives Buddy a cookie, and Buddy wags his tail against the tank, and that causes friction heat.
She says she has a gas stove.
Yeah. Bob Steamfot Aquatics did say there are higher wattage versions of the heater. My question is, can I still get them stamped with FU54 on them, or am I going to lose that branding? Because I really need the FU54 to come with it.
That would be a good sticker.
Yeah. I may have to order some FU54 stickers. Hey, Pond, and more glad to have you here. Killer Whale, that's who it was. Killer Whale, I saw you come in, but I didn't want to interrupt Ed, and then I got off on another topic. I appreciate you being here, showing support. For those of you in the fish fam, you'll see some people pop in that you've probably not seen before. They're not trolls. Again, I've been doing a lot of networking and going outside of the fish fam. So if you see somebody pop in that you're not familiar with, I know a lot of times we automatically jump to, oh my goodness, it's a troll. Give people a chance before you assume they're trolls. So that's all I wanted to say on that right there. Yeah, there we go. Sushi Berry's got it. The FRF U54. Hello, Curly Bunny EMT. Welcome to the stream. Oh, we had a couple things that I missed.
Now, okay, I got a quick question for you, James.
Yeah, absolutely.
when do you go to work tomorrow?
Yeah.
Like, do you say, don't tell me 30 minutes?
Yeah. When do I go to work tomorrow?
Yeah.
Oh, I don't go in until 5:30, technically tonight, 5:30 Friday or 5:15 Friday night.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure you were going to get some sleep.
Well, no, that's another reason I wanted to pick this particular time frame. And again, you already know that I'm the manager, so I make the schedule. Is that I can schedule myself Fridays to work in the afternoons, whereas normally I would be working Friday mornings. So I know for a fact that this is a time that I can adhere to because I can always schedule myself to be closing on Fridays. So that was another factor in moving to this time.
That's cool.
Sushi Berry said, when I was out of town, my heater was off. It got down to 62 in my house, and my dwarf flag cichlids spawned. Well, doesn't that beat all? G-Snap, yeah, the car battery, it's one of those things a lot of people don't think of. And bear in mind that it's not going to last you for forever because it's not got anything charging it. That being said, if you have a functional car and you hook it up to the car that's running, the alternator is going to charge the battery. I need to plug my laptop back in now that it's cooled down. We just went into power saving mode. And I'm back in business. All right. Ed, did you have something? I heard you laughing.
Oh, no, I was just GRB. I was just laughing at that. And then I thought about talking in an Australian accent, but I decided not to. I'll wait.
Right.
My Australian accent sounds more like an Irish one.
Yeah, I got so much crap over my Australian accent. I thought I did pretty good considering I was laying down inside a fish tank with water dumping on top of me.
I made one of those videos for Rob Bull, and with my Murphy head, and I kept trying to do it with an Australian accent, and I was horrible. Just horrible.
Oh man.
I think I ended up doing it with like a Jewish accent. That sounded pretty good.
Right? Yeah, I thought mine was good, and then the Aussies all heard it, and they were like, "Please don't ever do that again. We'll make you an honorary Aussie. Just please don't try the accent again." So like, okay.
Hi, bunny.
There we go. Select pet, yes, the regular stream time is going to be following Chris with Multi-Tank Addiction, which will be starting at technically a Friday stream at 12:30 a.m. every week. So yeah, I think that'll be good. We're going to be the Pam stream of Thursdays. Plus that lets us kind of piggyback onto the whole Thursday group. And I talk a lot with Chris at Multi-Tank Addiction and Rack, and I'm very much on board with a lot of the things they're doing, even though I haven't been able to actually get anything lined up of use, so to speak. I'm trying, I've got an LFS. I'm trying to get on board with Project Piaba. So it made a lot of sense to line it up there. Plus, it worked out well with my work schedule. So this will be our regular weekly stream time, and like we talked about earlier, Ed agreed we're going to do a co-host thing, so it won't just be a one-time guest. So I think that's going to be awesome, and that means I don't have to talk the whole time, even though I try to. And when I do, Ed can just give me that Lisa look from KG.
He'll be the host. I'll just be the Ed McMahon.
There you go. Absolutely.
I already have the name Ed. So there you go.
GRB, thank you. I appreciate that. I thought I did pretty well. I practiced it for a while. Go ahead.
Since we got GRB here, and I would like to make a plea to the Australians, could you please make another Mad Max movie? I really need it. Okay. It's back to you, James.
Yeah. Ed, I'm going to, if you would for me, take over for a minute. I'm going to go kill some aquarium lights since it's 4 a.m.
I was thinking about the same thing.
Yeah. Well, do you want to do yours? It'll probably take you a little less time.
Yeah. Okay. I'll do that real quick.
Okay. All righty. Absolutely.
Arg.
There we go. Now y'all are stuck with a big view of me. Okay. Let me get my chat back. I'm getting a little bit more used to StreamYard. I do miss OBS, but I can work with this if it means having Ed on here. It should be hibernating. Okay. Brad Fowler says I'll probably have to watch afterward most weeks to catch you when I can. Oh, absolutely. And I understand that, and I appreciate your support. I know that it's not a for everybody time frame, but it's early enough that people that aren't on the East Coast will still hang out. Plus, you've got the sleepless nuts like myself that are going to be up anyways. And then it's kind of progressing late enough into the day that we can get some of the Aussies to tune in. I am still going to be doing another live stream during the week, probably still on Wednesdays. Time will probably still vary for a little while until I can get my work schedule fixed for Wednesdays. But I will still be doing some daytime streams, and when Ed's available, I'm going to have him on there with me. So this won't be the only opportunity to catch the Ed and Fever show. I don't know what we're going to call it. We're still working on that. Zen Ginger taking over. She is the fill-in candy, killing it with the links. I wanted to make sure I didn't miss anything. And there, Chewy LTD at Fish Room Fever. I have a question for you. What fish would you recommend for a child to have when their parent is away all the time? I would recommend, and this is going to sound weird, either a platy or a molly. And I'm going to tell you why. When I got my piranha shipped to me, they came with a couple little feeder fish in the bag, I guess to help with aggression. So it had a little platy and a little molly in there. Those two fish ended up going in a 1.5 gallon aquarium for my youngest son. And despite him being generally good with aquarium care, he overfed it a lot and did not do his water changes to the point to where I don't know how the fish were alive. And they're perfectly fine. I've got them in another tank now, but they were severely neglected, and they survived. I didn't even test the parameters at the point when I finally took the tank down, but I'm sure they were horrible. So knowing that they went through all of that, those would be the recommendations strictly based on being able to keep something alive without optimal conditions and care. I could get into some other things if you're looking for maybe a more species specific or a tank size or things like that. But just based off of, it's getting hot in here. Just based off of survivability for a child to be taking care of something without the parent being there a lot, I would recommend either one of those because I know that they can handle some harsh circumstances. Not that other fish can't, but personally I've seen them go through hell and back and be fine. And yeah, HC, that was definitely an interesting question from Chewy. I appreciate that. Yeah, and the night shifters, absolutely select pet. Because I mean, I listen all day long. I'm on YouTube while I'm at work. Most of the streams I'm in, I'm at work. Today I went in, opened the store, came home for a couple hours, went back and closed the store. So I completely understand. Sushi says, Chewy, my 4-year-old has Tetris glowfish, white skirt. I put an auto feeder on there and always forget water changes. They keep rocking. Yeah, see, there are a lot of fish that can tolerate a lot of crap. And again, you've got to remember a lot of stuff, not that it's all wholesalers, but, they're not necessarily kept in optimal conditions everywhere that they're stored at before they get to us in the hobby. We'll put it that way. Um, uh, Pond is too cold. Okay. Brad Fowler, you have helped me in other streams, so I want to say thanks. If that is directed at me, you are welcome, and I'm glad I could help. If not, you are still welcome, and I'm glad that I can help in the future. How about that? There we go. Select Pet wants to know, can I call it Fish Room After Dark? I mean, if that's what you want to call it, we're going to stick with the name The Nocturnal Feeding. And that's kind of playing off of River Life's Community Tank. And then Chris MTA's After Dark. You all are, again, we're in the Community Tank, so the Nocturnal Feeding is not referencing feeding my fish at night. It's feeding you all's addiction for the YouTube fish fam. This is your Nocturnal Feeding. Let's see, chat move, get that. Went with the Siamese fighting fish in a 10-gallon. Yeah, you could do that. Oh, hey, there's Ed. I heard you. All right. There we go.
I was laughing, and I can think of a lot more horrible ideas than good ideas.
There.
I am so with you there.
You're gonna have to start letting me know when you come back, Ed. Again, I'm so used to being by myself on the stream that I don't forget that you're there, but it's just a force of habit to fill the blank or the silence, and just keep on pushing to keep it from being dead air time.
Well, I have no problem with you talking as much as you want.
Yeah, again, I'll be the John, you be the Lisa, and you can just sit there. Can I talk now? And then when I ask you if you want to talk, go, no, it's fine. So, not that John or Lisa will ever see my stream, but if you do, love your show. It's giving you a hard time. I think you know that, John, from the little bit we've interacted. Yes, Sushi Bear, you are addicted to YouTube. Ed, I stopped right around, well, you heard me. You know where I'm at. You know where to take over at, right?
Oh, I have no idea, but I'll just...
No idea. Okay. I was up at Chewy, mentioned putting Siamese fighting fish in a 10-gallon. The next thing, I guess, would be Jeremy Morrell. Chewy, you asking in terms of easy to maintain fish would be the next one if we're going in order.
Well, I actually just bought a tank yesterday for a beta fish, and it was a surprise beta. My niece came home with it from school. My sister forgot that she was supposed to be prepared for it. And I was like, no teacher should just give fish to their children without letting them know. But my sister's going back to college and totally forgot the whole thing. And, my sister wanted something small because I've got tons of 20s and 10s. And I wanted to do something with live plants, so that way, to kind of help her learn more about fish and everything. And she's super good at everything. I took her to Petco. They had a special Black Friday sale still running, $15 off. It's like a 5.5-gallon tank with a little filter in it, has a light in it, cap. It doesn't have a heater, so I want to watch that. But her room seemed pretty warm. I was teaching her how to do the water changes. I told her we're going to keep 2 gallons of water, or 2 milk jugs. One we're going to keep filled with water. The other one's going to be empty. And I taught her how to siphon the water out. And I told her once a week, you're going to siphon the water out of this one. And then this one that's had water in it for a couple days, you're going to pour into it. And that way the water would be the same temperature as the room. And she'd have that. I was going to do the live plants for her, but she really likes it has like changing color lights. And she's got a pineapple in there that the beta likes to go through. Super cute. So I was like, you know what? we won't do the plants. We'll just do lots of water changes. And I don't know if that was even the question, but that's what happened with me. And so, yeah, does anybody else have any? Does anybody think I was crazy or? Okay. Okay. Sorry, I'm trying to read like a question. Not that I'm going to be able to answer it. I don't know. Oh, wow. You knew Chris before was he a rock star back then? I had my German exchange student. I told him that I met Chris last year, and he was like, "Oh, I remembered him back when he was a rock guy." I don't know if he actually sang. I think he just played the guitar. Okay. Chewy is super awesome. He knows everything. But Chewy, isn't Chris like nice? I first got the impression of Chris that I wasn't going to like him. I saw him on Corey's stream, and he's kind of dogging America, saying how, in Europe they're so much more advanced and with their fish and everything, and in America they just like their big tanks with their African cichlids. And I was like, well, I like big tanks and I like Africans, but I didn't think we were in the dark age. But I do think that America is hit with capitalism to the point in the fish industry where, all the hang off the back filters where you have to keep buying cartridges, that's hurt the industry. I mean, if you can't find, you're finally able to find sponge filters, but forever you saw the sponge filters in the stores in their tanks, but they didn't sell them. That used to drive me crazy. So, I mean, I could see some of his points, but then when I met him, I was like, oh, he's so nice and so cool. Right. Rambled a bunch and you guys didn't even understand what I was saying. Okay. Oh, okay. So HC, you saw that too. That's cool. But yeah, the guy was like super nice. I mean, I was just a schmuck at that convention, and I was wearing I like wear lots of art t-shirts, and I had the Scream on it. And he got all excited because the Scream was a German artist. And so he came over to me, and just super nice guy. So that's cool. I wish I could be half as smart as the Shrimp King. And I would love to get one of his books, even though it's in German. I wish they would make an English version. I've been looking for a good English shrimp book, and Chewy, you probably know one. But okay, James is back.
I was just giving you a hard time in the chat. I just typed in there, man, this guy talks a lot.
Oh, I didn't even see it. I don't have my glasses on.
Yeah, I realized that after I typed it. I was just picking on you. Do we still have Bob Steenfod in here?
I don't know. I probably ran him off when I started talking about his heater.
Well, I would dare say one of two things has happened. Either A, he happened to be up in the middle of the night and was bored, or B, this is the time that he starts his day and he was just checking this out real quick. Oh, hey, there he is. So I am curious, from an analytical standpoint, how you found the stream. If you were talking to somebody in here and they told you about it, or if it actually showed up on your YouTube.
I love Bob's streams.
Yeah.
He has like the coolest voice, and he doesn't get stressed out about anything.
Yeah.
Even though you can tell that he's stressed out, he still sounds like he's super cool.
Yeah, he just does that, man, and just kind of shakes his head.
I'm normally a lurker.
Hello, Lynn. Welcome. Glad to have you. Okay, cool. I appreciate that. Like I said, I was just curious. I'm always trying to expand and do things and get as much exposure as possible. I know Pam will come in with an exposure comment on that one. So I was just curious how you found out about it, if it was talking to somebody and you popped in here, or if it was actually YouTube doing what YouTube is supposed to do and, showing things. So that's cool to know that it is showing things. And from the way that's phrased, I'm assuming that means you are subscribed to me, which is really awesome. That makes me feel special and want to do a little giggle there. I have those moments sometimes where I'm like, I get really giddy and I try and hold it in. Kind of like, having Rack around in the stream earlier. I would never have expected Rack to stay up as late as he did and hang out in the stream.
I know he's been doing so good. Like, he was up super late on Pam's stream last night.
Yeah. And then, Bob popping in here, I was like, wait, no, surely that's the Steam bot, the knockoff Bob that was in the other stream earlier. And I'm like, I clicked and went to his channel. I'm like, no, that's legitimately Bob. Holy cow. Or like that one time I told you that Dean from Dean's Fish Room actually messaged me back on Instagram. I was just like, oh my God, the things that you don't really expect and are greatly appreciative of when you're really small like I am. Anyway, and enough about that. I was just curious. I was stepped away, turning everything off, and I was like, I wonder how he got here. I'm sure I missed a good bit while I was out, so I'm not even going to pretend to be in the loop on the conversation.
Honestly, you probably didn't. I told him about how I bought one of those more generic beta fish tanks for my niece yesterday. And everything I wanted to do, I kind of failed at and ended up just, at least she's going to know how to do water changes.
Right, absolutely.
Because I think I taught her a good way to do that. But she's like a super good little girl. She has all sorts of animals, and my sister raised a bunch of good kids.
And that's awesome. That's was that the one that when we were doing the practice stream earlier? Was that the one that was said?
She's spending the night tonight. She's upstairs with her sister.
Yeah, that was neat.
They normally spend the night on Friday nights because my sister goes out line dancing with her husband every Friday night. And that's how cool Chattanooga is. I mean, they go out every Friday night as a date. They start out at some cool place to eat. They dance. Then afterwards they go out. It's a fun town. It's a vacation town.
I've only been down there once or twice, but it's always intrigued me, and I really want to get down there and do that aquarium trip. One, because I love the aquarium, obviously, but two, that would be a really good video to shoot. I'm assuming that they let you film in there because I'm sure tourists all the time are in there with their phones and all that stuff.
Yeah,
they may look at me a little funny coming in with a camera rig set up and all that, but
it's not a private one. It's a state. So
yeah, and I really want to do Ripley's because Ripley's has. Well, I've got to check and see if it's the Gatlinburg Ripley's. I know one of the Ripley's is doing a Project Piaba exhibit. So I'm hoping it's the one here in Gatlinburg, or up the road in Gatlinburg. Well, Bob Steenbot, I appreciate you selecting us as your option here. Hopefully we can put you to sleep. We'll do our best. Let's see. There's some fish smuggling going on, it looks like. We'll stay out of that one. We don't want Sushi to go back to prison. Yeah, and that was another thing. I was curious because, again, I've never used StreamYard before. I was curious if it was going to send out the notification, but it seems like YouTube changed something, because I feel like I used to get notified as soon as a stream got posted that it had a start time. Like if you set it up at 5 o'clock and you were going on at 9, when you actually set it up, it would pop up and tell me, hey, you're going live in 4 hours. And I could go in the chat and, pop in and say, hi, I'll be waiting here for 4 hours. And now it seems like I only get the notification for that 30-minute window just before it. So I don't know if maybe that's just me or if it's a YouTube being YouTube.
I don't get your notifications hardly ever. And I've got you clicked. So I don't know.
Well, and there are weird things like Rack's stream, River Life. Every time his stream starts, I have to leave. And come back. If I'm already in the stream, his video will never load. I could sit there for the whole stream and it will never load his video. It will always say stream starting in whatever time. But as soon as I refresh it, it pops up. It doesn't do it in everybody's stream, but it always does it in his stream. So it's just a weird YouTube thing. The Zen Ginger at Steenfod Aquatics. All right, look, now Bob's hijacking the show. We don't even get the questions anymore. No, I'm just kidding. At Steenfod Aquatics, what kind of effed up dreams do you have with that as a bedtime ritual? Oh, that's a good question. And then Chewy LTD, any shark footage around at Fish Room Fever? Up here in Canada, we don't like sharks.
He's a Maple Loaf fan.
I've got probably some pictures, no video, because I just upgraded the storage card on my phone because I do all my filming on my phone, and I was filling the phone storage and the 128 gigabyte card. So when I was transferring,
Night Pond.
Oh, Pond, bye. Have a good one. I appreciate you stopping by. I'm sure we will catch you in the streams later on tomorrow.
I just totally broke your train of thought.
No, you're good. You're good. That's exactly what I want, though, because I sit here when people are leaving and I'm like, I want to say something, and I'm like, because I want to acknowledge them. So no, that you were perfectly fine. I appreciate you doing that because I hate missing people leaving until after the fact. And Jeremy thinks we're annoying, but that's okay. So I probably have pictures because when I transferred 80 gigabytes worth of stuff onto my laptop, I know that I had pictures from like 2 Ripley's Aquarium visits on there, but I probably didn't have film because at the time I was just doing, tourist pictures versus YouTube recording. Now I could get you some bala shark footage or some rainbow shark footage. I could get you that. Sushi said, I have to leave and come back for every stream if I get there early on mobile. Yeah, mine it does on some. Hey, a fly found its way in here. Oh, look, 2. That's good. They can have some babies, and then I can have some live food for my fish. Mine does on some, but not on all. But on the ones that it does it on, it's every single one of that particular person's streams. Ed, you saw something funny.
No, I just said that's gross.
Oh, yeah. I mean, it's a live food. I mean, it's kind of like you buy the little the fruit fly maggots for your lizards or geckos or tree frogs or whatnot. Let me see. Oh, this heater's kicked on again, and it's killing me because it's right below me.
These are basically just fly parts, I guess.
Yeah. Select Pet says sometimes get notifications 4 hours late. Yeah, I absolutely love that. I love being in a stream 15, 20 minutes in, and then I get a notification. I'm like, oh, thanks. I'm glad that, I was paying attention because, you're working so well, YouTube. Pond, I thank you. Good luck with the work on the freezer. Hopefully you get that fixed. Pam's been getting notifications for streams for tomorrow night. Let's see, get caught back up. Bob at Steampod Aquatic says, I usually watch paranormal videos while I fall asleep. That may explain some of the personality traits. Just saying.
I've been in his fish room, and it is a hot fish room.
Yeah,
and it's crazy because you walk through his house and it's really nice and cool, and then you walk into the other half and it's like
Well,
your soul.
it's
I
gotten
don't know how he does it.
it's gotten even hotter now because I added a door to the end of the hallway, so it's retaining all that heat.
Well, I don't understand how it went from cold to hot without a door. It
Yeah.
was so it's I don't know how he did it.
Well, it's all about the air vents and the circulation. I took into account where the air pump and the heat pump were, and how the HVAC ran underneath the house, and I closed certain air vents off. That way I could get the temperature mix right. And that's all I'll say on that, because that's going to bore people to death.
It works. It's walking into a sauna.
Yes.
Now, I'm actually warm here. Normally, in my basement, it's pretty relaxed, but I'm in a closet, or not a closet, in a hallway, and I've got 3 tanks and no breeze, and it's kind of steamy right here. I didn't realize it was warm in this area because I just walked through it so fast.
So HC Aqua asked if I get that fancy mic, can I sound like you, James? HC, I don't know if you saw my last stream regarding my new studio setup, where I was talking about my $800 mic upgrade. That I did disclose was completely a joke. This rig, excluding the actual microphone, the whole rig setup was $17 on Amazon. And the microphone is the one that I've had the whole time, which is the $25 Blackweb cardioid microphone. It just gives you the appearance of me having an expensive microphone, so that you think I'm, of a higher quality than I actually am. So yes, for about $50, you can look like you have a $800 to $1,300 setup. Yeah. I mean, HC, if you're actually curious about that type of streaming stuff, I went through all the little things I did, and for less than $100, you can make a quality studio look with lighting and backdrop and microphone, and it really gives you the appearance of having spent a lot of money, even though you didn't. Because I like to bring the budgeting aspect, not just in the aquarium part, but also into the YouTube part, since I have been trying to focus some on that and help people expand their channels and develop and build their brand. Let's see. Yeah, Ed, he said to get the heater that I have. Yeah, it's an HVAC unit. It's nothing fancy. It's just what comes in a single wide trailer. I had to clean it the first time I fired it up. It was dirty, and the fan was catching a little bit from all the dust collected on it. But once I pulled it out and cleaned it, it's running just fine.
The room that I'm putting my fish in is like a great big family room, so it has no vents in that far corner.
Right.
So I think I'll be able to regulate it pretty easy once I just get the heat going, and it won't get cold. So and it's like underground too. So
I'm gonna grab something real quick. I'll be right back.
Sure. But yeah, it's 45 Fahrenheit. I have no here, and like in St. Louis, that would have been super hot for this time of year. I bet it's super hot for all you guys up north. But yeah, it's weird living in the South. The bugs here are crazy. They never die. So yeah, the bugs are crazy. Oh, I gotta get one of those little temperature jobs.
Okay, so this was another $9 investment on Amazon for Black Friday. I find it's within a degree. It's like 0.6 to 0.7. It varies. My desk is reading 83.0.
It's 76 degrees, my fish tank behind me.
Yeah, well, see, and I just I hit the piranha tank with it in a couple different spots, and it was showing a degree below what the actual thermometer reads on there. So that just goes to show you the temperature in here is above 80 degrees. So it's not lovely, but that's what you got to do for the fish. You see, I probably need to pull a Pam and take my bra off. It's been a while.
I have 2 flugel heaters though in this tank, so that's what keeps it where it needs to be. Even though it's about 73 or 74 in this room right now, so those heaters don't have to work too hard.
Yeah, and that's what the few tanks that I do actually have heaters in, that they don't have to do a whole lot of work. I can use a lower wattage heater than I would normally have to if this side of the house was the same temperature as the living side of the house. And that's part of why my saltwater tank is there. Like my bedroom right now is, if I had to guess, it's probably sitting in the upper 60s. I like it cold in there. So I've got my salt tank back in that part of the house where it's cooler, so I don't have to run a chiller or anything like that. And there's a hack for you. If you have a saltwater tank and in your house you have the air vents that are in the floor, knock a hole in the bottom of the stand. That way that air vent blows straight up on the bottom of your tank and cools it. That's actually what I was doing when I had it in the fish room. I cut a hole in the bottom of the stand so that the central heat and air unit would actually blow up on the bottom glass and chill the tank. Well, let me make sure I didn't jump.
Ginger, where do you live in Texas? Like, not your address, just your town. I would hate to have June bugs most of the year. You know, I have stink bugs still.
Oh yeah, those things are.
I know wasps. Wasps are constantly getting in the house. I killed one yesterday again. Big red wasps.
Oh yeah, no, not a fan.
Yeah, it's like eventually, don't they ever die here?
Oh, Pam, we love you. We love you, Pam. Pam said everybody always picks on her, and then she said she's going to go get coffee, and then she followed that up with trying not to trip since her 18 hours was up. I don't think you have to worry about tripping on them, but please do be careful. I mean, you know, when you tell people on a live stream about how you run people over with cars and get away with it, people are going to pick on you. Yeah, I found that mine does too. I mean, you have to take into consideration this is my logic behind it, and I would imagine that there's science to follow it. My thought process for the temperature variance would be the fact that your glass is exposed to the ambient temperature of the room. So your glass is going to be trying to adjust to generally the colder temperature outside the aquarium, while the water inside is trying to heat that glass up. Or it could be vice versa. But yeah, I always get a variation on the glass. But you kind of have to think of it as the glass is your insulation, so to speak. So it should have a different temperature inside of it versus outside of it. And it's also, of course, going to depend upon how far away you are from it. I mean, if it's, you know, like the other day I was playing around with it and I had the front door open and cold wind was blowing through. So that cold air, you know, changed it depending upon if I was 5 feet away or 5 inches away. So things like that to take into consideration. And that's why normally when I check a tank, I'll do it in a couple places. I'll check it in the water, and I'll check it through the glass, but I like put it, you know, I'll check the substrate, and then I'll check like a piece of decor, and then just kind of get a general idea, since you can get different readings like you were saying.
I've never been bit by a ladybug, but I've vacuumed them, like a ton of them up.
Yes.
Because I lived down in the country in Missouri, and you would vacuum them, and they would just stink the whole place up. Oh, it was terrible. But I've never been bit. Have you, James?
Not by a ladybug, no. No, I've not experienced that one.
I've been bit by a lot of fleas since I've moved to Tennessee. I never got bit by a flea in Missouri.
Right.
And now it's like constantly fighting fleas on my poor cats, and they're not even outdoor cats. Crazy.
Pam doesn't even have to worry about fleas. And,
Yeah, well,
yeah.
in Missouri, I didn't worry about it. I was only like 6 hours north of here, or 7 hours north of here. It's crazy.
Right. So Select Pet does have some valuable information. Just don't check the tank temp on the light. That don't work, trust me. Yeah, that's probably one of the places you don't want to check. I also probably wouldn't check it on the actual heater in the aquarium.
We had a lot more ticks in Missouri than we do here. We had like 4 or 5 different types of ticks, and everybody was always getting Lyme disease or something else that they were starting to get where they can't eat meat. You get bit by the flea, and it would do something to your liver, and if you ate meat, it was like poison.
Oh, like, yeah, the Lone Star ticks. Yeah, the Lone Star tick has an enzyme that causes a meat allergy. Yes, that's what I was say. I'm more worried about ticks strictly because of that than fleas, as bad as fleas are.
If I had to give up meat, I don't know, man.
Yeah,
that'd be tough.
I would be eating a lot of spirulina wafers, I guess.
It'd be tough.
Shelby Ray Lane says that's what I do now. Take a couple of readings in different parts of the tank and then just average it. That's exactly what I do and would recommend. Curly Bunny EMT, water bugs are crazy or scary crazy. They're like large roaches and move fast. Yes. Yeah, they are and they do. And no thank you. Sushi said something. I missed it.
Again, it's a meat allergy that you get from being bit by a tick. It's not something you're born with. Like, I'm personally allergic to mustard, which is weird. But like, if it just gets on my lips or tongue, I get a blister.
Yeah, it's I'm 95% positive, but it is 5 o'clock in the morning. It should be the Lone Star tick, and I can look that up. And if I remember correctly, basically what it is it releases an enzyme in its bite, and it causes an allergy to the proteins in meat. Let's look. Let's have a look-see. Lone Star tick.
See, Australia might have all that poisonous stuff, but we have stuff that makes it so you can't eat.
Yeah. And see that it's not a definite. A bite from the Lone Star tick can cause people to develop an allergy to red meat, including beef and pork. This specific allergy is related to a carbohydrate called alpha-gal and is best diagnosed with a blood test.
And it's like 1 out of 1,000,000 bites. I mean, I've been bit by those things my whole life.
So. I just know my luck. I would be that 1 out of 1,000,000. But yeah, if you see a tick that's got a big white dot on its back, run.
Yep. Well, should we wrap it up since it's 5 o'clock or 6 more minutes?
We can. I mean, that is up to you. I don't care. I got 12 hours before I got to be to work. Let me pull this back up. We have gone for 4.5 hours, and we still have, if this is accurate. Oh, wait, I'm on Bob's page. I forgot I went to validate the authenticity. There's the word, authenticity. I went to validate the authenticity of the Steamfod in the chat. I forgot about that. Yeah, I think this is just stuck on 48 and 21. I don't know how many we actually have watching.
But everybody, thank you a ton for hanging out and having fun. That's why I'm on YouTube, just to have fun with y'all.
Yeah, this has been a blast. I honestly I didn't expect this kind of turnout. Um, so I really do appreciate you all, and Ed, I appreciate you hanging in there and becoming a part of the weekly stream. I think that is awesome.
Fun.
Yeah, I just refreshed. It says we've got 20 watching.
Well, I mean, I don't mind if people want to keep hanging out and having fun. I don't mind.
In all honesty, I'm not going to go to bed even if we end the stream. So, you know, if we've got people and they want to be on here, hey, Run a Vlog, welcome. I appreciate you showing up. Let me pop my chat back out, though. Do that and do that. And I will get the hang of StreamYard. There we go. Yeah, it's 5 in the morning and we have 22 viewers, 21 viewers, somewhere right in there. I am G Snap. I appreciate you hanging out for the long haul. I hope you have a wonderful night. Thank you so much for spending your time with us and showing your support. And I'm sure we will catch you in the streams tomorrow. Get you some good rest. GRB Aquatics says we don't get Lyme disease down here, so doctors are never concerned. Yeah, that I won't go into that whole conspiracy thing. But you know, Lyme disease did have a point of origin here in the United States that has some odd background to it.
I'm not saying Australia isn't dangerous, though. If I went there, I'd probably get bit by 8 things and beat on by a sick koala bear.
Yeah, I ended up getting my butt kicked by a kangaroo.
Oh, that'd be cool.
Aquarium Cop said, I had a partner from Louisiana that had Lyme disease from a tick. He couldn't eat KFC. The salt content would bring on his symptoms. That's not fun.
Even though I only do KFC like once every 5 years. I love it, but
yeah, well, and see, my thought didn't even necessarily go specifically to KFC, but fried chicken in general. When I heard that, I was like, no fried chicken. I don't eat it a whole lot, but when I want it, it's something that I really want to eat. Pam has given us a hard time because we're amateurs and we can't hang with the big dogs, apparently. I will say this, and Ed, I don't expect you to. Actually, you're not going to be around for most of it because you'll be out of town, as you already discussed earlier. The week that I have my surgery, the 16th of this month, and I'm out of work, I plan on doing like a really, really long marathon stream, and of course other smaller streams too. But I am definitely going to be doing like a massive marathon stream. I even thought about looking up like the record for the most subscribers, the most new subscribers in a single live stream, and then doing like one of the not really clickbaity type, but you know, doing it like world record breaking live stream, you know, title it that, and you'd be trying to get people to come in and, you know, something fun like that. I don't know. I'm going to be doing a lot of live streaming while I'm stuck in bed. Let's see. All the clickbait words, GRB. Rona is at school, so I can't hear you. Just here to support. Rona, I appreciate that. Well, you can't hear me. So let me type. And there I go. You tell me you can't hear me, and yet I want to talk.
Chewy asked if the band Rush is popular down here. Okay, I know it's popular. Well, it was popular. I used to be on a traveling trivia team, and the one weak spot I have is music. I'm only good at one-hit wonders. But so I know that Rush is big, but I'm not for sure if they're really much around anymore, or, you know, people really bring it up. You know, James?
What's that?
The
Rush?
band Rush.
I don't know who that is. No, I'm kidding. I do know who it is, but it's not something that.
I probably just showed how old I am.
Right.
Pam, you probably know who Rush is.
I know of Rush, but
They're
I
from
don't.
the 80s.
Yeah. Yeah, I've not heard any Rush hype anywhere in a long time.
I've done a lot of things. I've also been a hockey coach and played a lot of hockey.
Nice. Brad, without going into details because people definitely don't want to hear about it, we'll just say it involves I don't know what they would technically be called, a urological surgeon and a colorectal surgeon. So they are putting together a team. And we'll just leave it at that. Not fun, not pretty, not going to feel good. So I will be out of work for at least a week because as soon as they heard that I do retail and stocking and standing and all that, they're like, no, sorry, you can't go back to work. So that's where we're going to leave it. And no, it's not a sex change, Pam. Before you even get there, okay, maybe it is, but I'll still keep the beard. I'm going to keep the beard even with the sex change. Let's see. Ed was on a traveling trivia team, and he was in a choir that sung to inmates. Yeah, we are learning a lot, definitely. And see, you thought people wouldn't be interested in you. I mean, where do you find a combination like that?
Well, I was the dorky one on the team. You know, I was the art, sports, stupid cartoon guy, sci-fi guy.
And see, there is the Chewy with the endless knowledge. Well, I know that Rush at one time was actually a 4-piece band that had Steve Shutt as the 4th member. You know a lot more than me, Chewy, and not just on that subject.
Chewy, do you know who Survivor is?
The Zen Ginger, literally, yes, very much.
I photoshot them, or they came to my studio for photos.
Yeah, so there's a fun fact. I won't go into everybody, and I'll probably forget some people, but this one is more for Chewy because he's into the entertainment industry. I have met, let's see, I met Ed from Live, John Mayer, Joe and Phil from Def Leppard. Oh goodness, it's 5 o'clock. I can't remember. I have to pull out all my autographs. Basically, I ended up backstage at the tour buses at an event one time, and security just left us there. They had done a special thing at Nashville River Stages to where a couple people could go back into a meet and greet at the tour buses, and I snuck my way back, singing "Pour Some Sugar on Me" and acting like I fit in. I got right through security with the little group of people that had won, and then we get done. And they walk us over to the gate to go back out away from the buses. And the security guy walks away while we're still back there with the buses. So everybody else is walking back out into the main area. And I look and was there with, it was my uncle and, who else was there? I don't remember. It was another relative. But we're looking, we're like, nobody's making us leave. So I end up in the bathroom and I'm standing there taking a leak next to Ed from the group Live.
Not me.
Yeah, no. Ed from the band Live, not this guy. I haven't taken a leak next to this guy. And then we just kind of were like walking around and, met a couple people and just kind of walked our way out after there wasn't really much else to do. But that's for you, Chewy, since I know you like the music industry. Go ahead, Ed.
I got my biggest music thing ever probably was I was Bono's bodyguard for one night.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, I used to work security like at concerts, and this little Irish girl came down, and they used to feed us a bunch of cookies and pop before the movie or before the concerts. And she picked like the biggest guys, and we were supposed to usher the band through the crowd. And then that was it. And so I was hoping that I was going to get the Edge because I was a big YouTube guy and Edge is so cool. And they opened the door and Bono comes out and I was like, we got Bono. He was like, hey, what are you doing? And it was like, oh my gosh, he was so nice. And the other two guys that were with me didn't even know who he was.
That's funny. That's awesome.
Yeah, and I got a free jersey, or not jersey, concert shirt. That was a great night. So the next week was the Rolling Stones, and I'm thinking, this is going to be great. I ended up directing traffic all night because they didn't have enough cops come to volunteer. So I was out in the streets directing traffic with cones that was a bummer.
Sucks. Oh, I would have been mad.
So you go from being awesome at the YouTube concert to Rolling Stones outside in the cold. And this was like December in St. Louis.
Yeah, no, thank you to that. GRB, don't worry. It's kind of like you can't treat stupid. You can't treat fish room fever. I won't let them take that away from me. Zen is right. It's a chronic condition. Yeah, there's Chewy for you, Ed.
Yeah, too cool. I also used to be, but Chewy knows, I think. I told him that I used to do all the charity events for the St. Louis Blues. I used to do all the photography for them. And I really got to know a lot of the players. That was a lot of fun. I was like, not really, well, kind of buddy-ish, kind of with Brendan Shanahan. I got to play hockey with him and stuff, and it was a good time. That was in my 20s. A lot of fun back then.
See, that's awesome.
But that's when I stopped doing autographs. I used to do autographs when I was younger, but when you work with the celebrities and you just see some of the crazy people, not saying that you're crazy for getting it, because that's cool to get those autographs. But there's some people that would get their autographs every single time. Like there's this Shane Corson that was a real cool center. Every time I'd be out there in the parking lot talking to him, this one lady would come and get like 10 autographs every time. Yeah. And she even came to me and asked me to take photos of them and she'd buy them. And I was like, no, she was just, so I kind of, and one time I was at a bowling thing and there was a guy named Peter Zesley had a broken arm and he needed help getting through the crowd. And I was there to be the photographer, but I kind of ended up being the bodyguard there because I'm a big guy.
Right.
And so I grabbed the guys and pull them through. Well, some lady started drawing on his cast. And it was like I wanted to slap her, but it's like, it's so weird. And so that's why I don't do autographs at all anymore because I just feel sorry for the guys.
Yeah.
Like with YouTube, a lot of the guys, they're celebrities and stuff on YouTube. I don't really look at them as celebrities. I just look at them as normal people.
Right.
And when I met Corey the first time, he gave me his shirt, but he said, hey, let me sign that autograph for you. And I was like, oh, okay. And I felt bad because like in a stream later that he did, he said that he kind of felt funny because sometimes you would offer to sign autographs and the people were kind of surprised. And I was like, oh, I was one of them. I wish I would have acted more. I don't think I was ungrateful, but I was just,
Right.
And Corey is a celebrity. He's awesome.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
And my bad for not, I guess I just don't fanboy much. I don't know. Sorry, guys. I didn't mean to get off a weird sub.
No, you're good. Well, I was actually going to expand on that. I don't know the reason most people want autographs. I think it's probably they could be like, oh, this person touched this piece of paper. You get what I'm saying? This person handled this item. Mine has always been from a more analytical or factual base. Mine is like confirmation. So, if I'm talking to somebody and I say, oh, this happened, and they go, no way, I can be like, yeah, I have proof, I guess, is my thing. Versus, like you said, fanboying out, going, "Oh my God, this person, touched this and wrote here," and that type of thing. So
Yeah, but I mean, I've got a bunch of autographs. I used to go to conventions all the time, so I got like tons of Star Wars ones,
right,
but now there's one guy or two guys I would love to get autographs from, and they're sumo wrestlers. I don't know why, but it's like, man, I would love to get one of those two guys' autographs.
right.
But it's really cool how sumo wrestlers do their autographs. They put paint on their hand and they smack it on a piece of paper.
Huh.
And you get their handprint as their autograph.
Awesome.
And it's like, that is so cool. So, and I just got into sumo wrestling like 2 years ago, and I don't know why, but I love it.
Well, that's awesome.
And it's all night long, and so I kind of like that, because it's all live from Japan. So did I just put everybody to sleep? I'm so sorry.
No, they're carrying on their conversation. We're having our conversation. It's a typical live stream. Oh, that's what I was going to do. Select Pet says, so you get fish room fever when a betta bites you. Yes, amongst other things. There are several carriers. So you just, in general, want to be careful. I think I actually contracted mine. I was trying to get some angelfish eggs out, and I got attacked by the parents protecting the eggs, and I'm pretty sure that's how I caught mine. Tell you what I'm going to do, since we are continuing on, which is cool with me, but as you know, I'm a smoker. Don't smoke in the house. I'm going to step off for a second, let you take over the chat, and I will be right back. That is another thing I do enjoy about live streaming, is I smoke a lot less, because I don't want to just step away every 5 minutes, because that's bad content. But there comes a point where I'm like, look, we can end it or I can walk away. So I'll be right back.
Okay, so playing sumo or watching it. When I was in college, one time they had like an art festival, and they did that thing where you dressed up like a sumo wrestler, and that was a lot of fun in the sumo suits. But no, I gotten into watching it. It's all in Japanese, so I don't know what they're saying. But man, those guys, they're on this pillar that's like 3 feet off the ground, that's hard clay, and they literally will throw each other off. And I mean, they get busted heads and hurt. And then there's people that are sitting on little pads all the way around, and they fall on the people. It's hilarious. And one time they got the really old judge who decides who touched the mat first with their hand or a body part other than their feet. And I've seen one time he got thrown off, and he's like in the 80s, and he's like covered in blood, and it was like, oh my gosh. And they're just, I don't know, just crazy. It's so much better than Roman Greco wrestling, but oh well. And I always just used to think it was fat guys slamming into each other, but it is fat guys slamming into each other, but it's like crazy to see what happens. Okay, so now I probably put everybody to sleep. Now, Pam, why would you want to autograph my forehead? Right, I've got a really good glare up there, but I could put a hat on. But I guess Pam is our celebrity artist. So, oh man, it is kind of like a car wreck, like a good demolition derby. I haven't seen a good demolition derby in years. I should see if they have them here at the fairs. They are great. Oh, yeah, Pam print. Big red Pam print on my head. But then you wouldn't know if the troll was upside down or not. Oh, man. Oh, that's terrible. One of these days, I'm gonna get some of Pam's Daisy rice fish. They're like, everybody has a dream fish. I love her rice fish. I'm drawn to color. I love when I paint things, I do lots of bright colors. I love bright colors. And her rice fish, how they're orange and blue and they just kind of glow perfect. Bob told me what lights to get to make them look perfect. Your lights. I'm going to do that to you, Pam, and I'm going to have pretty rice fish just like you someday. I mean, you know that. I've put my order in, but say yes, maybe next week. Now, the one thing is I want you to have a big colony too. I don't want your colony is more important than me having rice fish. Oh, Dr. Black is here. Blackie, how are you doing? Awesome to see you here. I was talking about Australians earlier, and I was thinking about doing my Australian accent, but I'm not going to do it. Okay. Thinking about Tennessee. And we've been staying up all this time just for you, Blackie. We were like, shouldn't have you been here like 2 hours ago? But TZG, don't know what that means. You know, I love Blackie's intro song that he kind of sings. I've like actually just played that a couple times. Yip, 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 yip. I don't know. That was probably terrible, but it's really cool.
Crikey, drain the old dingo.
He's back.
Well, look who it is, Dr. Black 66, hashtag not a doctor, not black, not
work on it. Well, it's not a knife. This is a knife. Good day. There you go. That's about as good as I can do.
Yeah, the
good day, Blackie.
The later it gets, the worse my accent gets. I used to be able to do a really good British accent when I was doing appliance delivery. My partner and I, we would play this little game. We'd get to a house to do a delivery, and we'd keep a British accent the entire time until we said goodbye. And then we'd just switch back to our normal voices and have a good day and walk away. And people would be like, what? And we'd have to come up with like these elaborate stories because we say, oh, you're from England. And we'd have this whole story planned out about how we're brothers and where we grew up and all this and that. It was fun.
I can do a Hank Hill. Gosh darn it, Blackie. Get over here. What are you doing down there playing with them snakes? Ladybird doesn't like them snakes.
Nice.
But, yeah, I don't know. I've gone off the rails. I have no idea what I'm talking about anymore.
Well, I mean, we've been going for almost 5 hours. It's to be expected.
If I drink, I can speak a lot better Australian, I think. I speak a lot better all accents when I drink.
I was going to ask if you needed to wrestle a crocodile or drain the old dingo. I know it's been a while since you had a reprieve from the camera.
I'm doing good.
All right.
But thank you for asking. We'll have to do a live stream of American Goon Ball. Or Goon String or Goon Line. James has no idea what I'm talking about.
Nope, not at all. Just nod and smile. It's like when the old lady in the checkout line is talking to you and you don't know what she's saying. You just, have a nice day. Yep.
It's a game that Blackie plays. It sounds absolutely great. And I'll just leave it at that. You have to watch more Blackie streams and you'll know.
Gotcha. When you drink, all accents sound better to you, even if not to everyone else. Yes, Select Pet, you are 100% right. When I drink, I have the perfect accent for everything.
What's the dingo one? A dingo, you like my baby.
A dingo,
Terrible.
a dingo ate my baby.
A dingo ate my baby. But it's a woman that says that line. I was trying to do it hype. Oh well.
Oh.
But Dr. Black
is
got here just in time for requests, and James is going to sing anything you want.
Yeah, absolutely.
I'll show some art, and he'll do the.
Oh, took my baby. I'm sorry. He didn't complain about the horrible accents, just the fact that we got the words wrong. A dingo took my, and that's not even. I'm not even going to finish that. I didn't start it right. I'm not going to finish it. Sorry. Oh.
Here, I'll go show off one of my photos, and he'll sing something cool. Oh.
I think he promised singing. I don't know that I agreed to that. I don't think we wanted to kill the chat, but I think we could do that.
Oh, you took me off.
I thought you were going to do something. Here, hold on a second.
I literally just had to pick up. This is a photo of Lake Erie that I did a few years ago. Wow, it's really dusty. But
oh no.
Okay, so that's it. I'm back. Oh. It's not nearly as cool as Blackie's wife's art, but I've got a lot of photos. That was just the closest one to me.
Oh, okay. Let me bring my chat back. There we go. And that's what I said.
Off the rails. I don't know what I'm doing.
It may not always be informative. Sometimes it's entertaining, but it's still value of some sort.
It's a really neat photo if you could see the whole thing. Unfortunately, it's pretty big.
I could kind of see it. I still have not figured out exactly how to make you the primary person, and I'm still at the stage of not wanting to push too many buttons. Even though we did find out my computer can die and you still can keep the stream going. I lost it. I've never gotten signed back into a computer that quick before. So I was like, surely to God, if I can start a new stream, people will pop in. And then you were still going, and I was like, oh, thank goodness. Don't push the red button. Absolutely. I don't know. I don't know. Yes, we are definitely crazy. HC, I appreciate you hanging out with us all this time. The support means a lot. I hope you were either entertained, informed, or possibly even both. But good dreams to you. I can't believe we have this many people going, Ed.
Yeah.
I told you would be a hit. I've never had a live stream this popular.
Oh, I don't know about that. That's just because when you go out to smoke, everybody leaves.
Oh. So I never turned my guppy light off. Let me do that real quick.
Oh. Good night, HC. Pam, your beard is not that bad.
Well, see, that's the great thing about her having a crappy webcam is it doesn't show all the fine hairs. Just kidding, Pam. Just kidding.
Just the big thick ones?
Yeah. Just the big grays, not the other ones.
Oh, Pam, we love you.
I will say I'm surprised I've not caught the room on fire yet because I have those shop lights with grocery bags hanging over top of them, and I know those lights are hot at this point. So I've just been kind of waiting for melting plastic, but it's not happened yet. So
I like the really bright light to show that my halo. My head's so hot. I mean, look at that.
Yeah.
Burnt.
Yeah. Well, that's part of the problem.
Week I'll be wearing my bandana.
Well, see, you need your aquarium co-op hat. Hashtag not sponsored.
Hell, it's right next to me.
I'll tell you what I want to do is I want to find where I can get that same style of hat because I really like the mesh back with the elastic versus the little snaps. There we go. And see that actually that pops the color definition on the goatee on the beard.
Yeah, it does. Wow.
But I want to get the Fish Room Fever hat, the Fish Room Fever logo on that style of hat, like what Corey uses, because I think those are a good hat. I need to do some merch. I did set up a Teespring at one point, but I don't even remember what I put on there. And it wasn't even so much because I expected anybody to want to get anything. It was simply so I could buy some of my own products so that I could wear, a Fish Room Fever shirt when I'm like, hey, can I shoot a video in your store?
My bandana just added like 20 years to my life. I wore bandanas my whole life. But man, that thing just made me look a million years older.
I was going to ask where you parked your Harley at.
Yeah, I can't ride one anymore. It's a bummer.
Yeah, it's amazing.
Like, I looked like a Cardinal Tetra. That was pretty awesome.
There we go. You were the Project Piaba Cardinal Tetra of the stream. All right, I like it.
2 seconds. That's awesome. Oh man. You know what? That is a big issue with me because I have a huge head, but I am going to grab this hat.
Oh. Because I know Corey was talking about it, and he was saying like he's got a huge head, and he gets the large one or the bigger size.
This thing, look, it goes all the way around, and it's like a stretch. This is an awesome hat. Yeah. I wish, though, I would have rather have had that. Oh, everything's backwards. But I wish he sold the one with the bright green. I just kind of like the bright green better.
That would be cool.
I figured that would cast too much of a shadow on my face. Oh, well. Oh, what's he saying? You guys see the Tennessee Aquarium vid about electric eel powering the Christmas tree? No, but I need to go and check that out because that Tennessee Aquarium I have a membership to.
Yeah, we were talking about that earlier in the stream about 4.5 hours ago. No, that's awesome.
They send me emails nonstop. Like every single 4th of July, they give red, white, and blue candy to the otters and stuff. And
that's awesome.
Yeah. But I don't like to go when there's like a bajillion people. I like to go like on Mondays not even on Mondays. Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday are the best days.
That's why we've got I need to renew it, but we generally keep a Zoo membership. And my favorite time to go is when it's raining a little bit, because if it's lightly raining, it's pretty much empty and all the animals are actually out because they enjoy it. So it's like perfect to go then. Shelby Ray Lane, we are not going to get into street politics any more than we're going to get into government politics. Yeah, Brad, like Ed was saying, I don't have the experience. Ed has the experience, but from what I've heard from him and Corey, it should even fit big-headed people.
I tell you what, Blackie, I'm going to try to videotape that for you because I'd like to videotape that for me.
Yeah, well, and you've got that awesome camera. I'm not that it can't do decent work, but I'm using a smartphone. It's 4K, but it's not like what you've got.
I'm a wedding photographer, so I have a nice digital camera, but and it does video, I just, as a wedding photographer, I never do video, and I'm having the hardest time figuring out my camera.
I wasn't gonna say anything, but yeah, I remember that. I actually saved the photo that the screenshot that I sent you when I was moving files over for the storage card transfer. I held on to that photo just in case you asked about it again.
Well, that's good. It's like so many. It should just be push a red button like normal video cameras, but it's not. You have to completely go out of photography to video, and it makes it tough. Okay.
Sushi, don't tell us you stayed up all night and you have to go to work now. Kind of makes me feel bad.
Oh no!
I feel like the dude that's dealing the heroin on the street corner, and now you're ODing on it. That's I feel responsible. Not that they feel responsible, but I do.
She's probably like a surgeon or something.
Yeah,
or a jet pilot.
Something extremely important that requires sleep and focus and concentration.
Yeah. She has laser eye surgery.
Oh God.
Oh man.
Oh.
Oh man.
They're not going to listen anyway, Sushi, so I don't feel bad because they weren't going to give a crap what you had to say.
Oh, cool. I could actually teach, but I'd probably kill the kids. I used to do high school coaching, and I ended up having to quit. We had the championship game, our conference championship, and we had this team wrapped up. And I had like 3 of my best kids show up drunk, and I wouldn't let them on the ice. And their parents like screamed at me after the game. They lost. And it's like, I can't let drunk kids skate. I mean, and it just, well. I mean, I was nice to not report the kids. I just let them sit there. But yeah, that wasn't fun.
Yeah. No.
They weren't paying me. I was a volunteer, so that's why I figured, well, I don't need to get them in trouble. But right. I don't need to get in trouble either.
Yeah, absolutely. And no, not worth it. Well, Sushi, I'm sorry. I feel bad. I hope you at least enjoyed yourself.
Yeah.
Believe me, I've been in that boat a couple times before where I'm like, oh my God, did I just do that? Yes, I did.
And you say, oh my God, drunk hockey. I've been in so many beer leagues, but once you're over 21, it's fun to be drunk and play hockey. High school, not so much. It's actually better to probably be drunk and play hockey because you don't get as hurt.
Oh, that's great. Oh. Well, we have gone all over the map tonight.
Yeah, we have.
We had our informational section, our shout outs, our comedy corner, failed accents.
Yeah. Oh no, did we lose Pam? Maybe she finally fell asleep.
I'm counting that as that's something I can mark off my bucket list if we outlasted Pam.
Oh my gosh.
Yes, that's the thing, Pam. Making fun of Punchy Time is all the time. Just because we love you and we know that you can take it, and all you're going to do is tip your coffee cup up. So.
State or city, state, shout out. How about province? I'm in the state of Tennessee.
Yep. Tennessee. Knoxville. Pam, I believe that. Sorry, go ahead.
Aqua Cup's from New York. Oh, right. Sushi, are you going to be at Aquashella?
I swear to God, if I see ASL pop up, I'm ending the stream, okay? Just letting you know.
I've been to Brooklyn. I used to date a girl from Rutherford, New York. I met her in college, and it was kind of cool because her dad was rich, and we'd fly out there all the time.
Hey, Select, what if you don't mind me asking, you don't have to disclose, but I'm curious because I used to live up that way. What city? You said it's or town rather. I used to live near Monticello, and I had to go up to Lexington a lot. Sorry, Ed, I didn't mean to cut you off.
Doesn't matter. Oh, Cody's son's from Davenport, Iowa. Most of my family's from Iowa. Council Bluffs.
That's a generation behind you, Blackie. That was when like AOL chat was first blowing up. All the teenagers would type ASL. It stood for age, sex, location. When you were trying to hook up with the other sex online, everybody would go in and type ASL, and you would type in your age, your sex, and your state. That way, people that were near each other and of the appropriate age could start talking to each other.
Wow, I never heard that before.
Yeah, that's why I was saying, because that's what it reminded me of when he did the city-state thing. That's as soon as I'm like, oh dear God, if I see that popping up, we're done. That was the big thing back when internet chat was really taking off. Yeah, chat lines. Yeah.
I hardly know how to use Facebook.
Berea. Okay. Yeah, I it's been a while since I lived up there, but I used to get around that part of the state. No, technically, Blackie, I said if I see it, well, technically it popped up in the chat, but it wasn't in the format in which it was being asked. It was a question regarding it. So that's null and void. Sorry. And now that offer has expired, so you're stuck with us until something else happens. Oh, Pam. Oh, Pam. We love you, Pam.
Oh, I don't know what I just did.
Dr. Black just now learned how to search. Well, I mean, I guess that makes sense. You don't really have to know how to search when you're doing the uploading. I was searching before I was uploading on there, but you know, it's to each his own. Dr. Black, I am all about technicalities. I am the master of loopholes, as Miss Fever would say. I'm very good at wording things in a way that you don't even realize I'm throwing a loophole in.
I'm just the opposite. I don't care.
Well, I do it because it's fun to mess with her and to see if she can catch it. She's gotten better over the years.
General in life.
Oh, no, well, I mean, I can be if I have to be, and that comes from like legal study and things like that. Being able to say things without saying them or getting divulged, stuff like that. It's kind of like if my boss asks me a question, I'm like, what answer do you really want? Do you want the, hey, you're texting me to complain about my coworker's answer, or do you want the, you're my boss and you need an answer for your boss answer? You know, that kind of thing.
Yeah, I'm just in a point in my life that if it bugs me, I just walk away.
Yeah.
But I don't have to answer to anybody anymore, so that's easy.
Oh yeah, yeah, Dr. Black. At this point, if anybody has made it through over 5 hours of replay, you're crazy. Thank you for your support. You're insane. You probably deserve some sort of merch, which I don't have. Oh goodness gracious! But yeah, I do. I do want to set up some merch. Like I said, not because I expect people to buy it, but because I want to be able to get a couple things. And I've looked around locally to try and I thought about going to like the flea markets around here on Saturdays where they do like the print your t-shirt type things and getting a t-shirt done that way. But I don't know. I just haven't had the time to do that. I've been working every day this month. Well, and the end of the last month, but
Your buddy that owns the local fish store, his wife does that.
that's right. Yeah, she did the embroidering on their hand towels.
So she could do anything for you, probably.
Yeah.
You guys have some fucking gigantic flea market in Knoxville. I drove by it. I was going to see my nephew do a rowing competition.
Mm-hmm.
And I drove by it, and it was just a monster. And I know they have a giant one in Nashville, but I was shocked you guys have some mega one there, too.
Yeah, I haven't been.
Where I was just driving down the highway and saw it.
I haven't been to that one since it first opened years ago. Years ago, it wasn't great, but again, that was like when it was first getting started up. I may have to check it out. But generally, if I'm going to go to a flea market, I'll either go to Sweetwater or I'll go up to exit 407 Pigeon Forge.
Sweetwater sounds like a cool place. I haven't lived in Tennessee long enough to know that there's a town named Sweetwater.
Yeah, it's exit 60 on 75 in between me and you. It's like 16 miles above Cleveland, north of. I know you all always come in the back way.
Wait, I'm 22 miles above Cleveland.
Yeah, but you're like out. You're not straight off the interstate. Sweetwater is exit. No, wait, that's Madison. Is Madisonville exit 60?
Here.
Oh, Sweetwater is the Madisonville exit.
Tennessee.
Yeah, it should be exit 60. Everybody else that's not local to us is like, what the are these guys talking about?
It's 40 minutes from me. I drive through it to get to. I drive by it, I guess, to see. You know, like if I go to your house, I'd be driving by it.
Yeah.
Oh well. Most
They've
times.
Yes, Select Pet. That is the Lost Sea exit. You are correct. Ding, ding, ding. Select Pet gets a point. Have you been there, Ed?
Where?
The Lost Sea.
I have no idea.
It's an underwater lake. It's really cool, and it's actually got fish in it. I've not been in a long time. I may have to go back. And you can
camp in it. In the cave?
Yeah. You go down in the cave, and they have the glass bottom boats, and you can see all the fish.
Yeah, my sister was telling me about it last winter. Yeah, I got to check that out sometime. See, y'all, I'm a Yankee in a southern place, so I'm learning.
I hadn't even thought of that, but that would be a pretty awesome video because yeah, it's blind cave fish.
Well, they also have trout in there. They put trout in there to see if they would where they would come out, and they ended up just staying in the cave.
That's
and
right.
So they have trout in their cave.
Yep, yeah, that's right. I remember that now. I haven't been there in over a decade. It's been a long time. I used to live out in Madisonville when we first moved up from Florida. We moved to Madisonville. Talk about culture shock. Moving from Jacksonville, Florida to Madisonville, Tennessee. Being 14 or 15 at the time, that was interesting.
Holy cow, we have Tampa Tom.
Hey, Tampa Tom, welcome. Got the 50th thumb. All right. Yeah, I think we lost a few for various reasons. I'm glad we're back at 50. I appreciate that, sir.
That's awesome, Aquarium Cop.
I forget. Hold on, I can just scroll up. I don't even need to ask that question. Ed, you got the chat. I'm on a mission here.
You know, I bet you if we just stay on here for the next 24 hours, we'll see all the cool kids.
Yeah. Dude, you know the following. What? See, I have to be at work in 11 and a half hours, so I can't do that. But I mean, you can hang out on here. It'll, you know, so that would work. But you're probably going to want to sleep at some point in time.
Yeah, I have to take the nieces home, and I have to take them to breakfast and everything else. They like to come over here because it's fun.
Yeah, so see, we need to let Select Pet know if we plan like a, a decent meetup, since Select's not that far away.
Yeah, for sure. Well, I think we ought to go to the big fish deal, whenever that is. Or that Ohio thing. That'd be cool, too.
Yeah.
That Ohio giant convention thing.
Pam, you are the cool kid.
She's like head of the class. She's like the kid that just flunks every year. She's so cool.
Yeah, Select, I actually thought about doing that. I've got some like security webcams or whatever, and I thought about hooking one up to a spare computer and just having a 24-hour angelfish stream and just letting it run nonstop. I mean, that's one way to do it, and people will tune in and watch it from time to time, because if nothing else, people want some place to chat. So even if they don't care what's going on in the actual stream, they'll get in there just to talk to people.
I've been telling Bob to do that with some of his tanks, because Bob has such awesome tanks. He could just, rotate it once an hour. I would just love to sit there and look at his tanks.
Blackie, it doesn't have a taste. I keep telling you, Sleep is that new app. I can't find it in the Play Store yet, but I know it's going to be in there soon. I tell you what, I think Zen Ginger is after Candy's job, because she has like taken this mod position to heart. I mean,
she's tearing it up. She's doing awesome.
Select Pet said, Fish from Fever, you and Ed keep July 2021 open. There's going to be a good sized fish related convention in Kentucky. Don't know if I'm allowed to say which one yet or not, though.
Is it in Lexington?
I will, I will not remember to keep that open, but I will make it available when the time comes. I hope in 2021 that I don't have a 9-to-5 job I have to report to.
I took a picture of it, so I'll remember that. And I'll put it on my calendar. So, Select Pet, are you in the Kentucky or the Lexington Fish Club? Louisville. Is it like Louisville, Lexington? Like, I was trying to read about the club, and it was because I was actually looking at 3 different clubs to to go to. And one was the Indy one was the Cincinnati, and the other one was that Louisville, Lexington one. And I don't know. That one had the least amount of information. So I didn't do much with it. But I'm a old beat up guy that has nothing but time on his hands. So I just thought it would be fun to join a couple different fish clubs. Oh, there's 2 separate clubs. Wow, cool. How do you find them? Well, the Aquarium Co-op has a link of a lot of them, and then I think I just Googled a lot of it too. So that's pretty neat. And I would do the link, but if I do links, I'm afraid I will knock myself out of the link, so I won't.
I understand. We've I've got to say, given the kind of rough start we had in our trial when we first started out this afternoon, things have gone surprisingly well, even with computers crashing.
I really scared James. I am so tech unsavvy. I think he was like, why did I ask Ed?
No, I was just trying to figure out the easiest way to do it. And this is how bad it was when we were trying to get this to work. We started with StreamYards in our first attempt because I'm like, okay, it's easy. I send a link, he clicks it, we're in there. Let's get that down pat, and then we'll try OBS. Well, for whatever reason, the first time the link would not work, and it kept trying to make Ed download Google 57 times. And
I did. I downloaded Google Chrome, I think 4 or 5 times, and it never worked.
That was the start of our trial run. Was StreamYard's link wouldn't even work. That's how bad it started, and I was like, "Oh, great!" And I had to go back to work, so I had a limited amount of time. Even though we had set aside like 4 hours just so we knew that we'd be able to figure something out. Oh, Zen is offering to get you a link.
Oh, there it is.
Oh, hey, she's got the link.
Just to see what happens. Awesome. Now you see, look at this. This is all the different clubs. Well, not all of them, because there are clubs that I don't know if they're not smart enough to post or they don't feel like they're big enough. But these are like a lot of the major clubs. But like Missouri, oh, it does have 2. Well, one of these is the Kansas City one, and one of them is the Missouri Aquarium Club is in St. Louis. The Heartland one is in Kansas City. So the really good killifish one in St. Louis isn't even on here. So there are some missing. But, I mean, it's pretty cool. Look at all Ohio is just killing it. So cool.
And then Tennessee has nothing listed.
Yeah, and then, well, where's Illinois? It shouldn't be Illinois. It should just be Chicago. Chicago has like a bajillion. Yeah, those are all in Chicago.
What size tank select, Pat?
Oh, let me look. There's 2 fish clubs in Australia. The Perth Cichlid Society and the New South Wales Cichlid Society. I don't know if that helps you, Dr. Black. And I'm sorry if I just totally cut you off, James.
No, you're fine. You were fine. Well, select pet, I hope it holds for you. That's a fair bit of water to hit the floor. I have been there before.
Alabama has a guppy club. I mean, I was talking about it earlier, the Deep South Club. I think they do most of their meetings in either Birmingham or Huntsville. I think it might be actually Huntsville. Just if you wanted to know, Brad.
Hey, Kashatha, welcome.
Hey, Kesh.
Oh, yeah, that's no fun, Select. I'm sorry. I've been in that boat. See, Dr. Black, you should just start another one.
There's so many cool things to do in Australia, though.
Yeah.
It's probably hard.
Well, I mean,
in high school, I even thought about moving to Australia and working in the opal mines. There was a recruiter at one of the job career things in my high school. They go down to Australia and do opal mining. And they were like, it's great. There's a Blockbuster underground.
all right, Dr. Black, none of those fake measurements. We need miles here, sir. All those made up measurements. I'm just kidding. Select Pet, I would say to take that up with Miss Candy Overhauls. She can get that information to the correct people, and they can address that. Not to put more work on Candy, but that's definitely something that when you're talking to her, be like, hey, the links don't work, just FYI.
Is that Candy or is that Gamer Wife?
I don't know, but I figured Candy could tell whoever it was.
Oh, yeah, Candy's awesome. You're right.
Versus like sending a quote unquote formal email and, actually complaining about it, just, bringing it up and passing. By the way, hey, this isn't working. Just thought you should know.
Oh, they have a link that you go to put your club on there. So if you go to that page that Zen Ginger posted, there's a link that you can click to put your local club in. And I don't know if it automatically goes in there, if they verify it or what the deal is, but
yeah.
Still super cool they do that.
And see, that's one thing that I love about most of the countries that have the metric system in place, is that generally speaking, a lot of the population that I've encountered can convert to U.S. standard, whereas most people that are on U.S. standard, being us, can't convert to metric to save our lives.
That's me.
Yeah, if I tell you that this tank is sitting at 23.4 Celsius, Blackie would be like, oh, okay. Everybody else is be like, what? But I do have one. I have one, my Piranha thing. I keep it on Celsius just to mess with people. So that's it. That'll be a new part of the stream. We'll have a game. I can switch this over to Celsius, and then anybody that's in the U.S. can guess what 26.9 degrees Celsius is. And everybody's brain just broke except for Blackie's. 85.
Just a guess.
Well, and here's where the cheat comes into play. I took the temp on a fish tank, so that kind of gives you a small window on what it probably is. Hi, Bisa Young. Welcome. Thank you for coming by. And now I lost it. It's like right at 80 degrees. So 26.9 Celsius is 80.4 Fahrenheit.
I've got this great board game that my nieces love to play with me when they come over here. It's called Wingspan. And you are collecting birds from all around the world. And every bird has like a different thing. Like it can lay eggs or it can kill birds with a wingspan of less than 75 centimeters or over 100. They all have like different things.
Right.
But all the wingspans are measured in centimeters. No clue. I don't know what 75 centimeters is. Is that like a foot, 2 feet?
I think that. And it's late. It's early now, but I think I usually go off of like a 2.4 conversion for the formula. That's not perfect, but it gets me close enough usually. Blackie could probably tell you exactly how many centimeters are in an inch, but I usually just say it's like 2.4. It's 2 point something.
It's a great educational game. It's called Wingspan.
Wingspan.
Super fun. My whole family enjoys playing it. Oh, okay, 30 to 40 inches. That's cool. And it's like you score points for all sorts of goofy things.
Okay,
it's awesome. You learn so much about birds.
So
I wish you would do one for fish, where they could, because with the birds they have water birds, tree birds, and grass birds. And I was like, they could make one for fish. It could be saltwater, river fish, and lake fish.
That would be cool.
Oh, it'd be great. But
okay, so see, it is 1 inch is 2.54. So I was 0.4 off at saying 2.5 inches. So that's not too terribly bad. I mean, that's a lot of millimeters off, but for an American, that's not bad, guys. Give me a break here. It's 6 a.m. Oh
wait, a 2 foot tank is 60 centimeters. So a 75. Oh, a 3 foot is 90. So it looks like it goes up like 30 centimeters per foot. 12 doesn't go into 30 very well, but .30 centimeters is a rule of, remember.
This is the wrong time of the chat to be doing math conversion. Oh, goodness.
Who asked about measurements? Who brought this up? I thought it was funny one time in Sharpie. I think Sharpie was talking in Pam's stream, and he was trying to convert for Americans how many miles per gallon or something. And I was like, we use miles. He was shocked that he thought only the Brits used miles anymore. So that was kind of neat that the Brits actually do something the same as us still.
Yeah. I think a meter is slightly less than a yard, kind of like a metric ton is 14 or 16. I'm saying 1,600 pounds versus 2,000. It might be 14, though. Of course, we all know a crap ton weighs more than either one.
Oh my gosh, we've been going for 5.5 hours.
Yes, we have. Zen said, oh my gosh, Ben Ochard is posting. Why are we still up? We are still up because the stream did not want us to leave. Because you all wanted to be entertained. So we are here. Do it for the vine, right?
Well, poor Zen, she probably doesn't have any skin on her fingers from typing so much.
Yeah. I mean, she'd be up anyways on Amazon typically, but usually she wouldn't be doing this much typing.
Talking about ordering things online, I ordered from Chewy.
Mm-hmm.
And it was actually my mother that wanted me to get something on Chewy. I drove her all over town. She wanted one of these cat houses that looked like a gingerbread house. And they were sold out everywhere. So we found them on Chewy, but you could get this. It was like $12, but they said if you get an order over $75, it's free shipping.
Right.
I'm like, well, I'll take some fish food and a bag of cat food. And I did it all, and they sent it to the wrong people.
Oh, no.
Our whole order. Well, what kills me was on Black Friday, and the cat treats, like the box of Temptations that are normally $15 were $5. So I bought 6 boxes.
Nice.
And said, don't worry about it. We'll just mail a new order to you. And just don't worry about whoever got it. But then they said, oh, but we're all sold out of those Temptations. So that was my big savings.
That's no good.
Yeah. Oh, well. But that was just awesome. It is cat crack. I'm surprised both my cats are asleep. But I don't know if I can. Oh, they both heard me. They're both up now. I was going to turn the camera around for them. But Every time I come downstairs, they're meowing for treats.
Select Pet, I appreciate you hanging out with us. Hopefully, it doesn't interrupt your day too much. Try and get you a little bit of sleep that you can before you have to get the kids going. I'm sure I'll get yelled at here in about an hour, 45 minutes when Miss Fever starts getting the kids ready, and I'm still doing this, but it'll be fun. Yes, Shelby videos. We want Shelby videos. I encourage everybody that wants to do videos to do them. And don't worry about what people have to say unless it's positive. And don't let their negative thoughts bring you down. As Pam would say, hashtag F 'em. Yeah, dude, I honestly cannot. I knew that we'd have a couple people hang out. Like, I knew Pam would be around and, Ginger, because there are a couple people that I talk to in the middle of the night sometimes, and it's like, I can't believe you're still awake. My messenger will go off, and I'll look and I'll be like, it's 4 o'clock in the morning. I'm going back to bed. So I know we'd have a couple people, but I'm really appreciative and surprised that it's held this strong for this long.
Yeah, I think we ought to wrap it up.
Yeah. We're endangering people's safety at this point, I think.
And they're not going to want to come back next week.
Yeah, exactly.
New York Gold, you have a very cool symbol. It looks like some type of ciplet on yellow. Or it's probably on gold.
Here's the funny part is we've hit that time of the day where the people that have been up are going to start crashing, and we're going to have people that are just now waking up that are going to be like, oh, a stream has started. And they're like, oh, that's always the hardest part for me is you've always got people that don't want the stream to end, and I always feel bad ending it. That's the part that takes getting used to, for me at least, is being like, sorry, guys, I got to go.
I feel like we went out after work to drink, and we just kept going, and now we're like at the all-night diner, and the sun's coming up.
We're at the IHOP right now.
Yeah.
Sushi's saying we have to stay on like 2 more hours. Here's the problem. If I stay on 2 more hours, that'll mean it's less than 3 hours till the pet store opens, which means I'm going to get logicked into going to the pet store because I won't be able to say I need to go to sleep because it's within that time frame of it opening. And if I
went to bed. I'm sorry. Keep going. Sorry.
No, you're fine. I'll just say if I get talked into going to the pet store after being up on here all night, it'll be great for videos. It won't be great for my wallet.
But I thought Sushi went to bed.
No, Sushi had to go to work.
Yeah, I know. But I figured she hit the snooze and went to sleep for at least 15 minutes.
Aquarium Cop, I greatly, greatly appreciate that. I really, really do. Well, see, I like it, Zen, but I don't know why. For whatever reason, it just seems any of the names I've come up with, it always sounds better with Ed before me on them. Yeah, she's got to go hang out with teenagers. Oh, she's staying home with her daughter. She's sick. Okay, so she doesn't have to work. See, I thought she was going to have to head into work. I don't feel bad for you anymore. You're just a glutton for punishment. Don't fuss about it. Oh. Well.
Yeah, my nieces are homeschooled, so that's why they're able to spend the night here almost every Thursday.
Blackie, I appreciate you swinging by. Don't get in trouble. You go have a great day. We definitely don't want to make Sarah mad. So have a good one. Thank you for showing up.
Good night, Blocky.
NY Gold, thanks for dropping in. I hope you have a good day at work. Don't let them work you too hard. Yeah, see, I mean, look at the dedication of some of these people that have hung in here for almost 6 hours now.
Night, Gold. Or see it, day, I don't know. Good day, Gold. We've missed the night, James.
Yes, we're into the day now. Except for pretty soon it'll be good night for Blackie. He'll be gone at that point, but you know. Oh wow.
Okay, well let's just do it. Let's just end it.
Well, here's what I'm gonna do. You're welcome to sign off. I'm gonna go for another 19 minutes because that will put us on a solid hour mark. And in terms of analytics and view time and all that type of stuff, on the stream, if you have it on a solid hour mark, it markets better.
All right.
Not that anybody's gonna watch the replay, but in terms of the way it shows up, so that will put us on a solid hour mark. Yeah, this is the ramp up time. Yeah, see, Blackie's going to bed.
Yeah, Blackie, I'll watch some more Mad Max and I'll get it down.
I'm going to have to remember to check out the electric eel thing. I appreciate you telling me about that.
Yeah. That's terrible. It's in my town. My membership.
Gosh, Ed, I thought you were going to bring us some nice information to the stream when I brought you on. I'm just kidding, buddy. Yeah, 19 more minutes, and then I'm going to go get yelled at and wait for her to get out the door with the kids and fall asleep. Actually, I'm going to make dinner breakfast. Then I'm going to go to sleep.
Yeah, I think I'll cook 2 frozen burritos before I go to bed.
So I think we'll going forward we'll set a cutoff time. This has kind of almost been experimental just to see where it leads to, and now we know it will definitely go down the rabbit hole. But I don't know. We'll talk about that later. Because GRB, yeah, I can't talk. It's getting to be that time. GRB, thank you. Man. I appreciate you. I hope you have a wonderful day. Thank you again for showing up. Hey, Perth.
Oh, we just got a new Australian.
Yeah.
We got the tough ones now.
Perth has got some awesome, oh Lord, forgive me, the sleep is trying to catch me. Awesome egg tumbler videos. Shelby Ray, if you are cooking it, absolutely. Otherwise, ain't nobody got time for that. I'm thinking like a peanut butter and jelly sandwich and a glass of milk.
I had egg on toast for dinner last night.
We are good, Perth. We are almost 6 hours into this stream. It is 6:14 a.m. our time. Yeah, dude, those egg tumblers are awesome. I want to get some ordered. I've got a couple of different things I play around with for hatching eggs, but where Miss Fever has all her African cichlids and is working on getting them to breed, some African cichlid or some egg tumblers for the African cichlids would be fantastic. And it's not often that I'm jealous of somebody's setup, but when I watch Perth Cichlids videos, I'm jealous of his fish room building setup. There is Master Mod Zen Ginger with the links to my Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, and she's probably pulling the fishroomfever.com right now if I had to guess, knowing her. Thank you, Zen. We're gonna she's graduated to master mod after tonight. Pam, I'm sorry we couldn't outlast you. I know that was a high goal, and we just didn't make it. Oh, Perth, that would be awesome. Here's the other thing that's killing me. Where I'm at is my desk right there. So I have to sit like sideways against it, and where I've had my arm like this all night, my whole shoulder is like locked up. Oh, there he is. He's back now. Cool.
I don't know what happened.
I don't either. I shouldn't have touched it. But yeah, so like this whole shoulder is just kind of frozen right now from being up on the desk. So I'm going to have to work on that. I'll probably slide this desk down a little bit. Yeah, I knew somebody was going to pull up that. That's what she said.
Oh, I'm back. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Your video is a little choppy, but I can still hear you.
Oh, cool. I got a question for Pam. Pam, you've had your show for years, or a couple of years now, and I've been there. In your mind, what'd you have as a mindset of what Chattanooga Ed looked like and sounded like? Was it anything like me? Normally, when people first meet me, they say, "Oh, I thought you were going to be a little bitty guy." I don't know why that is. They always think I'm like 5'5" or something. That's funny.
Zen Ginger is killing it with all of the links and information.
Yeah, she's awesome.
I'm going to have to buy one of those fans for my laptop to sit on. I took and put an ice pack under it earlier when it had that first overheat, and this is actually extremely hot now and completely melted.
You were sitting on that?
No, that was under the laptop. I've got like a little I've got this little pad to raise it up, but it was still overheating when it shut down. So I put the ice pack in between the two of them, and it's actually heated the water. It's been on there for so long. So that's something I'll have to prepare.
Person, this is my first live stream. This is my first official live stream. I've been in a couple of Bobs by accident. But, yep. That's how that goes.
Yep, sushi. Yeah, I only sit on heating packs. I don't use the freezer packs. Hey, Max and Womble, how you doing today? Appreciate you dropping by. We were about 12 minutes from wrapping it up. That'll be the 6-hour mark. Does anybody have...
2 years ago. I came here 2 years ago also. Sorry to interrupt. I keep interrupting you, James. Sorry.
No, you're fine. You are all right. If you see something in the chat, that's more relevant than me just talking, especially when I'm asking for content. So that you're good, buddy.
Well, Bunny, where did you come from? You know, I've noticed, though, when people do live streams and then they ask the poor person where'd they come from or something, and then everybody's just sitting there waiting. And I told myself, don't ask people questions like that.
Right.
Because poor Bunny said, hey, I moved to Tennessee 2 years ago, and then he got up to get some water or something.
Right. Absolutely. Oh, that's great.
Yeah.
Well, I've got to say, I think that given the length of the stream and the time of day / night, that it's gone rather well. We didn't have too many dead spots, considering that us and most of the chat is half asleep. That's pretty good.
Hey, Max. Glad to have you. And Bunny came from New York City. I came from St. Louis.
Oh.
If you ever flew to LA, you may have seen the arch. That's about, I don't know if they pointed out, they probably don't even fly over the arch unless you're going to St. Louis.
The closest I have ever been to St. Louis would be listening to the St. Lunatics rap album. It's the closest I've ever been.
Is that like with Nelly?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, that was.
It's getting hot in here. Is that it?
Yep. Back when I was, a young blood gangster, pants sagging, chain wearing individual.
In the auto factory I worked at, we had all sorts of people with all sorts of music, and it's a union, so everybody gets a say.
Right.
So we would have 1 hour of rap, 1 hour of country, 1 hour of Goldie Oldies, 1 hour of like opera. There's one guy, but he had, oh my God. So we always started the night with that because everybody would fall asleep during that hour. But when Nelly was singing big in St. Louis, I heard that song like every other song was It's Getting Hot.
Yep. Max and Womble, I appreciate that. If any of you all want to see some interesting UK vlogs, Max and Womble uploads a bunch of stuff like that. So if it sounds interesting, check them out. If only I could get you to cook me one of those breakfasts that you vlog about. I need somebody to make my breakfast. And Zen's just not going to do it, as good as a mod as she is. That's what you should do, Zen. You should order me breakfast on Amazon and get drone delivery for me.
Zen needs to make you some stones and spotted dick.
I know what you're talking about. Some people may not. There was a comedy movie when I was younger that had spotted dick in it, and it was like this huge, like at the time, this is like when fart and stuff like that is funny to you type of thing, and it was one of those. See, the Americans, which we are Americans, but the Americans that have never heard of it before are like, what? Did he just say that? I thought we were keeping it clean. Yes, no, it is a pudding dessert. It is not what Americans would think of with the word. Kind of like a KOK cock, which is a nuchal hump, not the other one spelled differently. Sushi Berry doesn't care what it actually is. No one should call it that. Yeah, it sounds like something you get after a night with a lady of the night.
Oh, man, I used to have my foods are out of my head. I'm trying to remember what you eat bangers with.
Bangers and mash? I think it's mash. Bangers and mash, right?
I don't know. Maybe it's just bangers and chips. I don't know. What is it, Max? What do you...
Mash. Yes. Ding, ding, ding.
Well, wait. That was Zen. I want to hear it from Max. Come on, Max. Just lie and say something else. Oh, wait. Aussies don't know anything about bangers. I don't know what Aussies eat.
Black pudding.
Oh. I thought a banger was a sausage.
Yeah. It should, well, yeah, sausage, bacon, eggs, black pudding.
Is black pudding blood pudding?
Yeah, as soon as I Google bangers, excluding all the pH content. No, I'm just kidding. As soon as I put in the word bangers, it automatically suggests bangers and mash.
All right. You win.
I was gonna win one way or another. That was gonna be one of those loophole terminology that I would talk myself through a circle until I convinced you that I had won, even if I had not.
And I don't really care, so I just say, all right, you win.
Exactly. That's why we're a great team. Again, I'm the a-hole, and you're the guy that puts up with me. So, good team. Yes, Zenginger, I didn't think about that until after the fact, but fortunately it turned out okay Googling bangers.
Oh, I love me some potatoes. But I don't like fried potato.
Okay, so I didn't mean for that to happen. I mentioned Googling it, and Google actually Googled it. So thank you for listening to my conversation, Google. There we go. Oh, yeah, the Vegemite. I still haven't done the Vegemite thing. I didn't even say what Sushi Berry just quoted. All I said was that the G word, not to Google that particular phrase, and my phone's like, what? You want me to look this up for you?
They eat some bizarre stuff in the South. It's crazy. I mean, you've got, you think different countries have different stuff, but America has so many different states. Everybody's like a little country. They have a thing called pimento cheese sandwiches here. It's horrible.
Oh, you got to get the right brand, and it's delicious. It's wonderful.
I don't want to try that many brands. I thought it was going to be like nacho cheese or something. And it's like,
now, see, if you pop the lid open and it's got like that slimy peel apart look, that's not what you want. That's the bad stuff, which is most of them. There's maybe one or two decent brands if you're going to do it. But
yeah, I'm not going to do it.
That's it. I'm going to start a pimento cheese and Vegemite sandwich challenge. That's what we're going to do.
And I don't do well on pickles either.
All right. We've got a little under 2 minutes. The counter's got us at 5 hours, 58 minutes, and 11 seconds. So if anybody has any last minute questions, comments, concerns, contributions. Nope.
I'll wait till the next week, and I'll tell you guys my pickle story, because we know about Pam's.
Right, absolutely. Asian Traveler, I appreciate you showing up. I'm actually getting ready to close it down in about 1 minute. We've been going for almost 6 hours at this point, but I thank you for stopping by and showing support.
There's chocolate gravy.
All right. I would go through all the names in the chat, but I would just get lost halfway through because I'm about that tired. So everyone, I want to thank you all for being in here, hanging out with us. it means a lot to me, and I'm sure it means a lot to Ed as well, which he can speak for himself. And Ed, I really appreciate you not only showing up but hanging out for 6 hours on stream too. I know that wasn't the initial plan, but I really do appreciate you all. And if you ever need me, just let me know if there's anything I can do for you. Ed, if you have any final words for our audience.
Well, Pam said she was doing a water change, and I thought about her pickle story. But no, thank you everybody so much for coming in. Thank you, James, for letting me have fun with you. It was a lot of fun, guys.
Absolutely. I enjoyed it.
I didn't drive you crazy.
That is officially 6 hours. So until next time, keep your fish healthy and catch yourself a little fish room fever. And button. Other button.